Hey guys, tonight we begin with something quieter, something that smells faintly of dust, oil, and the dry wind that once swept across North Africa. This isn't the thunder of hooves or the shouting of men. Not yet. There are no cries, no banners snapping in the storm. Only the hush before movement, the patient silence of a commander who saw the world not as chaos, but as geometry. Tonight, we walk beside Hannibal Barca, not the monster Rome feared, but the thinker Rome could not understand. A man who turned mountains into allies, rivers into weapons, and patience into the sharpest blade of all. 5 legendary tactical moves, each one measured, each one quiet, each one drawn from observation more than fury. So before you settle in, take a slow breath. Let the day slip from your shoulders like an old cloak. And if you enjoy drifting through strategy at night, you can like the video, subscribe, and maybe tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always something special to know how far this calm can travel. Now dim the lights, let the noise of the world fall away, and imagine the faint crackle of a campfire outside a silent tent where maps are spread beneath a soft, flickering glow. Because sometimes the most extraordinary victories begin not with movement, but with stillness. You might imagine the soft gray of early morning over the hills of Carthage, the sea still cool and blue against the shore. The air is dry, but not yet harsh, carrying the faint scent of salt and olive wood. Somewhere inland, a young officer named Hannibal wakes before the light fully forms. He does not rush. He listens first to the distant hum of life, to the steady rhythm of the city, to the silence that comes before the first decision of the day. From his earliest years, Hannibal Barca was trained not only to fight, but to observe. His father, Hamilcar, had led armies against Rome, and from him, Hannibal learned that battle was never about chaos. It was about preparation. You may picture a map unrolled before him, stones placed upon it to mark terrain. Rivers were lines of breath, roads, the veins of nations, and above all, the horizon itself, a living force to be read, respected, and used. In this first moment of our long journey, we begin not with a clash, but with a mindset, the art of seeing the ground before the enemy does. Hannibal's first great lesson was not to strike first, but to see further. The Carthaginian scouts who traveled with him were trained to read the land like a script. Hills spoke of concealment, valleys whispered of movement. Even the color of dust beneath the sun told him how long an enemy had marched and where they might rest. This understanding became his first quiet weapon. When others saw mountains, he saw roots. When others saw rivers, he saw timing. When others saw obstacles, he saw opportunity. Before the famous crossing of the Alps, before Cannae, before Trebia, Hannibal practiced the still art of studying the world. Imagine him in Spain, watching the Ebro River shimmer beneath a pale dawn. The air cool, his soldiers murmuring softly among the tents. His mind, however, was elsewhere, on the map of the Mediterranean, on Rome's ambitions, and on the patience it would take to reach them. To understand Hannibal's genius, you have to slow your breathing and move as he did, deliberately, with purpose. Every march began with reconnaissance. Every maneuver depended on rhythm. His armies, drawn from many lands, Numidians, Iberians, Gauls, Libyans, moved not as a mob, but as a measured current. He knew they were stronger together only if they shared a common direction, and that direction came from understanding the terrain as a companion, not a challenge. You might see him standing at the edge of a ridge, the sun behind him, a small group of aides waiting in silence. He would point to a distant hill or the bend of a river, tracing an invisible pattern through the air. To those around him, it may have looked like art, but it was discipline honed through years of watching how the land decides what men can and cannot do. The Romans believed in force and formation. Hannibal believed in movement and misdirection. He watched how light fell across the land, how sound carried through valleys, how fear moved through armies, like wind through grass. He used those subtleties as weapons sharper than any sword. It's peaceful to think about, isn't it, that the world's most legendary commander began every plan not with blood, but with silence, listening to the air, the footsteps, the rhythm of time itself. His early campaigns in Iberia were slow by modern standards, but each one was a lesson in patience. He fortified towns, not just for defense, but for teaching his men to trust the ground beneath them, to find comfort in preparation. The army became an organism, breathing with the earth. The first principle of Hannibal's art, then, is terrain as ally. When you walk through your own days, through busy streets, quiet rooms, the noise of routine, imagine that same calm awareness. Every obstacle may have a shape you can use. Every delay may reveal timing you hadn't seen before. It is said that, before the Alps, Hannibal gathered his officers not to inspire them with grand speeches, but to explain the mountain itself, the passes, the weather, the animal paths, the places where snow turned to ice. He knew that courage was not born of fury, but of understanding. And when the men began their climb, it was not chaos, but quiet coordination that led them forward. Even in the stillness of preparation, he saw battle as an extension of thought. Every move on the map was both physical and mental, a discipline of clarity. You may imagine the soft scratch of his stylus, marking lines on parchment, the candlelight flickering against the ink. Around him, the murmuring of commanders fades as they realize that what they are witnessing is not strategy in the moment. It is vision extended over years. Hannibal's campaigns would become some of the most studied in history, not for their brutality, but for their elegance. Each decision connected to the next, like beads on a cord. Each delay, each pause, each measured movement reflected his devotion to foresight. And so we begin here, at the edge of stillness, where vision meets patience. You may find yourself breathing more slowly now, tracing the invisible lines of geography in your mind. Each ridge, each river, each open plain, they are part of the same quiet design. For Hannibal, mastery began not in the clash, but in the calm before it, when the map was still, the campfire low, and the mind wide open. And standing there, with the first light stretching across the hills of Africa, what would you have seen in the silence before the march? You may imagine the air cooler now, the kind of chill that rises just before dawn in early autumn. A hush hangs over the camp. Fires have burned down to embers, their smoke threading upward into the faint silver of morning mist. The men of Carthage stir quietly, their armor muted under cloth, their breath clouding faintly in the half-light. Here begins the crossing of the Rhone, not yet the Alps. That would come later, harsher and more mythic, but this too was a test. To lead tens of thousands of men, horses, and elephants across a wide and unpredictable river, to do so with an enemy army shadowing his movement on the opposite bank, and to do it all in silence before Rome even realized what was happening. This was not a clash, it was a whisper. You might picture Hannibal standing at the edge of the river, the mist so thick he can barely see the far side. The Rhone runs fast here, broad, green, restless. His eyes do not follow the water's surface, but the current below it. He watches how the reeds bend, how the driftwood turns, how long it takes for a ripple to reach the shore. Every movement of the river becomes a sentence he reads quietly to himself. Where another general might have seen only a barrier, Hannibal saw a mirror reflecting the rhythm of time and movement. His plan was not to fight the river, but to use it, to let its unpredictability hide his intent. He divided his forces carefully. One portion remained visible, building rafts, gathering boats, seeming to prepare for a direct crossing. The Romans, observing from the opposite shore, watched this with satisfaction. They believed they understood what was coming, but as they watched, Hannibal's second group, a chosen detachment under his trusted officer Hanno, moved quietly upstream. Hidden by night and forest, they built their own rafts, crossed in darkness, and concealed themselves on the Roman side. The entire maneuver was performed with no torches, no shouting, no clamor, only the soft creak of wood and the quiet breathing of men rowing in rhythm. At dawn, when sunlight touched the water, Hannibal's visible force began to cross. The Romans, confident of their advantage, moved to intercept, unaware that they were walking into a silent trap. At that moment, Hanno's men emerged from the trees behind them, smoke and shouts rising in sudden confusion. But for Hannibal, it was not the surprise that mattered. It was the timing. His army moved like the river itself, flowing where the enemy did not expect, bending instead of breaking, striking only when the current was right. This is what made him different. He understood that true strength was not in resistance, but in rhythm. You can almost hear the slow pulse of oars, the steady commands spoken just loud enough to carry across water. Calm, ordered, focused, crossing a river under threat was, for many commanders, a logistical nightmare. For Hannibal, it was an exercise in trust, in the discipline of his soldiers, in the patience of preparation, and in the natural patterns of the world around him. Every movement of his army was an echo of his mind's clarity. Every crossing, a meditation in motion. When the Romans realized what had happened, they withdrew, too slow to counter. Hannibal had turned a dangerous, natural obstacle into an instrument of concealment. By the time his full army had crossed, he was already days ahead, marching north toward the Alps. You might pause and imagine that moment, the last soldiers stepping onto the far bank, dripping and exhausted, but safe. The elephants lumbering behind, snorting softly in the cold. The river still murmuring over its stones as if nothing had happened. Hannibal's officers stood quietly, waiting for his next command. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't celebrate. He simply looked ahead toward the mountains that would soon test them all, and said something simple, something lost to history, but likely calm. Perhaps only an acknowledgement that the first step had been taken. In the gentle rhythm of this story, you might notice how everything about his leadership began with observation. Before the first spear was lifted, before the first order was given, Hannibal had already shaped the field of action through patience and awareness. That is what made him formidable. His tactics flowed not from aggression, but from harmony, a recognition of how to move with, not against, the forces of the world. When you think about your own life, your own decisions, there are rivers there too. Moments that seem wide, cold, and impassable. Hannibal's way teaches us to move calmly, to let the current reveal its openings, and to cross not in haste, but in understanding. As his army continued northward, the terrain began to rise. Forests gave way to rocky ground, and the air grew sharper. Yet the men followed, not because of fear, but because his steadiness was contagious. In every challenge, he saw design. In every delay, he saw preparation. For Hannibal, there was no separation between strategy and patience. They were the same act. And so, the crossing of the Rhone became more than a military feat. It became a lesson in the rhythm of calm action under pressure. Even the elephants, which seemed at first an impossible burden, were managed through measured care. They were brought across on rafts, tied together, guided by handlers who spoke softly to them as they swayed in fear. Each animal moved only when it felt the others steady beneath it. A quiet trust passed among them, creature to creature, man to beast, across the trembling surface of the river. When all had crossed, Hannibal looked back once more, The Rhone shimmered in the morning, its waves glinting like metal, but to him, it was no longer a barrier. It was part of the story now, part of the smooth, deliberate flow toward destiny. He knew the hardest part was yet to come, the Alps, the snow, the isolation, but those challenges would be met in the same way, through calm, through patience, through movement, aligned with nature's design. If you listen closely, perhaps you can hear it now, the soft rhythm of the river, the distant sound of wind through pine, the murmur of men settling into camp on the far side. Nothing triumphant, nothing frantic, just the quiet aftermath of understanding. And as you imagine standing there, the sun finally breaking through mist, the river behind you, and the mountains ahead, what, in your own crossing, would you choose to trust? The mountains waited. You might picture them now, pale, immense, and remote, their ridges sharp against a sky so clear it seems eternal. The Alps, ancient and indifferent, rising from the earth like the bones of time itself. For most armies, they were a border, a warning. For Hannibal, they were simply the next landscape to be understood. By the time he reached their foothills, the season had already begun to turn. Autumn's warmth was slipping away. The roads that wound through the lower passes were littered with fallen leaves, gold and rust in the chill wind. Each morning the frost came earlier. Each night the fires burned longer. Yet the Carthaginian army continued, step by steady step, as if drawn forward by the quiet gravity of purpose. You may imagine the scene in slow motion. Men wrapped in cloaks, heads bowed against the wind, the crunch of boots on stone, the rhythmic creak of leather straps, as pack animals moved in line. Above them, snow gleamed on distant peaks, reflecting the pale light of an indifferent sun. No other commander in history had dared such a passage with so many men, horses, and elephants. But Hannibal had studied this long before the first step. He knew which valleys narrowed, which slopes could be climbed, and where the snow might not yet have sealed the trail. His knowledge came not from maps, for there were few, but from the stories of local guides, from observation, and from a patient trust in what nature would reveal. This is the quiet center of his genius, to see hardship not as resistance, but as rhythm. The mountains were harsh, yes, but their harshness had pattern, wind that rose each day from the same direction, paths that curved in predictable ways, snow that melted slower on the northern faces. Where others would panic, Hannibal adapted. At night, as his men slept, he would stand by the fires, gazing upward at the white ridges lit by moonlight. He did not look for mercy from the mountains. He looked for timing, for the exact moment when conditions turned from impossible to possible. The crossing was not easy. The tribes of the Alps resisted, harrying his columns from hidden slopes. Rocks tumbled from above, dislodged by unseen hands. Avalanches threatened the narrow paths. And yet Hannibal's calm did not waver. He divided his forces carefully again, one part to advance, one to protect the baggage, one to secure the rear. Each movement was measured, no motion wasted. When attacks came, they were met not with rage, but with precision. His men learned that survival was not about speed, but coordination. You might imagine a narrow mountain path, just wide enough for one man and one mule. On one side, the drop, deep, endless, cloud-filled. On the other, sheer rock rising high, slick with frost. And somewhere along that winding trail, Hannibal himself, wrapped in a heavy cloak, moving on foot beside his soldiers. The breath of men and animals mingling in the cold, the quiet crunch of snow beneath thousands of feet. He shared their hardships deliberately. It was how he kept the army whole. Leadership, for him, was not command shouted from a hilltop. It was presence shared among the weary. A slow nod here, a word of calm there, a hand on a shoulder when morale began to falter. He knew that in endurance, unity was strategy. Days passed, The air thinned, fires were harder to start, and food scarcer. Yet somehow, through the fog and exhaustion, a kind of rhythm persisted. Each man knew his place, his role, his task. The army had become an organism again, breathing, climbing, adapting as one. At one point, a great landslide blocked the path entirely, the very mountain seeming to collapse against their progress. Many thought it was the end, but Hannibal, rather than despair, simply sat and studied the obstruction. He watched how the snow settled, how the rocks rested, how the water from melting ice trickled between them. Then, after hours of silence, he ordered fires built directly on the rocks. The men obeyed, confused, but trusting. When the stones were heated, he ordered vinegar poured upon them. The sudden shift in temperature fractured the rock, creating cracks and fissures through which his men could clear a new path. It was not force that overcame the mountain, but understanding, a gentle defiance born of intellect, not aggression. You can almost hear the faint hiss of the vinegar on hot stone, a sound lost in wind, but not in memory. That soft, deliberate act, performed centuries ago, has echoed through history as one of the quietest triumphs of ingenuity ever recorded. By the time the army reached the summit, they had lost many men, animals, supplies, but their spirit remained intact. The view from the top must have been breathtaking, the endless sweep of valleys below, the distant shimmer of the Italian plains beyond. There, for the first time, the men could see their destination, the land of Rome. Hannibal let them rest. No speech, no ceremony, just the wind, the snow, and the slow realization that they had done something no army before them had dared to attempt. He stood apart, perhaps, looking out over the land that would soon become his theater of war. His thoughts were likely not of victory yet, but of balance, how to descend safely, how to feed the men, how to preserve their strength for what lay ahead. Even now, his mind moved not in celebration, but in continuation. The descent would be treacherous, but the army moved again as one, slowly, deliberately, guided by ropes and poles, using every ounce of caution the terrain demanded. It was no longer a crossing. It was a meditation in endurance. When they finally emerged into the green valleys of northern Italy, the men wept. The air was warmer, the grass soft, the river below gentle and clear. Hannibal allowed them to rest there for days. He tended to the sick, saw to the elephants, and allowed the silence of recovery to take hold. In that stillness, surrounded by exhausted survivors, his thoughts must have turned to the next stage, the confrontation that awaited him on the plains. Yet even then, there was no haste. He had learned the pattern of the mountains, patience, rhythm, endurance, and now he would carry that same clarity into war. The passage through the Alps was not merely a logistical miracle. It was a transformation of men, of purpose, of understanding. The army that entered the mountains was one of ambition. The army that left them was one of destiny. And as the snow melted behind them, leaving only footprints in the ice and the whisper of wind between peaks, you might ask yourself, standing at that summit, cold and breathless, looking out upon the vastness of Italy, what would you have felt? Fear or calm? You might imagine the sun now warmer, the air gentler, the slow exhale after long strain. The snow of the mountains has given way to the soft green of the Po Valley, wide and open beneath the autumn sky. Streams move like silver threads across the plain, and the scent of grass returns after weeks of frost and rock. The men of Carthage, hardened by the crossing, look out upon this new land as if they have stepped into another world. They rest for a time, repairing gear, tending to their animals, mending the worn soles of their sandal. Hannibal walks among them, silent, measured, attentive. Every small task, every quiet conversation is a sign of survival, a rebuilding of rhythm after hardship. He knows that recovery is part of war too. Fatigue, left unattended, breaks armies as surely as battle. So he moves gently now, not commanding, but restoring. Fires are lit, not for urgency, but for warmth. Rations are distributed with precision. Scouts move outward in widening circles, charting the plains, marking the villages and rivers. It is all methodical, calm, deliberate. To his mind, this valley is a map waiting to be read. Its soil holds stories of Roman expansion, of trade routes, of tribal allegiances. Hannibal's mind begins to draw invisible lines between them, tracing possibilities. Soon, the first encounter will come, not a great battle, not yet, but a meeting of intentions on open ground. The Romans, surprised by his arrival, rush north to confront him. Their general, Publius Cornelius Scipio, expects an enemy exhausted and ill-prepared. But what he finds instead is a commander who has turned endurance into clarity. The two armies meet near the river Ticinus, a small tributary of the Po. The day is still, the wind mild, the air smelling faintly of reeds and damp earth. The Romans stand with their heavy cavalry, armored and proud, sunlight glinting off bronze and steel. The Carthaginians face them with lighter, faster horsemen, Numidians, agile and confident, their mounts restless but controlled. You may picture the field, low grass, soft underfoot, the river glimmering beyond. Birds circle lazily in the distance, unaware of the histories about to begin. Hannibal sits mounted, his cloak drawn close, his gaze steady. He studies the Roman line, its order, its density, its assumptions. He knows the Romans fight like the terrain they build upon, straight, structured, certain. He fights like the terrain he crosses, fluid, flexible, alive. When the signal comes, his cavalry does not charge headlong. They move instead, like a tide, sweeping forward, curling at the edges, drawing the Romans out of formation. The Numidians dart close, then retreat, feinting again and again. Their movement is almost musical. Advance, withdraw, circle, press, never frantic, always rhythmic. The Romans pursue, proud and eager to engage. But pursuit, Hannibal knows, is a subtle trap. Once extended, they are vulnerable to the flanks, and that is where his heavier cavalry waits, concealed by a gentle rise in the terrain. It happens quietly, almost gracefully. The Romans, drawn forward by aggression, find themselves surrounded. Dust rises slowly into the sunlight, muffling sight and sound. Hooves drum the earth in patterns of precision, not chaos. The engagement is brief, the result clear. Publius Scipio himself is wounded, rescued by his son, the younger Scipio, who will one day become Hannibal's greatest rival. Fate, in this moment, introduces them without ceremony, as if placing two mirrors at opposite ends of time. But Hannibal does not linger in triumph. The victory at Ticinus is not about numbers or glory. It is about testing the balance, measuring the enemy's rhythm. He learns what he needs to know, that Roman pride makes them predictable, that their structure can be drawn outward and dissolved in motion. That night, under a pale moon, the Carthaginian camp is quiet. Fires glow low. The sound of horses shifting softly in their lines fills the darkness. Hannibal moves through the camp slowly, his cloak brushing against the dew. The men are tired, but their eyes shine with the calm of belief. They have seen what patience can do. He speaks little. When he does, his words are simple: reassurance, direction, quiet praise. He reminds them that the mountains are behind them now, that every step forward carries them closer to Rome's heart. The tone is never fierce. It is measured, reflective, as though he were guiding them through a thought rather than an order. You can almost feel the quiet confidence that settles over them, a sense that What lies ahead is not a gamble, but a design. Hannibal understands that morale is a kind of terrain too, invisible but powerful. To move men's hearts, he uses the same method he uses on the land: observation, timing, and calm persistence. The next day, scouts report movement to the south. Another Roman army, larger, better prepared, is approaching. The Battle of Trebia is coming, but Hannibal is not impatient. He will let the Romans come to him. He studies the weather, the way the wind shifts in the valley, the patterns of morning frost. He notices how the river's banks grow slick with cold, how its current feels stronger at dawn, and slowly a plan forms, not built on aggression, but on environment. He will use the cold as an ally, the river as a barrier, and the Romans' confidence as their undoing. But that moment is not yet. Tonight, he rests. He allows his army to absorb the lesson of Ticinus, that even the smallest engagement, if executed with harmony, can reveal the larger rhythm of a campaign. The men lie beneath their blankets, listening to the wind ripple across the grass. In the distance, wolves call faintly in the hills. The stars are sharp and cold. Hannibal sits by the edge of the river, his hands clasped loosely, watching the reflection of the moon tremble on the water. There is no triumph in his expression, only contemplation. He has begun to sense the pattern of this war, and he knows that what matters now is not victory, but balance, the perfect meeting point between nature, timing, and thought. And as you imagine him there, silent beside the river that had just witnessed his first success in Italy, perhaps you can ask yourself, when the path ahead is uncertain and the air grows cold but clear, do you push forward in haste or wait for the rhythm that reveals the way? The winter deepens now, folding across the northern plains of Italy like a pale shroud. The days are short, the light thin and distant. Frost rims the grass in the early hours, and the breath of men and animals mingles in the cold. You might imagine the stillness, that quiet before movement, where even sound seems to wait. Hannibal's army is encamped near the river Trebia. Beyond the water, the Roman forces under consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus gather, confident, impatient, eager for a decisive blow. To them, the Carthaginian army is weary from the mountains and cold, perhaps starving, perhaps near collapse. The Romans see the situation as simple. They are wrong. Hannibal sees something else: the frost, the current, the hunger in his men's eyes, and the pride in his enemy's stance. To him, these are pieces on a living board. He knows that in war, the environment itself can become an ally if you listen long enough to its rhythm. The Trebia moves through the valley like liquid glass, shallow but swift, its banks edged with ice. The ground near it is slick and uneven, a deceptive surface that clings to boots and hooves alike. The air carries a bitter wind from the north, one that cuts through armor and dulls movement. Hannibal notices it all and smiles faintly. You might picture him now, his cloak drawn tight, a soft breath forming clouds in the morning air. He moves through his camp slowly, greeting officers by name, touching shoulders, sharing quiet words. His calm steadies them. He speaks not of victory, but of precision. He reminds them that patience, not passion, wins battles, and that the day will be cold but brief. In the early light, he sends a small cavalry unit forward across the river, Numidian riders with swift horses, chosen for agility, not endurance. Their task is simple: to provoke. They cross the icy water, approach the Roman camp, and begin to harass the outposts. Quick attacks, then retreat. Dust, shouting, movement on the far side. The Romans see this and respond just as Hannibal expects. Sempronius, proud and eager for glory, takes the bait. He orders his full army to form ranks and pursue despite the freezing temperature and the fact that they have not yet eaten. They cross the river, men, horses, elephants, all plunging into the icy current, their armor catching the cold. The Carthaginian camp waits in silence. Fires burn low, their smoke curling softly into the pale sky. The men eat warm food, rub oil into their limbs, stretch their hands to the flames. They are ready. The Romans, shivering and wet, are not. And here, Hannibal's genius blooms, not through force, but through foresight. He has chosen the terrain carefully. On the far side of the battlefield, hidden behind low brush and the curve of the riverbank, he has concealed a detachment of about 2,000 men under his brother Mago. They lie in wait, unseen, their bodies pressed against the frozen ground. The plan depends on stillness, the patience to remain invisible until the moment of rhythm arrives. When the Romans finally emerge from the water, Hannibal allows them to advance. His front line engages just enough to hold them, the African infantry in the center, the Gauls and Iberians at the flanks. The elephants stand like slow-moving walls, pushing forward through mist and shouts. At first it seems evenly matched. The Romans, disciplined and numerous, push hard. But the cold begins to work, its quiet effect. Muscles tighten, breath grows shallow. The weight of armor becomes unbearable. The ground beneath their feet turns to mud, slick with melted frost and churned earth. The wind stings their faces. Hannibal's cavalry moves next, sweeping out to both flanks in arcs of motion, not of speed, but of control. The Numidians once again dance around the Roman edges, drawing them further into disarray. Then, as if the landscape itself exhales, Mago's hidden troops rise from the ground and strike from behind. It is not chaos, it is symmetry. The Romans, trapped between river and army, between exhaustion and encirclement, begin to fold inward. The Carthaginian formation, designed like a closing hand, moves with the patience of inevitability. For Hannibal, this is not destruction, it is completion. The environment, the psychology, the timing, all aligned. He does not shout orders. He merely watches, eyes calm, reading the flow of movement the way one might read water or wind. By the time the Romans realize the scale of their misjudgment, it is too late. They have been drawn, step by deliberate step, into a trap designed not by luck, but by harmony with circumstance. The river, the weather, and their own pride have conspired against them. When the fighting ends, the plain is quiet again. The frost returns. The river resumes its soft, indifferent course. Hannibal walks among his men, checking the wounded, ensuring the fires are rebuilt. There is no celebration, no boasting. The victory at Trebia is not a moment of triumph. It is a study in timing. You might imagine him standing at the river's edge, the last traces of sunlight turning the water a pale gold. The wind brushes against his cloak. He looks out over the quiet field, the breath of evening settling once more into stillness. This battle, he knows, is more than a victory. It is confirmation that calm outlasts fury, that in every act of aggression lies the seed of imbalance waiting to be turned. In the night that follows, the Carthaginian camp is peaceful. The men rest, their bellies full, their confidence growing. The sound of crackling fire mixes with the slow beat of sentries' footsteps. Somewhere, faintly, an elephant trumpets against the stars, not in alarm, but in calm routine. Hannibal sits by a small fire apart from the others, the map of the Po Valley spread before him. He traces the lines with a finger, the rivers, the passes, the routes southward. Each one glows faintly in the flicker of flame. He sees not the next day, but the next season, the next rhythm, waiting to unfold. His victories are never isolated moments. They are part of a larger design, a melody of strategy unfolding across years. Trebia is only the second note, but already the tune is forming, one that will carry across Trasimene, across Cannae, across all of history. And as you rest here in this quiet moment with him, The air cool, the world still, you may wonder to yourself, when faced with resistance, do you meet it with force, or do you wait for the river's current to turn in your favor? You may imagine the landscape now in late winter, the ground thawing, but not yet green. Mist lingers low in the valleys of central Italy, soft and pale, as though the earth itself exhales after long sleep. Hannibal's army moves southward, quietly, deliberately, not chasing, not fleeing, but flowing. Like a wide and patient current, the Romans regroup to the east, angry and astonished. They believed the Trebia was an accident, a trick that could not be repeated. But Hannibal knows otherwise. He knows that those who refuse to learn are easiest to read. His scouts ride ahead, Numidian horsemen, gliding across the hills, scanning for Roman movements, listening for the faint sound of marching columns. Hannibal does not rush. He studies the terrain, the weather, the rhythm of the enemy's habits. In every campaign, his greatest weapon is not his army, but his perception. You might picture him now, standing on a low ridge overlooking Lake Trasimene. The water is wide, still, and silver beneath the morning fog. The hills curve gently around it, creating natural folds of concealment. To most eyes, it is a place of peace, quiet fields, olive trees, birds rising and settling in the reeds. To Hannibal, it is geometry. Every contour, every shadow, every fold of the land whispers potential. He rides the terrain slowly, tracing invisible lines in his mind. The Romans will approach from the east, he knows, marching along the lake's narrow shore. The path bends there, a small road between steep hills and the glimmering water, a perfect passage for an army that believes it is safe. He imagines the columns as they will appear, long, proud, orderly, the soldiers still half asleep from an early march, the sun not yet high enough to burn away the mist. He knows how sound travels in fog, muffled, delayed. He knows how confusion spreads when sight is lost. And in that knowledge, a plan takes shape, not of ambush in haste, but of ambush in stillness. In the days before the Romans arrive, Hannibal positions his forces like brush strokes on a hidden canvas. His light infantry hides among the wooded slopes. His cavalry waits beyond the ridges, ready to descend when the signal comes. Even his campfires are placed with care, their smoke thin and sparse, blending with the morning haze. The night before the engagement, the air is heavy with dew. The men sleep lightly, their cloaks drawn close. Hannibal walks among them, silent. He knows that what comes tomorrow is not a test of strength, but of timing. He studies the lake once more, the stillness of the water, the faint ripple where a fish rises. It feels calm, perfectly calm, and that is precisely why it will work. At dawn, the Roman consul, Gaius Flaminius, leads his army along the lake shore. The fog is thick now, rolling in from the water, swallowing sound and form. The Roman soldiers can see only a few paces ahead. To them, the world is quiet, too quiet, but the path is clear, and they move forward. Hannibal's men wait in silence. You may imagine that hush, tens of thousands of soldiers, breathing slowly, unseen. The mist hides everything, the hills, the lake, the waiting. Only the soft creak of armor and the occasional clink of a bridle breaks the stillness. Then, at the perfect moment, not too soon, not too late, Hannibal gives the signal. The hills come alive from all sides. The Carthaginian lines surge forward, silent at first, then roaring in unison. The Romans, trapped between the steep slopes and the lake, have no room to maneuver. The fog disorients them. Their formations collapse. Commanders shout orders that vanish into the mist. The very air becomes confusion. Yet Hannibal's movements remain smooth, almost serene. He does not drive the battle with noise, but with rhythm. Each unit advances according to the contour of the ground, closing like a tide. The engagement lasts hours, but to those within it, it must have felt timeless, a blur of shadow and echo. By the time the fog lifts, it is over. The lake's edge is scattered with abandoned shields, the water darkened with the remains of the fallen. The Roman army has been erased, not through chaos, but through perfect stillness and timing. It is one of the most complete ambushes in recorded history. Hannibal does not rejoice. He simply watches as the mist dissolves, revealing what his foresight has wrought. To him, victory is not spectacle, it is comprehension. The land had spoken, and he had listened. That night, the camp is quiet again. The soldiers sit by small fires, drying their cloaks, speaking softly. Some stare out toward the lake, which now reflects the pale glow of the moon, calm once more. As though nothing had happened, Hannibal sits apart, writing notes on a small tablet, his face unreadable. He studies the horizon, thinking not of the past day, but of what the Romans will do next. He knows they will come again, stronger, angrier, and less careless. But he also knows that the pattern remains the same. Where they rush, he waits. Where they tighten, he flows. You might pause here with him, feel the cool air, hear the faint ripple of water against the shore. There is a strange peace in this moment, isn't there? Even after violence, the world returns to quiet. The wind moves through the reeds. The stars hang steady above. Hannibal understands that war, like nature, always returns to balance. It is only men who forget that truth. As you sit with that thought, the calm lake, the whispering hills, the faint echo of strategy woven into silence, perhaps you might ask yourself, when the path ahead disappears into fog, do you wait for clarity, or do you move gently forward, trusting what the land has already told you? The seasons shift again. You might imagine early summer now, warm air drifting across the fields of southern Italy, the scent of wheat and wild herbs rising in the wind. The earth feels open, spacious, alive. For a while, it seems as though the land itself has taken a long, slow breath after so many months of struggle. Hannibal's army moves easily through this gentler country. The men are seasoned now, not a marching force, but a living, breathing organism, accustomed to hardship, attuned to his rhythm. They have come to trust his quiet certainty. Every halt, every turn of the column, every pause to water the horses feels intentional, guided by a thought that stretches beyond the visible horizon. The Romans, however, are restless. After the disaster at Trasimene, Rome is shaken but not broken. The Senate appoints a new leader, Quintus Fabius Maximus, a man of patience and restraint. They call him Cunctator, the Delayer. Hannibal studies him from afar, curious. For the first time, he faces an opponent who refuses to rush into battle. Fabius shadows him instead, staying near, yet never engaging directly. When Hannibal turns inland, Fabius blocks the passes. When he descends toward the coast, Fabius mirrors the movement from the ridges above. It is a dance of distance, slow and deliberate. You can almost feel the quiet tension between them, not of violence, but of thought. Two minds, each aware of the other, each testing for weakness. In patience, Hannibal respects him immediately. For months, the two armies watch one another across valleys and rivers. The Romans fortify high ground, avoiding traps. The Carthaginians move lightly, living off the land, drawing supplies from local allies. The conflict becomes one of endurance, not impact. For Hannibal, this is something new. His rhythm, so often set by motion and surprise, must now adapt to stillness, and he does so with the same calm precision that has guided him through mountains and battlefields alike. When an army refuses to fight, he realizes the terrain must do the fighting instead. So he studies it more deeply. He burns crops when necessary, not out of cruelty, but to draw the Romans closer, to test their control. He maneuvers through fields and plains in deliberate patterns, forcing Fabius to follow, always one step behind, never close enough to strike. This period becomes known as the Fabian strategy, a mirror image of Hannibal's own methods. It is slow warfare, thoughtful, without spectacle. And though some in Rome mock their commander for cowardice, Fabius endures, knowing that patience itself can be a weapon. Hannibal, too, learns in this time. He sees how restraint can be as potent as aggression, how time can wear down confidence as surely as battle. You might picture him in his tent at dusk, tracing lines on a map, not of roads or rivers, but of possibilities. The candlelight flickers softly on his hands, steady as always. He does not rush to outthink Fabius. He simply waits for the rhythm to shift. One evening, that shift comes. The Carthaginian army finds itself temporarily blocked between high ridges. The Roman forces occupying the exits. Supplies run low. The men are uneasy. Hannibal listens to the wind and the sounds of the Roman campfires glowing faintly on the slopes. He knows they are close, too close to risk open combat, yet too confident to imagine escape. In the darkness, an idea forms. It is not desperate, but elegant. He orders hundreds of cattle, brought from the baggage train. Around each animal's horns, the soldiers tie bundles of dry sticks and reeds. When the night grows deepest, the torches are lit. The animals are driven toward the mountainside, their fiery horns creating a river of flickering light that winds upward across the slopes. From a distance, it looks like thousands of men climbing in the dark. The Romans, seeing the movement, believe Hannibal is escaping through the high passes. They rush to intercept, abandoning their lower positions, and that is when Hannibal moves. While the Romans scatter toward the decoy, his army slips silently through the low valley, quiet, organized, unseen. By dawn, the Carthaginians are miles away, their path clear, their pursuers bewildered. It is one of the most subtle deceptions in military history, achieved not with noise, but with understanding of light, of perception, of how the human mind reads patterns in darkness. When the Romans finally realize what has happened, Hannibal is gone. The mountains are quiet again. The burnt torches lie scattered among the rocks, still faintly smoking. You can almost imagine that scene, the last glow of embers against the dawn sky, the silent satisfaction among Hannibal's men as they march away through mist. There is no laughter, no boasting, only a kind of peaceful awareness. That knowledge, once again, has carried them further than strength could have. This is the pattern of Hannibal's genius, to make the world itself a participant in his strategy. Fire, wind, light, shadow, all become elements of his design. His enemies fight men. He fights with the landscape. And through this period of quiet maneuver, his army remains whole. He does not seek victory in every moment. He seeks continuation, the ability to choose the next place, the next time, the next rhythm. When he finally sets camp again, in a wide plain filled with wildflowers and buzzing insects, the soldiers rest. They eat, mend their gear, sleep under open skies. The air feels softer now, scented with pine and the promise of summer. Hannibal walks among them at dusk, speaking with the officers, listening to the laughter of the younger soldiers. He knows what they cannot yet see, that great battles still lie ahead, greater even than those behind them. But for now, rest is part of the rhythm. Reflection is part of command. He looks west, where the sun lowers behind the hills, its light turning gold against the edges of his camp. The wind moves slowly through the tents, gentle, rhythmic, steady. He has matched wits with a patient enemy and found patience within himself. That, too, is victory. And as you sit with this image, the quiet camp, the faint glow of twilight, the calm after movement, you might wonder, softly, when life slows your advance and the way ahead seems blocked, can you find stillness enough to see that waiting is its own form of movement? The air turns warmer now, the light deep and golden over the fields of Apulia. Dust hangs in slow motion along the horizon, drifting from the hooves of men and horses that move like shadows across the plain. It is summer again, the summer of 216 BCE, and Hannibal Barca stands on the threshold of his most perfect design. The Roman Republic, still reeling from humiliation, has gathered its full might. Two consuls, Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro, command nearly 80,000 men, the largest army Rome has ever assembled. Their purpose is simple: to crush Hannibal once and for all. You might imagine the plains of Cannae now, open, sun-bleached, nearly featureless. The river Aufidus curves gently through the landscape, its surface shimmering in the heat. To one side, the ground rises slightly. To the other, it stretches flat and dry. The wind blows steady from the south, carrying dust and heat in equal measure. To the Romans, this seems an ideal battlefield. Wide, open ground, perfect for their massive formations to press forward. To Hannibal, it is something else entirely. A canvas. He studies it the way an artist studies tone and contrast. He sees where the sun will rise, how the wind will shift, where shadows will fall by noon. He measures the texture of the soil beneath his sandals, loose, dry, easy to stir into dust. All of it matters. Every detail will become part of the rhythm for days. The two armies face one another across the plain. The Romans wait, their ranks gleaming in the morning light. Hannibal waits too, watching the sky, feeling the pulse of the air. He knows his men are outnumbered nearly 2-1, but he does not measure advantage by numbers. He measures it by balance. On the morning of the battle, he arranges his forces in a formation that no Roman commander could comprehend, a crescent that bows outward toward the enemy. At the center, he places his weakest troops, Iberians and Gauls, men who have fought bravely, but are weary from years of campaign. Behind them, in the sheltering curve, he positions his African infantry, disciplined, calm, waiting. His cavalry he divides on the wings, giving his finest horsemen the freedom to move like wind across the field. The Romans, confident in their strength, arrange their forces in a dense, heavy column, a solid mass meant to break through by weight alone. They believe this is certainty. Hannibal sees only rigidity. You may picture the stillness before dawn, the breath of men in the cool air, the slow creak of leather and rope, the rustle of standards shifting in the breeze. Hannibal rides along the front line, speaking softly to his men. He reminds them of the mountains, of the rivers, of the patience that has carried them this far. He tells them the Romans are powerful, yes, but power without vision is only noise. When the sun rises, the world becomes bright and hard-edged. The dust begins to rise, almost immediately, stirred by tens of thousands of feet. It clings to skin and armor, turning the air into a shimmering veil. The heat presses downward, relentless. The battle begins with the Roman advance. They move as they always have, forward, steady, confident. The Carthaginian center begins to bend under the pressure. Step by step, they fall back, not in panic, but in design. The crescent deepens. To the Roman eyes, it looks like success. Their momentum increases, the sound of their advance swelling like surf. But as they push deeper, they narrow their own formation, packed tighter, shoulder to shoulder, until movement itself becomes limited. The Carthaginians, meanwhile, flow backward in rhythm, creating space, shaping the field. Then, slowly, quietly, the rhythm shifts as the Roman front surges forward into the hollow center. The African infantry on Hannibal's flanks pivots inward, precise, controlled, inevitable. The crescent becomes a circle. At the same time, his cavalry, having driven off the Roman horse on the wings, sweeps behind the enemy's rear. The Romans are surrounded, enveloped on all sides by a calm, closing pattern. There is no single moment of shock, no chaos, only realization, the slow, dreadful awareness that movement is gone, that every direction leads to resistance. The Romans, trapped in their own momentum, begin to suffocate under their own density. Hannibal watches from a small rise, silent. To him, this is not slaughter, it is geometry fulfilled, the shape of inevitability drawn on earth. His plan, formed in patience and executed in rhythm, now unfolds with perfect balance. Hours later, when the dust begins to settle, the field lies quiet again. The river murmurs softly nearby. The wind shifts, carrying the smell of heat and earth across the plain. What remains is not triumph, but stillness, the heavy, exhausted silence that follows perfection. Hannibal's officers approach, some exhilarated, some stunned. He says little. His eyes linger on the horizon, where the sunlight fades into haze. He knows this victory, though immense, is not final. Rome will not yield easily, but for this moment, he has achieved something purer than conquest, the complete alignment of thought, terrain, and time. That night, the camp is subdued. There is no celebration. The men are too tired, too aware of what they have witnessed. Fires burn low. The sound of insects hums through the darkness. Hannibal sits alone for a long time, his map spread before him, the flicker of flame reflected in his eyes. He has done what no commander before him dared attempt, not through rage or speed, but through clarity. He has shown that patience, balance, and awareness can overcome strength, order, and pride. You can almost feel that quiet in the air, the world pausing, as if to absorb the scale of it. The wind drifts across the plain again, gentle, indifferent, eternal. And as you imagine standing there, long after the noise has faded, looking out across the empty field, where dust still settles in the golden light, you might ask yourself, when the world presses in from all sides, when motion becomes confinement, can you still find the space within yourself to breathe and see the pattern waiting to open? You might imagine the plains of southern Italy, some weeks later, the heat subdued. Now, the sky pale and wide, cicadas droning lazily from the grasses. The land bears no scars from the great battle, only the quiet continuation of life, rivers flowing, crops swaying, wind passing gently over forgotten helmets, buried beneath the soil. Hannibal's army rests near the town of Capua. After Cannae, there are no Roman legions left in the field strong enough to oppose him. The victory has been absolute, 80,000 defeated in a single day, and yet the Carthaginian camp is quiet, almost solemn. You might see Hannibal seated at a simple table outside his tent, the faint evening light falling across maps, weighted by small stones. Around him, officers speak softly, their voices low and measured. There is no shouting, no arrogance, only that calm awareness that true triumph is not loud, it is heavy, still, reflective. The men are weary, their armor dull with dust. They eat, they rest, they tend to the wounded. There is no illusion now of glory, only endurance. For years, they have crossed mountains, rivers, and nations. Their victories are carved into history, but they remain far from home, and yet Hannibal's gaze is not backward. He looks north toward Rome, always Rome, the idea that has shaped his life, the city that has drawn him across continents. His officers wait for orders to march upon it, to end what they began. But Hannibal, after a long silence, shakes his head. It is not time. He knows that to march on Rome now, without siege engines, without reinforcements from Carthage, would be to invite exhaustion, not victory. He has studied not only battlefields, but empires, and he understands that Rome's strength lies not only in its legions, but in its endurance, its capacity to recover. So he chooses patience once more. You may imagine that decision, how quiet it must have been. No grand speeches, no applause, just the sound of wind against canvas, the rustle of parchment. His officers exchange uncertain looks. Some urge him forward, others remain silent, trusting his vision. For Hannibal Restraint is not hesitation, it is control. He knows that time itself can be shaped as surely as terrain. If he cannot defeat Rome through shock, he will weaken it through rhythm, through years of presence, of quiet pressure, of making every moment of the Republic's existence uncertain. He moves the army southward, toward Capua, the second largest city in Italy, whose walls rise from fertile ground like an island of marble amid fields of gold. Capua welcomes him. Weary of Roman taxes and rule, the city opens its gates, offering alliance, supplies, and rest. For the first time in years, Hannibal's men enjoy comfort, baths, wine, shelter, abundance. The elephants wander through the orchards, the soldiers sleep, without fear of the next march. It is a strange peace, soft, almost disorienting. Some later historians would say that Capua was Hannibal's undoing, that luxury softened his veterans, dulled their edge. Perhaps there is some truth in that, but in this moment, one can imagine something deeper, the human need to breathe after so long in motion. Even the most disciplined of armies must rest, and rest too carries lessons. Hannibal watches it all quietly. He does not indulge, as others do. He walks the streets in the evenings, speaking with local leaders, studying their customs, their wealth, their pride. He understands that alliances are not built by force, but by calm assurance. His presence in Capua is both respite and message, a demonstration that Carthage's reach can touch even Rome's most loyal cities. At night, he sits alone, writing letters to Carthage, reports of the victory, requests for reinforcements, appeals for support. His words are measured, thoughtful, but across the sea, politics and hesitation delay response. Months pass, seasons change, and still no great army comes to join him. You may imagine the frustration, quiet, contained, never shown in anger. He continues to plan, to train, to teach. Every day, he walks the camps, ensuring discipline, maintaining readiness. Even in stillness, the rhythm continues. The Romans, meanwhile, refuse to fall. They gather new armies, recruit from boys and old men alike, rebuild their formations, their morale, their belief. Hannibal watches this with respect. He has hurt them deeply, but he has not broken them. In time, he will fight again. Smaller engagements, clever maneuvers, years of persistence, but the rhythm has changed now. The war has shifted from motion to endurance, and yet, through it all, his composure never wavers. To his men, he remains the same, calm, observant, steady. To his enemies, he remains a shadow on the map, always somewhere nearby, never fully seen. Imagine one quiet evening, the sun setting over the fields outside Capua. The air glows faintly gold, the sound of distant voices carrying across the wind. Hannibal stands alone for a while, looking toward the north, toward Rome. The light fades slowly from the hills. He has come further than anyone believed possible. He has changed the shape of war itself, shown the world that patience, foresight, and balance can outmatch even the mightiest empire. And as the evening deepens into stillness, you might see him turn and walk back toward the campfires, his steps slow and deliberate, his thoughts already years ahead. In the distance, the men's laughter softens, replaced by the low murmur of conversation, the sound of a single flute playing by the fire. The stars appear one by one, sharp and quiet. For Hannibal, this pause is not the end of movement, but a new rhythm, slower, deeper, more reflective. He knows that the greatest challenges still lie ahead, not on battlefields, but in time itself. And as you sit with this image, the calm after conquest, the glow of twilight over a land that has seen both fury and peace, you might ask yourself, when you achieve what once seemed impossible, can you still find the wisdom to pause, to breathe, and to wait for what comes next? You might imagine late summer in southern Italy, The sky wide and pale, the air thick with the hum of cicadas, the faint smell of ripening figs carried on the wind. The Carthaginian banners stir softly above the camp near Capua, their red and gold cloth faded by months of sun. The men have grown accustomed to peace again, their wounds healed, their armor polished, their laughter returned. Yet in Hannibal's eyes, there is no rest, only reflection. He walks often now, alone, at dawn. The mist still clings to the ground when he steps outside his tent, and the fields glisten faintly with dew. Sometimes he carries no weapon, only a small staff, tracing lines in the dirt as he walks, imagining maps, plans, the invisible patterns of future battles. The war has quieted, but his mind has not. Rome is recovering faster than he had hoped. He knows this from the reports brought by his scouts and the merchants who pass between towns. New legions are forming in the north, young and untested, but countless. Rome has learned from defeat. The city that once rushed blindly into traps now moves cautiously, deliberately, with a patience that almost mirrors his own. He finds this both admirable and inevitable. His presence in Italy has transformed his enemy. He has taught them his own lessons, to observe, to wait, to adapt, and so the campaign enters a different kind of rhythm, no longer about great clashes, but about endurance, movement, supply, trust. Hannibal becomes a teacher, not only to his soldiers, but to history itself. He knows that empires are not destroyed in a single blow. They are worn down, moment by moment, until the pattern shifts forever. You may imagine him sitting now at the edge of camp, the faint rustle of olive trees. Behind him, the murmur of men preparing breakfast. He watches the horizon, his expression unreadable. His brother Mago approaches, bringing word from the scouts. Roman patrols have been spotted along the Volturnus River. Hannibal listens, nods, and speaks softly. No alarm, no urgency. His orders flow like calm water. Adjust the outposts, move the cavalry slightly north, prepare for movement, but do not rush. Even in inaction, he creates structure. Even in uncertainty, he maintains stillness. The Romans attempt to draw him into traps of their own now, skirmishes, ambushes, feigned retreats, but he rarely takes the bait. Instead, he watches, measuring how far their patience has come, how deeply his influence has taken root. It is strange to think of an enemy learning from you, but Hannibal feels no bitterness. It is the natural evolution of understanding. He has always believed that war, like life, is not about domination, but adaptation. Those who learn survive. Those who rage blindly vanish. At Capua, his men begin to chafe at inactivity. They were forged in motion, in rivers and mountains, in the disciplined rhythm of march and maneuver. Some whisper that the commander has lost his fire. Others, the veterans who have seen his eyes before battle, know better. They recognize the stillness for what it is, the quiet coil before movement resumes. To remind them of their purpose, Hannibal holds small exercises at dawn, not grand parades or displays of strength, but quiet rehearsals, maneuvers through the fields, formations in the dust, controlled charges, followed by sudden stillness. The elephants are brought out again, their shadows long in the morning light. He trains not for spectacle, but for rhythm, for that invisible thread that binds order to intuition, and through it all, he speaks to them gently, never shouting, never scolding. His words are simple. You must know the ground beneath your feet. You must know the wind. You must know silence. These are lessons not only for soldiers, but for anyone who seeks mastery over self. In these months, Hannibal becomes less a warrior than a philosopher of movement. His tent is often filled with maps and clay models of terrain. He teaches his officers to read the land the way one reads a language, to see the meaning of ridges, the grammar of rivers, the syntax of shadow. Every field speaks, he says quietly. You must listen. You might imagine one such evening, the camp quiet, the sky streaked with the soft blue of twilight. The soldiers sit in small groups, eating, talking, mending their gear. The air is warm and smells faintly of smoke and baked earth. Somewhere nearby, an officer studies a map by lantern light, tracing lines as Hannibal once did. In the distance, lightning flickers along the horizon. Far away over the sea, a storm will come, but not tonight. For now, the air is still, the rhythm slow and even. Hannibal steps out of his tent and looks upward. The stars, bright and countless, remind him of home, of Carthage, of the young man he once was, swearing before his father's gods that he would never be a friend to Rome. That oath still burns within him, though time has softened its edges. What began as vengeance has become discipline. What began as fury has become knowledge. He has learned, perhaps without meaning to, that even hatred can be transformed into clarity. He closes his eyes for a moment and listens to the faint hum of insects, to the crackle of distant firewood, to the slow breathing of an army at rest. Each sound is part of a pattern, each moment connected. When dawn comes again, he will move once more, not toward Rome, but through the long game of endurance, through years of slow pressure and subtle movement. He does not know yet how this story will end, but he knows that calm will always be his foundation. And as the night deepens around him and the camp settles into silence, you might ask yourself, when victory has been won and the world seems still, can you carry the same patience forward, even when the rhythm of life begins again? The year drifts onward, the light in Italy growing softer, more forgiving. The countryside stretches wide beneath a sky, the color of burnished bronze, the horizon fading into haze where the land meets the sea. It is a time of small movements now, no great battles, no desperate marches, only the slow pulse of strategy continuing through quieter days. You may imagine Hannibal walking through the farmland outside his encampment. The ground is rich and dark, scattered with the stubble of harvested grain. Farmers move in the distance, cautious but curious, their eyes following the man whose presence has reshaped their world. He does not threaten them. He studies them, the way they plow, the way they tend to the soil, how they rise before dawn and move with the rhythm of necessity. He understands this rhythm. War and harvest share the same patience. You cannot rush either without ruin. To Hannibal, the pause between battles is not idleness, but learning. He uses it to observe, to think, to refine his understanding of both the land and the people who inhabit it. He knows that territory is not just geography, it is psychology. To hold a place, you must understand its heart. His officers bring him reports of small Roman movements, skirmishes, patrols, towns fortifying their walls. Rome rebuilds its strength like a forest regrowing after fire. Each new legion is younger, less certain, but more disciplined than the last. Hannibal reads these signs as one might read weather. The direction of the wind has changed, but the sky is still clear enough to move beneath. He turns his attention to the south, toward the cities of Tarentum and Bruttium, toward the narrow ridges and sea-washed cliffs, where he can draw new allies and new supplies. His strategy now is not to strike at Rome's walls, but to loosen the threads that hold the Republic together. Every ally Rome loses weakens its pattern, so he begins again, not in haste, but with deliberate grace. You might picture him standing on a rise above the plain, his cloak shifting softly in the breeze. Below, his army prepares to move, columns forming, wagons creaking, banners stirring faintly. There is no rush. Each man knows his place, each movement practiced until it becomes almost meditative. This, too, is part of his genius to make motion itself an act of discipline. His army, drawn from many lands, speaks with many tongues, yet on the march their rhythm unites them. Footsteps fall together, commands ripple through ranks like quiet waves. Even the elephants, lumbering at the rear, seem to sway in time with the pulse of the column. They move south, through rolling hills and olive groves, past small villages that watch in silence. The heat is softer now, the air scented with thyme and pine resin. Hannibal rides at the front, his gaze fixed always forward. The land unfolds before him like a long thought, each ridge a possibility, each valley a memory. At night, the camps glow faintly across the landscape. Fires burn in ordered lines, their reflections flickering in the polished metal of shields laid neatly beside sleeping men. The sound of distant waves carries on the wind, mingling with the soft rhythm of sentries' footsteps. Hannibal spends these evenings alone or with a few trusted companions. Sometimes he speaks of logistics, the next route, the supplies, the timing of fords and crossings. Sometimes he speaks of philosophy, of how strength comes not from resistance but from harmony. His officers listen, unsure if he speaks of war or of life itself. He has become, by now, less a commander and more a force of nature, one who moves not with urgency, but inevitability. His every decision feels as though it has already been made, long before the moment of execution. When they reach the coastal plains near Tarentum, the sea stretches blue and infinite before them. Waves break softly against the rocks. The air smells of salt and wind and long travel. Here, the strategy changes once more. Tarentum, discontented under Roman rule, begins to whisper of rebellion. Hannibal sends envoys, not with threats, but with promises of freedom and fair treatment. He knows the power of quiet persuasion. Cities fall more easily to calm reasoning than to force. In time, Tarentum opens its gates, not with banners and trumpets, but with silence. The transition is smooth, almost gentle, as though the city had simply turned its face toward the inevitable. Hannibal enters at dusk. The streets are narrow, paved with worn stone that echoes softly underfoot. Citizens watch from doorways, some fearful, some curious. His soldiers march with discipline, no looting, no noise. The commander's presence is enough to enforce order. He walks slowly through the city, his eyes absorbing every detail, the harbor lights, the quiet fountains, the slope of the rooftops against the fading sky. To him, every new place is a lesson. He learns how cities breathe, how people respond to fear and to respect, how trust is built not through words, but through behavior. Tarentum becomes his southern base, a sanctuary of calm in a landscape still echoing with uncertainty. From here, he continues his quiet campaign, not always by sword, but by influence. And in this rhythm of small movements, Hannibal begins to understand something larger than victory. He sees how power itself flows, how it shifts, ebbs, and returns like the tide. He realizes that war is only one expression of a deeper truth, that life, too, is a series of positions gained and released, advances and pauses, all within the same endless motion. You might picture him on the city walls one evening, the sea below, dark and endless, the sky streaked with the last light of day. His cloak moves gently in the wind. Behind him, the city murmurs with the soft sounds of night, the clink of dishes, the laughter of distant voices, the bark of a dog. Ahead, only the horizon. For a moment, he closes his eyes and simply listens to the waves, to the air, to the quiet heartbeat of a campaign that has become more meditation than conquest. And as you stand beside him in thought, overlooking that calm and endless sea, you might wonder when the struggle gives way to stillness, and the horizon lies open and unclaimed. Can you let yourself rest in the knowledge that every movement has already found its place in time? You might imagine early morning in Tarentum, the sea still gray, the light just beginning to rise over the horizon. The city wakes slowly, its narrow streets washed in silence, the faint scent of salt and smoke drifting in from the harbor. Far out, the water catches the first soft glimmer of dawn, and the air hums gently with the sound of waves against stone. Hannibal stands at the edge of the ramparts, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. Below him, the harbor lies still, ships swaying faintly, their masts like thin brushstrokes against the sky. For a moment, he says nothing. He simply watches. The world, when viewed in stillness, speaks differently. Every ripple in the sea, every distant gull carries its own meaning. It is here, in Tarentum, that the rhythm of the war slows to its most contemplative pace. The years have worn on. Hannibal's hair has begun to gray at the temples, his face marked by wind and sun. His eyes, though, remain the same, steady, clear, absorbing everything. His army, too, has changed. The men who cross the Alps are fewer now, replaced by younger recruits drawn from the south. They move with respect, but not always with understanding. Hannibal watches them train, their spears rising and falling in rhythm, and he feels the strange pull of time, how the pattern endures, even as the players change. The Romans continue to grow stronger. Their new generals, tempered by past defeats, now fight with caution and intelligence. They avoid open battle with him, choosing instead to isolate, to erode, to reclaim the cities that once joined his cause. Hannibal sees the shift and recognizes it instantly. His own methods now mirrored against him. He is not angry. In a way, he feels a quiet admiration. This is the natural cycle of mastery. Those who observe, who adapt, who learn, they carry your lessons forward, even as they use them against you. He spends his days in thought, walking the walls, studying the land beyond the city, the rolling hills, the olive groves, the roads that twist northward toward Rome. He imagines the columns of Roman soldiers, moving along them, steady, disciplined, calm. He knows that he cannot meet them with numbers. He must meet them, as always, with rhythm. In the evenings, he gathers his officers. They sit in a circle beneath the canopy of the stars, their faces lit by firelight. The sound of the waves accompanies their conversation. Hannibal's voice is low, steady, unhurried. He speaks not only of tactics, but of endurance, of how strength lies not in pressing forward, but in remaining balanced while the world changes around you. He tells them, when the enemy grows wise, you must grow patient. When they wait, you must become still. The tide returns to those who outlast its retreat. These are not words of defiance, but of understanding, for Hannibal has come to see that the deepest form of command is not over armies, but over oneself, over fear, over restlessness, over pride. You might imagine him now, stepping away from the fire, looking out toward the dark horizon, where sea and sky blend into one. The air is cool, his breath faint. Somewhere, a night bird calls. The sound is lonely, yet soothing, a reminder that even solitude can be peaceful when carried with grace. His officers watch him from the distance, uncertain whether to speak. They see in him not the fire of the conqueror, but the calm of a thinker, a man who knows that time is its own kind of battlefield. He thinks of his father, Hamilcar, and of the oath he swore as a boy never to be a friend to Rome. At times, that vow had burned like a brand. Now it feels softer, more like a compass than a chain. He has not broken it, but he has refined it. His struggle is no longer fueled by hatred. It is sustained by clarity. Every morning, he continues to lead drills, to study supply routes, to keep his soldiers sharp. He has no illusions. Every victory is temporary, every position transient. The Romans have the advantage of home. He has only the discipline of presence, and so he maintains it quietly, endlessly, like a flame that never falters, even as the wind changes direction. In these years, Hannibal becomes a lesson in patience itself. Cities fall and rise, allies come and go, but his composure never wavers. Sometimes he writes in the evenings long letters to Carthage, filled not with complaint but with precision. He reports numbers, provisions, distances, always calm, always clear. Whether his messages are read or ignored, he cannot control. He sends them like offerings into the tide. One night, when the moon is full and the sea glows silver, he walks alone along the outer walls. The stone beneath his feet is cool, worn smooth by centuries of salt and weather. He pauses often, running his hand along the ancient surface, feeling the texture of history itself. In the distance, lightning flickers silently far out at sea. He watches it for a long time, the brief illumination, the long calm after. It reminds him of the rhythm of war, bursts of brilliance, followed by long intervals of waiting. He smiles faintly, as though recognizing a truth too simple for words. You might feel that stillness with him now, the gentle wind, the soft hiss of the waves, the quiet heartbeat of time itself. For Hannibal, the war has become more than a campaign. It has become a meditation on endurance, the art of holding balance when the ground beneath you shifts. He closes his eyes for a moment and breathes deeply. The air smells of salt and olive, of stone and history. The world, in this moment, feels perfectly aligned, and as you stand beside him in thought, gazing out at the endless, dark horizon, you might ask yourself, when the tide begins to turn against you and all you can do is endure, can you find peace in the act of standing still? You might imagine the light of dawn settling softly over the hills of southern Italy, a pale gold haze spreading across the fields, touching the olive trees and the quiet streams that wind through the low country. The war has stretched for years now. Armies have come and gone, yet Hannibal remains, steady and deliberate, as though time itself has chosen to move at his pace. The Romans continue their slow recovery. They avoid direct battle, choosing instead to tighten the circle around him, taking back cities, cutting supply lines, closing ports. Their commanders are cautious now, shaped by the memory of his victories. They no longer rush. They have learned from him, and he knows it. You might picture him standing over a map in the dim interior of his tent. The lines are faint from wear, the ink smudged where his fingers have traced them again and again. The lamp beside him flickers, throwing thin light across the parchment. Around him, the quiet rustle of aides moving carefully, waiting for instruction, for one of his long silences to end. He looks not angry, not weary, but thoughtful. Each Roman advance, each lost ally, each delay, all of it fits into a pattern he continues to read. He knows he cannot hold all of Italy forever, but he also knows that every year he remains here changes the nature of Rome's confidence. There is strength in persistence. Even the smallest flame, if it burns long enough, can change the air around it. He has begun to use his knowledge differently now. Instead of meeting the Romans in grand engagements, he watches them, studying their new generals, their discipline, their rhythm. He knows that strategy evolves like a living thing. Those who survive longest are not those who dominate, but those who adapt. In this quieter phase, Hannibal's army becomes more like a tide, appearing suddenly, striking with precision, then fading into the landscape before the Romans can respond. Villages whisper his name again, not in fear but in awe. His men, though fewer, move with a fluidity that seems almost effortless. Every ambush is a lesson, every retreat a recalibration. He begins to teach his younger officers what he calls the art of vanishing. He tells them, if the enemy expects you in the valley, move through the forest. If they look for you at dawn, appear at dusk. Surprise is not in speed, it is in invisibility. You might imagine them training by twilight, groups of soldiers practicing movement through tall grass, learning to march in silence, to merge with shadow. Hannibal watches, his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly at their progress. His eyes still shine with the same calm intensity that carried him across the Alps. Sometimes he rides alone through the countryside, his escort at a distance. The land is familiar now, the winding roads, the distant farms, the scent of the sea carried inland by the wind. Children in small villages stop and stare when they see him pass. To them, he is not a conqueror, but a figure of myth, a commander who has become part of the landscape itself. At night, the air cools, the sound of the sea fades, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Hannibal sits with his officers by a low fire. He listens more than he speaks. When he does speak, it is with simplicity. Every campaign, he says, has a pulse. You must listen to it. When it slows, you must not force it. When it quickens, you must not resist it. Your task is not to control time. It is to travel within its rhythm. The men listen quietly. Some take notes. Others simply stare into the fire, letting the words sink like stones into still water. For Hannibal, these moments are as important as any battle, teaching them to see, to move not from impulse, but from perception, is the true legacy he wishes to leave. Meanwhile, across the land, the war begins to shift again. Rome, relentless, has found new strength and patience. Their generals, now skilled in delay and control, move steadily southward. They avoid open battle, tightening the boundaries around Hannibal's influence. He feels it, the quiet pressure, the subtle closing of space. Yet even this, he does not resist. He lets it come, the way one allows the tide to rise. In his mind, the real victory is no longer territorial. It is philosophical. He has already changed the nature of Roman warfare, perhaps forever. You might imagine him now, sitting at the edge of a coastal cliff, the sea stretching wide before him. The sky is streaked with rose and gray. He watches the horizon without tension, the breeze tugging lightly at his cloak. Below, waves crash against the rocks in slow, unending rhythm. To an observer, it might seem that the war has passed its height, but to Hannibal, there are still lessons to be learned, still truths to observe in the turning of events. He thinks often of endurance, of how every living thing must adapt to survive. The sea below him never stops moving, yet it is always the same sea. In that constancy of change, he sees something eternal. He knows his time in Italy will one day end, but the clarity of his method, his way of seeing, his calm, will not. Others will carry it forward, though they may not know its source. That thought comforts him. The air grows cooler as the sun sets. Behind him, the camp grows quiet. The soft murmur of soldiers, the glow of lanterns, the sound of horses shifting in the dark. The evening smells of salt and smoke and pine. He remains seated for a long time, his mind moving gently through memory. The river crossings, the mountains, the plains of Cannae, the city walls of Tarentum, each place still vivid, still alive in his thoughts, each one a note in the long, unhurried composition of his life. When he finally stands, he moves slowly, without haste. His footsteps sound soft against the earth, and as he turns back toward the camp, the stars beginning to brighten overhead, you might find yourself wondering, when you have walked so far, through so many changing seasons, can you accept that legacy is not always victory, but understanding? You might imagine a mild spring morning now, the fields near Tarentum, soft with new grass, the air faintly scented with rain. The long years of war have settled into a kind of rhythm that only the patient can endure. To most, this would feel like waiting. To Hannibal, it feels like listening, He walks through the camp at dawn, his boots damp from dew, his soldiers stirring quietly around him. Fires crackle low, and the sound of sharpening blades carries softly through the air. No one hurries. The army has learned his pace, measured, calm, deliberate. They know that movement will come when the world itself signals that it is time. By now, Hannibal's face bears the deep calm of experience. Lines mark his brow not from worry, but from contemplation. He has seen every shade of war, the chaos of victory, the quiet of loss, the long stretches of silence in between. And in all of it, he has found something steady, something that remains unbroken. This morning, he climbs a low hill outside the camp. From there, he can see far across the countryside olive trees standing in even rows, the shimmer of the Ionian Sea beyond. The wind moves through the grass, bending it in long waves, and he watches for a while in silence. To him, the movement of the grass is as instructive as any battle, each blade yielding, but never defeated. He turns to his officers beside him and gestures toward the horizon. "Do you see that?" he asks quietly. The wind changes direction, but the field remains whole. That is how we must move now. The war, by this time, has become one of endurance and attrition. Rome has regained much of its strength. They have taken back many of the cities that once supported him. Hannibal knows this. He also knows that his army still stands, smaller, yes, but intact, disciplined, unwavering. He has made himself a fixture in Italy, impossible to defeat, but no longer able to conquer. His strategy now is existence itself. By remaining, he continues to remind Rome that the past cannot be undone. His presence is both resistance and memory. When messages arrive from Carthage, they are polite but cautious. Political divisions at home have drained the will to send reinforcements. Hannibal reads the letters slowly, his expression unchanging. He understands that he is now a solitary force, still loyal, still bound by duty, but living within a rhythm that belongs to him alone. You might picture him sitting in his tent after reading such a letter. The oil lamp beside him burns low, its light flickering softly across the parchment. The night outside is quiet. He leans back, fingers steepled, and lets his thoughts settle like dust. There is no bitterness, only acceptance. He has learned that the world moves in cycles of rise and fall, advance and retreat, promise and silence. All things, even empires, follow this pattern. His task is no longer to defy it, but to understand it. The next morning, he gathers his officers. He speaks to them, not of battle, but of balance. When you cannot advance, he says, you must strengthen what you hold. When you cannot win, you must endure. When the tide recedes, it is not loss. It is the rhythm preparing for return. They listen in stillness, some not fully grasping, others understanding deeply. These are not merely words of a war. They are words of life. That day, the army moves again, not toward conquest, but toward survival. They travel through the hills and small towns of Bruttium, the southernmost region of Italy, where the mountains touch the sea. The terrain here is wild, quiet, unspoiled. The roads twist through forests and along high cliffs, where the wind whistles through pine. Hannibal rides near the front, wrapped in a dark cloak. His eyes trace the path ahead, the play of light across stone, the shapes of shadows beneath the trees. Even after all these years, he studies the land as if seeing it for the first time. Every hill, every bend, every stream holds meaning. By night, the camp settles into peaceful rhythm once more. Fires burn low. The sound of the sea echoes softly in the distance. Men speak in murmurs, or not at all. The elephants, fewer now, sway gently in the moonlight. There is a feeling of endurance, of stillness, that stretches beyond purpose. You might imagine Hannibal at his table again, writing by the light of a single flame, His handwriting is steady, his words spare. He writes not to persuade, but to record, as though setting his thoughts to paper might allow them to rest. His notes are practical, yet woven with reflection on supply lines, on morale, on the psychology of patience. He writes, "War teaches that movement without thought is noise, and thought without patience is blindness. The earth always waits. The wise learn to move with it. Outside, a soft rain begins to fall. It taps gently against the canvas of his tent, a sound steady and comforting." Hannibal pauses, listening. The rhythm of it reminds him of marching feet, of the long journey that began years ago across the Pyrenees, through the Rhone, through the white silence of the Alps. He can almost feel the cold again, the crunch of snow, the breath of the wind against his face. But now, the air is warm, the sound of rain soft, the moment peaceful. He smiles faintly. For all the miles traveled, for all the battles fought, it is this, the quiet between, that endures in his memory. The calm after movement, the pause between heartbeats, the knowing that all struggle exists within something greater than itself. As he sets his pen down and listens to the rain deepen, perhaps you can feel that same sense of calm, the long exhale after years of motion. And as the firelight flickers and the night folds softly around the camp, you might ask yourself, when the path narrows and progress slows, can you trust that stillness too is part of the journey's design? You might imagine another dawn now, soft and gray, the kind that comes quietly before the light decides to bloom. The hills of Brutium rise gently from the mist, their slopes washed in the scent of rain from the night before. The air feels cool and clean. Dew beads on the grass, reflecting small points of brightness like scattered stars. Hannibal stands at the edge of the camp, looking out toward the sea. The horizon is pale, endless. The waves move with a slow, deliberate rhythm, and in their sound there is a kind of peace, steady, ancient, unbroken. His cloak stirs lightly in the wind, and his hands rest calmly behind his back. Years of war have sculpted him into something beyond commander or conqueror. He is a listener now, to the air, to the earth, to the quiet conversation between man and nature. Everything speaks, if one stands still long enough to hear. The camp around him has changed. The soldiers are fewer, older. Many who remain have followed him for more than a decade, their loyalty beyond question. They no longer seek glory, only the comfort of his calm. Each man knows that what binds them together is not promise of triumph, but the shared discipline of endurance. Hannibal's officers come to him with reports, supplies thin, Roman patrols nearby, small towns turning once more toward Roman allegiance. He listens to each with patience, his expression unreadable, his tone even. He gives orders in the same manner he has always given them, quietly, precisely, as though adjusting the sails of a ship to match the wind. He has become an expert, not just in war, but in continuance. His army no longer marches toward victory, it flows toward survival. Yet within that endurance lies a deeper form of mastery, to remain when others would yield. That, too, is power. You may picture him later that morning, riding along a narrow mountain road. The path winds upward through low clouds, the hooves of his horse echoing against stone. The cliffs drop steeply away to his right, and far below, the sea flashes silver between the folds of mist. The air tastes of salt and pine. At one turn, he halts to look back. From this height, he can see the line of his army stretched along the path, small, purposeful figures winding through the fog. The sight is strangely beautiful, a moving thread of humanity woven into the immensity of the landscape. It reminds him that no man commands the earth. At best, he moves with it for a time. The wind shifts, carrying faint sounds from below, the calls of soldiers, the clink of gear, the rhythmic breath of animals. Hannibal closes his eyes for a moment and listens. To others, it might sound like fatigue. To him, it is harmony. Later that day, they descend toward the plain again. The rain returns briefly, a soft drizzle that turns the air silver. The men march through it without complaint. They have learned from him that comfort and discomfort are the same when met with balance. In the evening, the camp is set along a gentle rise overlooking the coast. The tents form neat rows, each one glowing faintly from within. The firelight spreads across the wet earth, small circles of warmth against the vast darkness. Hannibal sits alone on a flat stone near his tent, eating a simple meal: bread, a little fruit, a handful of olives. He eats slowly, his gaze on the horizon, where the last color of the sunset fades. The sound of waves reaches him again, calm, repetitive, infinite. His thoughts move easily now, no longer fixed on conquest, but on comprehension. He thinks of how every phase of life reflects the rhythm of war: the beginning rush, the rise, the resistance, and then the settling into patience. He has lived through all of it. An aide approaches quietly, handing him a message from one of his scouts. Roman forces are gathering further north. He reads it, folds the parchment neatly, and sets it aside. His eyes remain on the horizon. After a time, he speaks, more to the air than to the aide. They believe the war is ending, he says softly, but the lessons will remain long after both sides are gone. The aide bows and withdraws, leaving him to the silence. Night descends slowly. The sea darkens to black glass. The stars appear, sharp and still. In the distance, the camp murmurs, the sound of quiet laughter, of men mending sandals, of soft conversation. Hannibal sits for a long time. The fire near him burns low, the coals glowing a deep orange. He feels the warmth against his hands, hears the faint hiss as rain touches the embers. He thinks of Carthage, the city of his youth, the scent of cedarwood and sea air, his father's voice teaching him the ways of command. He thinks of the oath he swore and how that single promise has shaped an entire lifetime. And he thinks of how that promise has evolved from vengeance to understanding, from defiance to discipline. He knows that history will remember him as a warrior, perhaps as an enemy, but within himself, he feels something quieter, a sense that his true achievement lies not in battle, but in clarity. The clarity to see patterns where others see confusion, to wait when others rush, to act only when the world aligns. You might imagine sitting there beside him, the night air cool, the sea a soft murmur in the distance, the stars bright overhead. There is no urgency in the moment, only calm, only presence. He looks upward once more, and for a moment, perhaps, you can almost sense what he feels, that life itself is not a series of victories and defeats, but a single continuous movement, as smooth and eternal as the tide. And as the fire fades, leaving behind only the faint glow of coals and the endless hush of the sea, you might ask yourself, when the struggle no longer needs to be won, can you find peace in simply continuing quietly, gracefully, with the rhythm of the world? The morning begins with the sound of gulls over the coast, a gentle calling that drifts through the damp air, like a reminder that life continues, indifferent and serene. The sea lies smooth and gray beneath the rising light, and a soft mist curls between the cliffs. The camp of Hannibal Barca stirs slowly, the familiar routine unfolding like a quiet ritual. Fires rekindled, horses watered, bread warmed over coals. You might imagine this scene in slow detail, men moving through the pale light, their movements practiced, unhurried. The war has shaped them into creatures of rhythm, not restlessness. Every gesture, the tightening of a strap, the checking of a blade, the sharing of food, speaks of order without urgency. They are no longer fighting to win. They are living within endurance itself. Hannibal emerges from his tent, as he always does, without ceremony. His cloak falls easily around his shoulders, the fabric faded from years of weather and sun. His steps are firm, but quiet. Those who see him bow their heads slightly, not out of fear, but respect, a recognition that this man, more than any other, has learned to inhabit the long silence between triumph and loss. He walks toward the shore, his sandals pressing softly into the damp earth. The tide is low, and the wet sand reflects the early sky like a mirror. He stands at the edge of it, breathing the salt air, listening to the small waves folding over one another. For a long time, he remains still. To others, this might appear as solitude. To Hannibal, it is communion with the earth, with memory, with the rhythm that has guided him since his youth. He knows that strategy without reflection is blind, and reflection without quiet is impossible. Here, by the sea, his thoughts settle into clarity again. He remembers the first time he saw this same horizon as a boy in Carthage, when his father had stood beside him, hand resting on his shoulder, speaking softly of destiny and discipline. He remembers the weight of that promise, the oath never to befriend Rome. It had seemed simple then, sharp and absolute, but years of movement and observation have softened its edges. It is no longer hatred that defines him, but understanding. He kneels to touch the water, cold, clean, alive. You have crossed mountains, he murmurs quietly to himself. You have crossed time. Behind him, the camp begins to wake fully, the faint clang of tools, the low voices of men, the steady rhythm of the day beginning again. Yet for a while longer, he remains apart, allowing the sea to remind him that even endurance must breathe. Later that day, he gathers his officers. They meet not in a tent or hall, but in the open air, seated on stones and fallen logs beneath the shade of pine. The sunlight filters through the branches, broken into slow-moving patterns on the ground. A breeze carries the scent of resin and salt. Hannibal speaks quietly, as always. He does not discuss conquest. He speaks instead of balance. He tells them, "We have learned to move like water. We have learned to hold our shape when pressed. Now we must learn to fade when the world demands it." Some understand immediately, others look uncertain, but he continues in that calm tone that has become the heartbeat of their lives. The Romans have built themselves into endurance. They learned from us patience, observation, timing. That is as it should be. The wise always pass their lessons into their enemies. It is how the world renews itself. The men listen. Some nod. Others stare into the forest, absorbing the thought. He pauses, then adds softly, "We will move again soon, not to seek victory, but to remain part of the rhythm. As long as we move, the pattern continues." The officers disperse quietly. Afterward, their steps careful in the pine needles. Hannibal remains seated for a while longer, looking up through the canopy toward the flicker of sunlight above. There is peace in his expression, not the peace of ease, but the peace of comprehension. By evening, the camp settles once more. The air cools, the light fades to amber, and the sea reflects the last color of day. Hannibal walks among his men, speaking to a few, offering brief words of encouragement, always gentle. He understands the importance of tone, how calm can travel through an army faster than command. When he returns to his tent, he writes, not a battle plan this time, but a reflection. The words flow slowly, evenly, across the parchment. There comes a point when war teaches stillness, when one realizes that conquest is a movement of the mind, not of territory. That patience is the only strategy that endures. He sets the stylus down, reading the line again by lamplight. The corners of his mouth curve slightly, almost imperceptibly, into the shadow of a smile. Outside, the night gathers. The stars appear, clear and countless. The rhythmic sound of the waves reaches the camp once more, steady and unbroken. You may imagine him sitting there, candle extinguished, listening. His breath slows, his eyes half closed. The sea, the wind, the faint murmurs of men in their sleep, all part of one unending sound. And as he rests in that perfect stillness, one thought remains, that clarity is not a moment reached through struggle, but something that waits quietly beneath it all. You might feel that same quiet now, a calm awareness that nothing in the world ever truly stops moving, even when all seems still. And so, standing beside the silent sea, with the long road of history behind him, you might ask yourself, when the tide of purpose fades and only reflection remains, can you let your thoughts move like water, shaping themselves gently around what endures? The season turns once more, a slow and gentle change that softens the land. The fields near the coast are full again, the hillsides green with new growth. The wind carries the scent of flowering herbs, and the evenings linger with golden light before fading into cool blue. For the first time in many years, there is a sense of calm permanence in the air, as if the earth itself has decided to rest. Hannibal moves through this world as if it belongs to another rhythm entirely. His body, hardened by decades of marching, bears the marks of distance and decision, but his movement remains smooth and certain. He walks now not as a conqueror, but as a witness. The war continues, somewhere beyond his reach. Skirmishes, shifting alliances, slow encirclements. Yet here, in this southern quiet, the rhythm has changed. Each morning, he rises before the camp. He likes to watch the light arrive, that slow unveiling of color over sea and sky. To him, it is the same discipline as strategy, the patience to wait for what must come, and the calm to accept it when it does. You may imagine him now, seated upon a low stone near the edge of a cliff, his eyes on the horizon. Behind him, the camp still sleeps, a faint haze of a smoke from dying fires curling upward. Before him, the sea is endless, shifting gently, its color deepening from gray to blue. He has lived most of his life in motion, yet he understands now that stillness is not the opposite of movement, it is the completion of it. Every campaign, every crossing, every carefully measured battle has led him here, to this place where he can see without needing to act. In the distance, gulls drift along the wind. The sound of their wings cuts softly through the air. Hannibal watches their effortless arcs, how they turn without thought, guided by unseen currents. He nods slightly, as though recognizing the same principle that guided him through battle, control through surrender, direction through trust in rhythm. Later that day, he walks through the camp. The men rise as he passes. Some salute, others simply meet his gaze with quiet respect. There is affection here, the deep, wordless bond that forms among those who have endured long hardship together. He stops often to speak, brief words, a question, a steadying hand on a shoulder. The young soldiers, those who joined in Italy, born after the great battles, look upon him with reverence. To them, he is not a man, but a legend who walks among them. Yet Hannibal himself never carries the weight of myth. His tone is always grounded, his presence human. He teaches them still, not of conquest, but of composure. He shows them how to read the wind through the trees, how to trace the slope of a valley, to understand where sound will carry, how to stand in stillness until the land reveals its secrets. To see clearly, he tells them, you must stop trying to look. His lessons have become slower now, quieter, more inward. The war has become a classroom, and his soldiers, the students of perception. In the evenings, he sits with his officers around small fires. They speak not of victory, but of endurance, how to move when supplies are thin, how to navigate loyalty when alliances falter, how to lead men through fatigue without letting their spirits break. Sometimes, Hannibal listens more than he speaks. He enjoys hearing how others think now, how the younger officers analyze patterns with words that echo his own teachings. It pleases him quietly to see that his way of seeing has become theirs. One night, after the discussion ends, he walks alone along the coastline. The stars are bright, the path lit faintly by moonlight. The sea breathes softly against the rocks. He moves slowly, deliberately, the rhythm of his steps matching the rhythm of the waves. He thinks of all that has passed, of the narrow mountain paths, the frozen rivers, the blinding dust of Cannae, the long silences of waiting. Each moment, each hardship now feels like a thread in the same fabric. No single triumph or loss defines it, only continuity. He realizes, perhaps more deeply than ever before, that victory is not the opposite of defeat. Both are moments. What matters is what endures between them, the calm that remains when all outcomes have passed. He stops at a small rise overlooking the water. The wind carries the faint scent of salt and pine. He closes his eyes, and the sound of the sea seems to blend with memory, voices of men long gone, the crunch of snow, the murmur of campfires in distant valleys, and then just silence. He stays there for a long time, breathing, present in that quiet vastness. When he finally returns to camp, the fires are low, the soldiers asleep. He walks among them, hearing their slow, even breaths. For all the years of war, there is peace here, not from absence of struggle, but from understanding of it. He enters his tent, lights a small lamp, and sits with his writing tablet once more. His words come easily tonight, soft and unforced. The greatest battles are not fought against men, but against time, against the restlessness of our own hearts. To endure with calm is to win the only victory that lasts. He sets the stylus down and leans back, listening to the night beyond the tent. Somewhere, a wave breaks on rock, and another follows, and another, endless, unhurried, eternal. And perhaps, as you sit with this image, the commander grown still, the sea whispering beyond the darkness, the stars steady above, you can feel the same quiet understanding that he does, that peace is not found at the end of struggle, but within it, and that every step, every breath, every silence has always been part of the same calm design. And standing there beside him, with the sea and the stars and the long memory of motion behind you, you might ask yourself, when all journeys have led you back to stillness, can you finally see that you were never moving against the world, but always moving with it? The air in southern Italy has grown warmer again, carrying the scent of salt and new blossoms across the quiet hills. The days stretch longer, the sun lingering low over the horizon before it slips into a soft, violet dusk. The years have passed gently, and though the war still exists, scattered, distant, murmured, Hannibal now lives within its echo, not its noise. He rises early, before the camp stirs, as he always has. The discipline is not habit anymore. It is part of his breath, his being. He steps outside his tent and pauses, letting the early air brush across his face. In the faint half-light, the world looks simplified, hills and sea drawn in shades of blue and silver. Somewhere far off, a dog barks, and the sound travels like a memory through the valley. Hannibal walks toward the water. His steps are slow, careful, steady. When he reaches the shoreline, he removes his cloak and kneels, touching the cool surface with his fingertips. The ripples move outward in delicate rings, catching the dawn light. He studies them for a moment, how they expand, weaken, and disappear. That too is strategy. That too is life. Behind him, the faint stirrings of the army begin. Voices, footsteps, the muted rhythm of preparation. He listens without turning. Even in this quiet, the pattern remains. Each sound has a place, each moment a purpose. He has grown older, though not frail. His hair, now touched fully with gray, gives his face a certain gravity. The lines around his eyes are not of strain, but of thought, the kind carved by long patience and unbroken attention. To the men who serve under him, he has become something beyond a commander, a steady flame, small but unwavering, that gives them a sense of time's order. He returns from the shore as the sun lifts higher, its light brushing across the camp. Officers approach with reports, Roman movements inland, the state of provisions, messages from allies that fade with each passing season. Hannibal listens as always, without rush, without visible reaction. When he speaks, his words are few, but each one measured, precise as if placed on a map. Let them move as they wish, he says quietly. The wind does not change because the reeds sway. It is not defiance, it is observation, a recognition that all things follow their nature and that wisdom lies in alignment, not resistance. In the afternoon, he rides out with a small escort to survey the hills. The road climbs slowly between groves of cypress and pine. The smell of resin fills the air, and the sound of cicadas hums like a slow heartbeat. The world is peaceful here, untouched by the tremors of empire. The men ride in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. At the crest of a ridge, Hannibal halts. From this height, the view opens wide. To the south, the sea, a vast mirror of light. To the north, the distant plains where Rome's shadow still stretches. He watches both directions with equal calm. To him, they are not opposites, but reflections, two halves of the same motion. He sits for a while, the reins loose in his hands. The horse shifts, exhaling softly. The wind touches his face, bringing with it the faint memory of snow, the ghost of the Alps that once tested him so long ago. He thinks of his younger self, fierce, unyielding, aflame with purpose. He feels no regret for that man, only affection. He understands now that even that intensity was part of a larger rhythm, a necessary movement in the long arc toward balance. Passion begins what patience must complete. The escort waits quietly. No one disturbs him. They know that when Hannibal is silent, he is not idle. He is reading, not the land this time, but time itself. When they descend again, the light has turned golden, the air soft. Villagers watch from afar as the small group passes, their faces cautious but no longer fearful. Hannibal's name, after all these years, has taken on a different sound here. It is not the name of terror now, but of endurance. That evening, the camp rests along the curve of a shallow valley. Fires flicker between the tents, and the sky turns first amber, then deep blue, then finally to the dark calm of night. The soldiers eat quietly. Some sing softly in their native tongues. Others sit in silence, staring into the flames, as though they can see their own past flickering there. Hannibal moves among them, not as a distant leader, but as part of the same stillness. He sits with the men when they invite him, listening to their stories, small, human things about home, about laughter, about longing. He smiles gently, sometimes placing a hand on a shoulder, sometimes saying nothing at all. Later, he returns to his tent. The lamp burns low. He writes again, though not to Carthage now. Those letters have long gone unanswered. These words are for himself, perhaps for whoever will find them one day. The land teaches patience to those who walk it. The sea teaches rhythm to those who listen. And time, though it moves through us all, belongs to no one. The wise learn not to command it, but to accompany it. He sets the stylus down. Outside, the air has grown still, the sounds of the camp fading into the steady hush of the waves. He steps outside for a moment and looks upward. The stars, countless and calm, fill the sky with quiet order. He breathes deeply, and the faint smell of pine and salt mixes in the air, the scent of the life he has chosen, of the world he has learned to accept. In that moment, you might imagine his thoughts, not of past glory or future loss, but of simplicity, the knowledge that everything he has ever sought was never far from this: to see clearly, to act precisely, to remain steady as the world turns. He closes his eyes and listens to the slow pulse of the sea, the same rhythm that has carried through his entire life, the same rhythm that carries through yours. And standing there beside the calm shore, with the weight of history behind him and the peace of comprehension before him, you might ask yourself, when time begins to blur and the battles of your past fade into silence, can you walk quietly beside the current, knowing that movement and peace have always been one? The days move softly now, one blending into the next, like the slow drift of clouds across an untroubled sky. The sharp edges of war have worn away. What remains is the rhythm of maintenance, of care, of watchfulness, of waiting. The land around Hannibal is quiet, the air thick with the hum of summer insects and the far-off sound of waves breaking against stone. You might imagine the camp smaller than before, fewer men, fewer tents, but a deep sense of order still holding it together. Each tent sits in its measured place. Each fire burns at the same quiet distance from the next. The routines that once sustained an army at war have become the daily rhythm of an army at peace within struggle. Hannibal still walks the camp every morning. His gait is steady, his eyes alert. He greets his men with nods, with a word here or there, sometimes with silence. They draw strength from that calm. To them, his presence means that nothing, not hunger, not fatigue, not time, can undo the pattern they live within. He inspects the horses, checks the stores, observes drills. His mind never leaves the landscape. Each rise, each grove, each bend of the road is memorized, even now. But there is a gentleness in him that was not there before, a certain patience that has deepened into something like grace. In the afternoons, when the sun stands high and the camp dozes in heat, Hannibal often rides alone into the nearby hills. The path winds upward through narrow ravines, the rocks warm beneath the hooves of his horse. The air up here smells of sage and dry grass. The wind comes cleaner, cooler. At the top of one ridge stands an old stone shrine, ancient even in his time. Its carvings are faint, its roof half collapsed, but the view from there stretches endlessly across the valleys and the distant sea. Hannibal dismounts and ties his horse to a low tree, then steps forward, standing before the weathered stones. He touches one hand to the cold surface. He does not pray exactly, not in the way others might, but he allows himself to listen. The wind moves through the ruins, humming softly through the cracks. Birds wheel in the air above. Somewhere below, the faint murmur of the sea reaches his ears. He stands there a long time, breathing evenly. To him, this quiet is not emptiness. It is fullness, the fullness of awareness, of presence. The mind, he has learned, needs stillness to remember what is true. After a while, he sits on a low stone step and begins to think through the years behind him. Not the victories or the defeats, but the movements between them, the pauses, the waiting, the long hours spent listening to wind or watching the shape of clouds before a march. He realizes that those were not interruptions of war, but its essence. Strategy, like life, was never about constant action. It was about learning when not to act. He thinks of the men he has known, his father, Hamilcar, stern and visionary, his brother Hasdrubal, loyal and bold, his officers, clever and patient, each of them part of the same pattern of movement, none of them truly gone, just changed in form, carried forward in memory and in the discipline they shared. The sun begins to lower, and the light softens over the hills. The air cools, the shadows grow long, the rocks taking on tones of copper and rose. Hannibal rises, dusts the sand from his cloak, and mounts his horse again. He does not rush the descent. He allows the animal to find its footing, trusting instinct more than command. Back in the camp, the men are preparing the evening meal. Smoke rises gently into the darkening sky, carrying with it the scent of wood and bread. Hannibal dismounts, hands his reins to a young soldier, and walks slowly toward his tent. His eyes move across the camp, small fires, quiet laughter, the rhythmic sound of hammers mending harnesses. It is the sound of continuity, and it comforts him. Inside, the tent feels familiar, parchment maps, a worn cloak folded carefully, the faint glow of an oil lamp. He sits, reaches for his writing tablet once more, and begins to compose another reflection. His words come slowly, steady as breath. To lead is not to compel. It is to listen for the rhythm of others, to move when they move, to wait when they rest. True command is found not in direction, but in alignment. He pauses, reading the sentence twice before continuing. Perhaps the land teaches this best. It never commands the sky, yet they move together. It never tells the sea where to go, yet both meet and part in their time. He sets the stylus down, folds his hands, and lets his eyes rest on the flickering flame. The lamp sways slightly in a small draft, its light moving gently over the lines of his face. He looks older now, but peaceful, the kind of peace that comes from knowing there is nothing left to prove, only things left to understand. Outside, the camp has quieted. The voices fade. The first stars appear overhead. Hannibal steps out again, drawn as always to the open air. He stands beneath the sky, breathing in the cool wind. The night smells of pine, smoke, and distant salt. He looks upward, not searching, not expecting, simply observing. The stars, countless and still, hang where they always have, unbothered by the shifting of empires or the passing of men. The rhythm of their light has no beginning, no end. For a moment, you might imagine standing beside him, the soft earth beneath your feet, the quiet hum of night all around. There is no fear here, no urgency, no weight, only the slow, steady awareness that everything, motion, rest, struggle, peace, is part of one unbroken pattern. And as you breathe in that calm, feeling the world's vast patience move through you, you might ask yourself, when the noise of purpose fades and only the quiet remains, can you listen long enough to hear that even stillness has a rhythm of its own? The sky is pale again, the color of parchment washed with light. Morning comes not as a sudden arrival, but as a gradual unveiling, the gray of night thinning slowly into gold. In the hills above the coast, a light breeze stirs the tall grass. The sound it makes is soft, like breathing. Hannibal wakes before the camp, as he always does. The habit is not duty anymore, it is peace. He sits for a while on the edge of his cot, feeling the cool air move through the tent, then rises and steps outside. The camp lies quiet under the dawn, the faint smoke of dying fires, the gentle clatter of a few early risers preparing water. He walks to the edge of the ridge, where the sea becomes visible. From here, the world seems endless. The coastline curves gently toward the horizon, the water glinting in the first rays of sun. He watches it with the same attentiveness he once gave to armies, every wave a movement, every reflection a signal. The sea has become his new field of study, its strategy one of patience and return. He turns back toward the camp, where the fires glow warm and constant. His shadow moves long across the earth. His steps are slow but steady, each one placed as if marking time with the rhythm of the world. He knows that the years ahead will continue in quiet persistence, the war fading, the men growing older, the story turning slowly toward memory. But the pattern will remain, his way of seeing will remain. And as you picture him descending the slope, the sound of the sea behind him, the stars above him, and the firelight before him, perhaps you can feel that same sense of balance, that gentle awareness that all journeys, however vast, are part of one endless movement between calm and motion. And you might ask yourself, in this still hour, when life no longer demands conquest and only understanding remains, can you walk within that calm, knowing that every wave, every pause was always part of the same quiet design. The days have become quieter now, their rhythm softer, slower, almost circular, the world returning upon itself with gentle repetition. Morning light spreads like a whisper across the camp, unhurried, golden at the edges. The sea glows pale and glass-like in the distance. Even the wind moves with restraint, brushing only lightly against the fabric of the tents. Hannibal rises, as he always does, early and deliberate. He folds his blanket neatly, ties the leather cords of his sandals, and steps into the cool dawn air. The earth beneath his feet feels firm, still damp from the night's dew. Around him, the soldiers wake slowly, the sound of water poured into basins, of bread breaking, of low voices, exchanging the first words of the day. He takes a path down toward the shore, where the light meets the water. The sand is smooth and cold. He kneels briefly and lets the waves lap at his hands. He feels the salt sting his skin, a small reminder that nature is always awake, even when men rest. He watches the sea for a long time. Its movement is endless, and yet it never seems hurried. That is what he admires most, its ability to change without effort, to return without struggle. It is a rhythm he has tried to learn all his life. Later that morning, one of his younger officers approaches. The man bows slightly, holding a small piece of parchment sealed with a crude mark, a letter carried from inland. Hannibal breaks the seal with a thumb, unrolls the page, and reads. His eyes scan the words slowly, reports of Roman movements, of cities fortified, of roads rebuilt. He finishes reading, folds the parchment, and places it on the table beside him. For a moment, he says nothing. Then, with a quiet exhale, he smiles faintly, the kind of smile that comes not from amusement, but from deep comprehension. They have learned, he says softly. Even in opposing us, they have learned. That is the truest kind of legacy. The officer looks uncertain, unsure if he should reply. Hannibal spares him the trouble and gestures toward the horizon. When you see their patrols, he says gently, observe, but do not provoke. Let them feel safe. Let them believe the storm has passed. The wiser among them will know that quiet does not mean absence. The man nods and leaves. Hannibal remains still. In the afternoon, the camp prepares to move a short distance, a small relocation, part of the rhythm of maintenance. The soldiers work efficiently, but there is no urgency. Each movement, striking tents, loading wagons, harnessing mules, happens with the fluid coordination that comes only from years of shared experience. The discipline is quiet, self-sustaining. Hannibal watches, approving silently. He rides at the front when they begin their march. The road winds through low valleys, past small farms and streams that sparkle in the light. Children stand at the edges of fields, watching the long line of soldiers pass. Some wave timidly. The men, once feared, now return the gesture with calm nods. War has dulled into memory here. By late afternoon, they reach their next site, a stretch of high ground overlooking the sea. The wind carries the sound of waves far below. The view is broad, the air clear. Hannibal dismounts and stands for a long moment, surveying it. Then, softly, he says, yes, here. The soldiers begin setting the camp again, their movements smooth and practiced. Fires are lit, tents raised, watch points established. As night falls, the orange glow of the camp reflects faintly on Hannibal's face. He stands slightly apart, his cloak drawn close, watching the horizon fade into dusk. When dinner is done, he calls a small gathering of his officers. They sit around a single fire, the flames low, the smoke rising straight into the calm air. No maps tonight, no orders, only quiet talk. Hannibal listens more than he speaks. His gaze drifts often to the firelight, as if he can see in it something beyond their conversation, perhaps the pattern of all things, repeating itself in flame. in sea, in men's choices. Finally, after a long silence, he says softly, "There will come a time when all this, the marches, the battles, even the names of our cities, will fade. The land will remain, and others will walk it. But what we have learned, that cannot be erased. Every rhythm we have followed will return in another form." He pauses, the firelight flickering over his features. His officers watch him, still and attentive. "The Romans will carry what we taught them," he continues. "They will march with more patience. They will plan with more care. They will see the world more clearly. In that way, we are already part of them." That is how the pattern continues. No one speaks for a while. The fire crackles. The sound of the waves reaches them faintly from below the cliff. Then Hannibal adds, in a tone almost tender, "You must not mourn that truth. To shape your enemy is also to endure within them. The wise do not cling to victory. They cultivate understanding." The men nod quietly. The fire burns lower. When they part, the night is cool and filled with stars. Hannibal remains by the embers. The sound of the sea deepens as the tide turns. He stirs the ashes once with a small stick, then lets it fall. The sparks lift briefly into the air and vanish. He looks up to the sky. The stars have arranged themselves as they always have, silent, exact, eternal. He recognizes the constellations he has used for navigation since his youth. They have not changed, only he has. He breathes deeply, feeling both the lightness of age and the weight of comprehension. The sea's rhythm, the star's order, the land's patience, all are the same truths he once found in battle, now revealed without the noise. And as you imagine him there, alone yet peaceful, surrounded by wind and starlight, you might feel the same understanding bloom quietly within yourself, that to influence the world is not to conquer it, but to become part of the pattern that guides it onward. And with that thought, you might ask yourself softly, when your own efforts have rippled outward, no longer in your control, can you rest in knowing that the calm you left behind will carry further than you will ever see? The light of dawn is pale and kind, a slow awakening rather than a sudden command. Mist gathers in thin veils along the valleys, softening the edges of the hills. Birds move quietly in the trees, their wings beating like brief whispers in the air. The sea, still silver in the early hour, breathes evenly against the rocks below. Hannibal stands on a small rise, overlooking the camp. The world feels distant yet intimate, a space of calm, suspended between days. The men sleep or prepare in silence. He watches the smoke from the cook fires rise straight into the sky, the first warm color of flame breaking the gray. He closes his eyes for a moment and listens. The air carries small sounds, the brush of fabric, the crackle of wood, the distant rhythm of waves. It is enough to remind him that the world continues exactly as it should, never still, but never hurried. By now, the years have passed gently into one another. The war no longer defines his days. Instead, it is the continuity, the discipline of tending, of remaining, of perceiving. Rome stands far away, vast and immovable, but so too does the sea, and Hannibal has learned which one deserves his patience. You might picture him descending from the hill, walking through the camp. The soldiers greet him quietly, some with a nod, some with a faint smile. They are old men now, many of them, their faces marked with the same steady composure as their commanders. To them, Hannibal is no longer the fierce tactician of legend, but a teacher of calm. His presence shapes the atmosphere itself. He pauses near one of the fires, where a group of soldiers sit eating their morning meal. The smell of grain and oil fills the air. One of them offers him bread. He accepts it with a soft nod, breaks it in two, and eats slowly beside them. They speak of simple things, the weather, the quality of last night's rest, the beauty of the sea. It is an ordinary moment, yet it feels timeless. The great currents of history move quietly beneath it, unannounced, but Hannibal's mind no longer searches for them. He has learned that meaning lives within these small gestures, a shared silence, a meal between comrades, the patience of endurance. Later, as the sun climbs higher, he returns to his tent. On the table rests a half-finished map, not of conquests, but of roads, rivers, and towns. He no longer draws to plan attacks. He draws to remember. His lines trace the geography of memory itself, places where decisions were made, where patience shaped outcomes, where nature and will moved in harmony. He studies the map, his fingertips resting on its surface. It feels less like strategy now, and more like reflection. The world, he realizes, has always been larger than any plan, and the truest strategist does not control the world. He learns to see its rhythm clearly enough to move within it. Outside, the day warms. A breeze lifts the edge of the tent flap, letting in sunlight. Dust floats in the air, golden and slow. Hannibal's stylus lies beside the map. He does not pick it up. Instead, he stands, steps outside, and lets the light touch his face. From this point above the coast, the horizon stretches in every direction, land fading into haze, sea glowing faintly blue, sky infinite. He feels a quiet gratitude that surprises him, the kind that comes only when nothing more is needed. In the afternoon, he rides out along the cliffs. The path curves above the water, winding through fields of wildflowers. Bees move lazily from blossom to blossom. The world has softened around him. The harshness of command, the urgency of victory, have all melted into a landscape of peace. He stops at a familiar viewpoint, one he has visited many times. The stone there is smooth from years of sitting. He dismounts, ties his horse to a tree, and lowers himself onto the rock. The view below is wide and open, waves folding into one another, sunlight scattered across the surface like shards of glass. For a long time, he says nothing. His hands rest loosely on his knees. The wind lifts his cloak, the sound of it merging with the sea. He thinks of Carthage again, the warmth of its light, the hum of its markets, the taste of salt on the air. He knows he may never return, yet that thought no longer troubles him. The world has become his home, its every corner, an echo of the same truth, that everything moves, everything changes, everything continues. He whispers softly. Even memory is movement. The sun begins to lower, turning the sky amber. Shadows stretch long across the ground. Behind him, the camp begins to glow with its evening fires. The smell of wood smoke drifts through the air again, mixing with the faint sweetness of the sea breeze. When he returns to the camp, the men are gathered, telling stories, old tales from Spain, from the Alps, from the early days of the march. Hannibal listens quietly, smiling at moments he remembers, and at others he has long forgotten. Their voices rise and fall like the sea, full of warmth and life. At one point, one of the younger soldiers, perhaps born after those great events, asks him gently, "General, do you ever wish you could return to those days?" Hannibal looks into the fire for a moment before replying. His voice is calm, even. "I do not wish to return," he says softly. "I have already carried those days with me. They move still, like water under wind. Everything we have done continues in what remains." The soldier nods, understanding more through tone than through words. The others fall silent. Only the sound of the fire remains, steady, breathing, alive. Hannibal gazes into the flames and adds, almost to himself, "Even the quiet after battle is a kind of victory." The night grows deeper. One by one, the men drift away to rest. Hannibal remains for a while longer, the last figure beside the fading fire. The embers pulse, red and gold, like the heart of the world itself. He extends his hand toward them, feeling their warmth, and perhaps you can see him there, a man, no longer seeking to shape the world, but to understand it, sitting in the long hush of evening, with only the sea and the fire for company. The stars, patient and eternal, gather once more overhead, and in that stillness, you might feel the same gentle awareness that everything in life, even its fading, even its quietest hours, belongs to the same endless motion, and as the last ember glows, you might ask yourself, when the fire burns low and only warmth remains, can you see that peace was never the end of movement, but the shape that movement was always meant to take? The morning arrives quietly, as if stepping softly into the day. The air carries that early sweetness that comes before heat, a cool hush that rests lightly on the skin. The sea, still and blue-gray, moves in slow, even folds. The sound is constant, soothing, unbroken. Hannibal sits at a small wooden table near his tent. The light has just begun to touch the parchment before him. On it, faint lines of ink trace the outline of Italy, familiar, but now more memory than map. His stylus rests between his fingers, but he does not write. He simply looks. The lines, he thinks, have begun to blur in his mind, as they will one day blur in history. He lifts his eyes to the horizon. The sun, still low, shimmers on the surface of the sea, the same sea that once carried Carthaginian ships, that now belongs to Rome, that will belong to others after Rome. No one owns the water. It only passes through their time. That understanding brings him peace. A faint breeze stirs the edge of the parchment. He places a stone upon it to hold it still, then leans back and lets the air move freely. He feels the wind press gently against his face and hair, carrying with it the sense of salt and pine. You might picture him there, older now, his posture still straight, his movements deliberate. The sharpness of command has softened into clarity. He no longer studies the world to conquer it. He studies it to remember its rhythm. A young messenger approaches and bows. General, word from the north. Roman forces continue their march, but they keep their distance. There is talk, they mean, to fortify the passes. Hannibal listens, his gaze still on the horizon. They are right to do so, he says quietly. They have learned well. Let them keep to their lessons. The messenger hesitates, as if expecting further orders, but Hannibal only nods once. Slowly, we will remain here for now. The ground beneath us still has more to teach. The man bows again and withdraws. When he is gone, Hannibal stands and walks down toward the shore. The sand is cool underfoot, the air bright with early light. He walks where the waves meet the land, each step sinking softly into wet sand, each footprint briefly filled with water before vanishing. The horizon stretches endlessly before him. He stops where the tide reaches his ankles. The water is cold, alive. He looks down and watches it swirl around his feet, tracing the same patterns over and over, advancing, retreating, reshaping, without exhaustion. He whispers to himself. Even the sea retreats, only to return stronger. Behind him, the camp begins to stir again, the sounds of men moving, the faint clatter of gear, the murmuring of 1,000 small necessities. The life of the army, still sustained by habit, still held together by his calm. He remains by the water until the sun is higher, until the wind grows warmer. Then he turns and walks back, slow and thoughtful. Later, he gathers his officers beneath the open sky. They sit in a semicircle, the sea behind them, the faint hum of the day surrounding them. Hannibal speaks, without notes, his tone soft but firm, not commanding but guiding. We are no longer here to fight, he begins. We are here to remember what fighting taught us. You will carry these lessons home or pass them to those who come after you. What we have learned will live longer than any city. He pauses, his gaze steady, his voice lower now, almost like a teacher. In quiet conversation, you have seen what happens when pride moves faster than patience. You have seen how the smallest delay, the smallest silence can reshape the outcome of a world. Remember that. Remember that the earth moves slowly and still. It changes everything. His words drift into the stillness that follows. The men sit quietly, some staring at the sea, others at the ground. None speak. There is nothing to add. The meeting ends as gently as it began. The officers disperse in silence, each carrying something unseen from that moment, a calm that feels more enduring than command. Hannibal remains seated, hands resting loosely on his knees. He looks out at the sea again, its line now brighter, its sound softer. You might see in him the stillness of a man who has learned to exist beyond victory, not defeated, but complete. The years of war, of motion, of strategy have distilled into a single understanding. That mastery lies in alignment with time, not in resistance to it. He stays there until the light changes, until the shadows of the tents grow longer and the sea deepens into its evening colors. The camp hums quietly behind him, tools being cleaned, fires being lit, the easy rhythm of men who have learned to live inside peace without naming it. As the day fades, Hannibal stands and takes one last look toward the horizon. The water shimmers gold now, like a mirror, holding the light of all that has passed. He nods once, a gesture small but certain, as though acknowledging an equal. When night comes, the stars return. The constellations are sharp and clear, reflected faintly on the calm surface of the sea. Hannibal lies awake beneath them for a long time, his mind steady, his breath slow. Each star reminds him of movement, not the kind found in armies or plans, but the kind that belongs to the endless turning of the world itself. And as he finally closes his eyes, you might imagine him drifting not into sleep, but into listening to the quiet pulse of time, the steady breathing of the earth, the rhythm he has spent his whole life learning to hear. And perhaps, as you rest here beside that thought, you might ask yourself, when you have given all your effort and the world begins to move on without you, can you still find calm in knowing that its motion continues in the same gentle rhythm that once carried you forward? The morning unfolds with the same steady rhythm that has become the breath of this place, the sound of the sea, the faint murmur of voices rising in the camp, the distant calls of birds tracing circles in the air above. The light is soft and golden, touching the canvas of tents and glinting on the bronze fittings of helmets set neatly outside. There is no rush here, no call to arms, only quiet continuity. Hannibal walks through the camp as he always does, each footstep measured, the hem of his cloak brushing lightly against the dust. The soldiers part to let him pass, greeting him with calm nods. They have grown accustomed to this pace, this way of beginning each day, as though time itself can be trained to move more gently. He pauses by the horses, strokes the neck of one old gray mount, and smiles faintly at its deep, contented exhale. The animal's eyes close halfway under his touch, trusting. Hannibal has always believed that trust, not fear, is the true foundation of discipline. Even now, after decades of command, he leads more by presence than by order. When he reaches the edge of the camp, the view opens to the sea. The water glows pale under the morning light. The waves move like breath, like thought, always returning to the same calm rhythm. He stands for a while, listening to them. It is a sound he has come to love, not because it is beautiful, but because it reminds him of permanence. The world, he knows, has changed many times since he first marched to war. Cities have fallen, armies have been born and erased, but the tide remains, whispering the same lesson through every age: movement without haste, strength without violence, persistence without pride. He breathes deeply, and the salt air fills his lungs. He feels older now, but not diminished. Age, to him, is no longer decline, it is refinement. The mind sharpens even as the body slows. The heart grows quieter, but not smaller. He returns to his tent, where a small writing table awaits. On it lies a stack of thin wooden tablets, each etched with words, some complete, some left half-written. He sits and begins another, his stylus moving slowly. The world is not conquered by force, but by rhythm. The commander who listens learns more than the one who commands. The land, the wind, the silence between actions, all are teachers. He stops, lifts the stylus, and gazes at the line of text. The sunlight filters through the flap of the tent, illuminating the writing for a moment before dimming again as the breeze shifts. He traces one finger over the carved letters, feeling the texture of thought turned into form. Outside, the hum of the camp grows softer as the day warms. Men move in rhythm, completing their routines almost wordlessly. Hannibal steps out once more and joins them. He watches as a group of soldiers repair a cartwheel. They work together fluidly, one lifting, one fitting, one tightening. It is a kind of choreography, unspoken, efficient, beautiful. In its simplicity, when they notice him watching, they pause, uncertain. Hannibal shakes his head gently. "Continue," he says quietly. "There is nothing more admirable than men moving with purpose and calm." They nod and resume their work. In the afternoon, the air becomes still. Even the sound of the sea seems to lower, as if it too is resting. Hannibal walks toward the cliffs beyond the camp, a familiar path worn smooth by his steps. At the top, the world opens wide, land and water, color and light, all blending into something timeless. He stands there, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes travel across the horizon, where sea and sky meet in a line so faint it seems imagined. It reminds him of all the lines he has drawn on maps, on sand, on the minds of men, lines that once meant power, now fading like chalk in the rain. He whispers softly. Everything returns to the same horizon. He remembers the Alps, the snow, the ice, the relentless climb. He remembers Cannae, the dust, the pattern, the perfection of that quiet encirclement. He remembers Tarentum and Capua, the long years of holding and waiting. Each memory rises like a wave, breaks and disappears. None bring regret, all bring stillness. By evening, he sits with his officers again. The air cools, and a faint mist gathers near the shore. They eat in silence for a while before one of them asks, almost hesitantly, "General, do you ever think of returning home?" Hannibal looks into the fire, the reflection of the flames steady in his eyes. "Carthage lives in me," he says softly. "I do not need to return. The land we carry in our minds travels further than our bodies ever could." No one replies. The fire crackles. The sound of the sea folds around them. He adds, "Perhaps that is what home truly is, not a place, but an understanding." The night deepens. One by one, the men drift away, leaving Hannibal alone by the embers. The stars emerge slowly. Patient as always, he leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and lets his thoughts drift. With the rising smoke, he imagines the sea continuing long after he is gone, its waves carrying the echoes of voices, footsteps, and dreams. Somewhere, perhaps, a future commander will stand by another shore and feel the same calm that fills him now, and though they will not know his name, they will inherit his rhythm. That thought pleases him. He stands, brushes the dust from his cloak, and gazes one last time at the sea before returning to his tent. The lamp burns low, casting soft circles of light on the canvas walls. He sits, finishes the line on his tablet, and sets it gently aside. Then, with the same ease as a man setting down his armor after a long march, he closes his eyes. The sea continues its endless motion beyond the tent, steady and sure. The night holds him like water holds the moon, and as you picture that moment, the calm of age, the sound of the world breathing evenly around him, you might feel that same deep stillness, as though the centuries have paused to listen. And perhaps you might ask yourself, when the long rhythm of your own journey softens into peace, can you let it carry you, not forward, not back, but gently, endlessly, into the quiet where everything belongs? The days have grown long, and the air carries that late summer warmth that feels both full and fleeting. The grass along the coastal hills has faded to a soft amber, and the cicadas hum gently through the stillness of the afternoon. The sea moves, as it always has, patient, deliberate, endless, whispering its rhythm to those who listen. Hannibal spends more time by the water now. He walks the shoreline in the early light, his pace unhurried, his gaze calm. The years of strategy and motion have left no bitterness in him. If anything, they have taught him that even the hardest lessons dissolve eventually into understanding. You might imagine him walking there, a solitary figure against the horizon, his cloak lifted by the wind. The sand bears his footprints, only for a moment, before the tide erases them. He seems smaller now, not in stature, but in the scale of his concerns. He no longer measures time by victories or losses, but by tides, by the slow turn of days. The soldiers, too, have changed. Their armor is dull from salt and sun. Their movements are efficient, but quiet. They live without expectation of conquest, only the steadiness of routine. And yet, beneath that stillness, there is peace, the kind born not from ease, but from acceptance. Hannibal has begun to write more in these months. His tablets are filled not with maps or orders, but with reflections, observations of land, of wind, of leadership. He writes about patience as though it were a weapon, about foresight as though it were mercy. Each sentence is measured, gentle, as if he is trying to leave behind not instruction, but understanding. One afternoon, sitting beneath a cypress tree overlooking the sea, he writes, "The strategist learns not to predict the world, but to accompany it. The wise man does not resist the river. He shapes his strength to flow within it." He pauses, reads it again, and then smiles. The sentence feels like closure, not finality, but completeness. Later that day, one of his younger officers approaches him, a quiet man with the look of thought in his eyes. He asks, "General, do you believe the war was worth it?" Hannibal looks out toward the sea before answering. His voice is low even. "Every struggle is worth it if it teaches you to see." The young man frowns slightly, unsure. Hannibal continues, "Victory fades, defeat fades. What remains is what we learn about rhythm, when to advance, when to hold, when to yield. Even Rome has learned this now. That is the legacy, not the battle." The young officer nods slowly, the meaning sinking in like rain into soil. Hannibal places a hand on his shoulder and says, "Do not chase triumph, chase clarity. It will last longer." That evening, the two of them walk the shoreline in silence. The sun descends in long streaks of orange and red, and the sea gleams like liquid metal. Neither speaks. They walk until the stars begin to appear, until the sound of the waves feels like breath itself. When they return to camp, the fires are burning low. The men have finished their meal and settled into quiet conversation. Hannibal moves among them, offering brief words, a nod, a glance, small gestures that carry the same reassurance as entire speeches. He has long understood that the calm of a leader can still an entire army. He sits by the central fire for a time, not to speak, but to listen. The men tell old stories again, of crossings, of battles, of strange lands. Their laughter comes easily. When they mention his name, it is with warmth, not reverence. He prefers it that way. The night grows cooler. The sky fills with stars, their reflection trembling faintly on the surface of the sea. Hannibal remains until the fire is little more than a bed of glowing coals. He gazes into them, seeing not the past, but the pulse of life itself, slow, steady, consuming, renewing. When he finally stands, the air smells of smoke and salt. He walks a short distance beyond the camp, up a low ridge where the sea spreads wide before him. The waves catch the starlight like silver threads. He closes his eyes, listening. The world feels vast and kind, unhurried. He thinks, of how his life, all the distances, all the battles, all the waiting, has led to this simple awareness that mastery is not command but correspondence. To live well is to move in tune with what cannot be controlled. He opens his eyes again, and the stars seem brighter. The rhythm of the waves matches his breathing. He feels both small and infinite, as though he has finally stepped into the same harmony he sought to understand all his life. He whispers, "All movement ends in stillness, and stillness is not the end. The sea continues, tireless. The night deepens, and the man who once crossed the Alps with fire in his heart now stands in perfect quiet, at peace with all he has learned." You might imagine standing beside him, the cool air around you, the vast dark sea ahead, the hush of eternity between each wave. The moment holds no victory, no loss, only calm. And perhaps, as you breathe in that same stillness, you might ask yourself, when everything you have done settles into silence and the horizon stretches without end, can you feel that peace, not as an ending, but as the quiet continuation of all things? The air carries a new softness, a warmth that feels both gentle and final, the kind of warmth that belongs to late afternoon when the world slows its pace and every movement becomes deliberate. The hills shimmer faintly beneath the sunlight, and the sea beyond the cliffs breathes its endless rhythm. Each wave arrives, pauses, and returns, as if reminding all who watch that nothing truly ends, only changes direction. Hannibal moves more slowly now. His strength has not vanished, but it has refined itself, become quieter, contained. He walks with the patience of one who has already seen every kind of horizon. The soldiers greet him as he passes, and he answers with that same steady nod, that same small, knowing smile. He has stopped measuring the days. They come and go, like the tide, complete in themselves, no longer divided between victory and defeat. His routines are simple now: the morning walk to the shore, a few words written on his tablets, a meal taken among the men, the evening silence beneath the stars. Today, he sits on a flat rock near the edge of a cliff. The view is vast, the sea spread out below, the wind shaping ripples across its surface, the horizon a line drawn in pure light. His cloak moves softly around him. Beside him, on the stone, rests one of his wooden tablets. On it, a single line freshly inscribed: "There are victories of movement, and there are victories of understanding." The latter lasts longer. He studies the words, then sets the tablet aside and looks to the sea again. The sunlight dances across the water, and for a moment, the entire world seems to shimmer. You might imagine him taking a slow breath, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the same calm rhythm he has carried since his youth. Each breath feels like a small reconciliation between past and present, between motion and stillness. Behind him, the camp hums faintly. The men repair nets, tend to supplies, share quiet conversation. Their laughter drifts upward, carried by the wind. Hannibal listens to it with contentment. Leadership, he has learned, is not about command anymore, but about presence, the peace that allows others to rest within your calm. A young scout approaches hesitantly and salutes. "General," he says softly, "the Romans send envoys through the region again. They ask if you will meet them." Hannibal's expression doesn't change. He waits a moment, then replies gently, "Tell them that the sea and the mountains have already spoken for me." The scout nods, uncertain, but does not question. He bows and leaves. Hannibal watches him go, the faintest smile on his face, the smile of a man who has learned the art of answers that require no explanation. As the day wanes, he writes again. His hand moves slowly, each word deliberate. Peace is not the absence of struggle. It is the mastery of rhythm within it. The mind that understands movement need not resist change. He closes the tablet, tying it with a small cord. He has begun to keep these writings together, each one a fragment of his philosophy, not meant for fame, not meant for history, but for anyone, someday, who might understand that strategy and serenity are born of the same patience. Evening drifts in with its usual calm. The colors shift from gold to amber, from amber to soft blue. The sea mirrors the sky perfectly now, a single, endless field of silver light. Hannibal remains on the rock, his body still, his face lit by the last of the sun. In the distance, he hears the sound of the men beginning their songs, low, rhythmic, carrying softly across the wind. He closes his eyes, letting the sound move through him. It reminds him of the chants of his youth, the prayers in Carthage, the sound of water in the city's harbor. He whispers quietly, the same song, only sung by different mouths. When night comes, the stars rise sharp and clear once more. He lingers beneath them, his eyes reflecting their light. Every point of brightness feels familiar, the same constellations that guided him over mountains, the same ones that shone on the plains of Cannae. Time feels folded as though past and present now exist together in perfect stillness. He speaks softly, perhaps to the stars, perhaps to the memory of his men who have gone before him. The map was always in the sky. We only needed to learn how to see it. The wind shifts, cool and light. The sea whispers, the camp quiets, and Hannibal's breathing blends with the rhythm of the night. You might picture him there, not the commander of armies now, but the quiet companion of the world. A man who has moved from purpose into peace, from war into wisdom, from action into reflection. And as you breathe with him, slowly, evenly, as the waves continue their timeless motion, you might feel within yourself the same calm that he discovered, that the greatest journeys are not measured in distance or conquest, but in the quiet arrival at understanding. And perhaps, with that realization, resting gently in your thoughts, you might ask yourself, when your life begins to echo back upon itself, when motion becomes memory and memory becomes peace, can you let the world carry on without you, knowing your rhythm has already joined its endless song? The days now drift by like long breaths, soft, steady, uncounted. The sun rises over the sea and lays a path of light across the water, and each evening, that same light withdraws again into dusk. Between those moments, the rhythm of living has become simple, almost sacred. The soldiers rise, eat, train lightly, maintain their tools. They speak in low tones. They rest when the air grows warm. They watch the sea when the light fades. It is not the silence of idleness, but the silence of acceptance, a rhythm shaped by the example of their commander. Hannibal moves among them less now. His step is slower, but his presence still carries the same quiet authority. The men do not need words from him anymore. They understand him as one understands the steady turning of the seasons. He is not just their leader, he is their balance. You might imagine the scene from a small distance, the camp set gently against the slope of the hill, the tents arranged in calm order, smoke rising from morning fires, like thin lines of thought. Beyond it all, the sea, vast, silver blue, breathing in and out as it always does. Hannibal sits beneath a pine at the camp's edge, his back straight, though the years have grown heavy. The bark presses cool against his shoulders, and he lets his eyes rest on the horizon. In his lap rests a small tablet, one of many he has written upon. Today's words come slowly. When a man ceases to struggle against the world, he begins to move with it, and in that movement he finds peace, deeper than victory. He reads it once, then sets the stylus down. His hand lingers over the words as if to seal them into being. The breeze lifts the edge of his cloak and brings the scent of salt and pine resin. In the distance, laughter rises, soft, genuine. It pleases him to hear it. His army, once bound by necessity, now feels like a community, a small world of endurance and trust. He has taught them to survive not by aggression, but by rhythm, and in doing so, he has given them something more enduring than conquest. Later, a group of younger men approaches. They carry with them one of the older elephants, its great frame slow but dignified, its steps sinking deep into the sand. The men smile as they lead it, and Hannibal smiles back. She remembers the Alps. One of them says gently, almost reverently. Hannibal nods, his eyes following the animal's movement. Yes, he says softly. She remembers what we learned there, that the mountain does not yield to strength, only to patience. He watches the elephant until it disappears into the trees, its shape fading like memory into the green. Then he closes his eyes and listens to the creak of branches, the low hum of the sea, the soft chatter of his men nearby. Every sound feels part of a single, unbroken design. When he opens his eyes again, the light has changed. Afternoon has deepened into gold. He rises slowly and walks toward the cliffs, his steps unhurried. From here, the view stretches far and wide, fields fading into haze, the sea a perfect expanse of motion and rest. He stands at the edge, his cloak moving softly in the wind. For a moment, he feels that same awareness that has guided him all his life, that everything in the world, from rivers to armies to breath itself, moves in cycles, and that to understand them is to live in harmony with time. He speaks aloud, though no one is near. The sea never tires of returning, and the wind never stops searching. Perhaps we are meant to be the same. Behind him, the camp continues its rhythm, fires lit, voices rising, a few songs carried faintly on the breeze. He watches the sun slip lower, its reflection stretching across the water like a memory made of light. At twilight, he sits once more by the fire. The men gather near, some telling stories, some simply sitting in silence. The firelight flickers over their faces, warm and calm. Hannibal listens without speaking. He has said enough in his lifetime. Now, his silence carries more weight than words. As the stars begin to appear, one of the younger soldiers leans toward him. "General," he says quietly, "what do you think will happen when we leave this place?" Hannibal looks into the fire before answering. His tone is soft, the words almost meditative. "We never truly leave any place," he says. "The ground we've walked remembers us. The air carries our breath. The world changes because we moved through it, even if we never see how." The soldier nods, his expression thoughtful. Hannibal places a hand lightly on his shoulder. "And so, you do not need to see the end. You only need to move in rhythm and trust that what you have given will continue." The fire crackles softly. Around them, the camp grows still. The only sound is the quiet, familiar pulse of the sea below, steady, eternal. Hannibal leans back, his eyes reflecting the stars. He feels no distance now between himself and the world. The sound of the waves is his breathing. The shimmer of the fire is his thought. The stillness of the night is his rest. You might imagine him there, no longer a figure of battle, but a keeper of calm, a man who has learned that time itself is the only true empire. And as you sit with that image, with the rhythm of the waves, echoing softly in your own thoughts, you might find the same stillness he has found. That peace is not the opposite of struggle, but its final lesson, the moment when all movement, all effort returns quietly to understanding. And you might ask yourself, gently, as the fire fades into glowing embers, when all the battles have passed and the world grows silent, can you listen closely enough to hear that the calm you sought was always there, moving within you, waiting to be heard? The air tonight feels softer than usual, a stillness touched with warmth, carrying the faint scent of olive wood smoke from the campfires below. The sea is calm, its surface a broad mirror that gathers both moonlight and memory. Even the stars seem closer, their reflections trembling faintly in the water. Hannibal stands near the shoreline, his cloak draped loosely over his shoulders. The sand beneath his feet is cool, the tide low and slow. He walks where the waves stretch farthest onto the land, tracing the edge where movement meets rest. His steps leave shallow prints that the sea quietly erases behind him. He pauses and looks outward. The moon hangs low over the horizon, vast, steady, silent. In its glow, the water becomes silver, the waves rhythmic as breathing. Hannibal watches them with the reverence one gives to a teacher. Even the tide, he murmurs, knows when to rise and when to retreat. There is no army gathered here now, no sound of armor or command. The men sleep behind him, and the world seems balanced between sound and silence. In this hour, he feels himself not as a general, not as a strategist, but as part of the same quiet motion that guides the sea, the wind, the turning of the stars. He kneels briefly, scoops a handful of sand, and lets it slip between his fingers. The grains catch the light as they fall, like a slow cascade of time. Every moment, he whispers, wants only to pass, and that is its perfection. He closes his hand around the last of the sand and looks up again. His thoughts drift easily now, not toward plans, but toward the spaces between them. He recalls the sound of rivers beneath the Alps, the way fog moved across the mountains, the stillness of dawn before battle. These memories no longer carry weight. They move through him, like wind through tall grass, present but not binding. You might imagine him standing there, breathing deeply, feeling how the years have distilled into a single awareness that the world's pattern was never his to shape, only to follow. The same currents that carried him to victory have carried him here to this moment of complete stillness. Behind him, a faint light flickers at the edge of camp, the glow of a lantern moving through the night. One of his officers approaches, careful not to disturb the quiet. "General," he says softly, "the men ask if we will break camp tomorrow." Hannibal turns slightly, his face half lit by the moon. His expression is calm, kind. "Yes," he says, "we will move a little farther inland. There are new fields there, new air to breathe. The land changes, and so must we." The officer nods, salutes, and leaves him to the silence again. Hannibal's eyes follow the man's retreat for a moment before returning to the sea. "Always movement," he says softly, almost with a smile. "Even peace must travel." The night deepens. The sky above him feels infinite. He sits down on the sand, the sound of the waves steady at his feet. His thoughts settle into rhythm with them. He thinks of his soldiers, of how they've aged with him, of how their faces have changed, grown quieter, wiser. He wonders if they understand that the years spent in waiting were not loss, but preparation for this stillness that teaches more than motion ever could. He reaches into the pouch at his side and pulls out one of his tablets. By moonlight, he writes slowly, the stylus moving in long, deliberate lines. The river's strength is in its patience. It does not rush to reach the sea. It becomes the sea by flowing. He pauses, reads the line again, and nods slightly to himself. He feels the truth of it, not as thought, but as understanding, carried in the body. When he finishes, he sets the tablet aside and leans back on his hands, tilting his head toward the sky. The stars wheel above him in their eternal rhythm. He has followed those same lights since his youth, across deserts, across mountains, across decades of struggle. And now, seeing them once more, he realizes that they have not changed. Only he has learned to see their constancy as peace rather than distance. He speaks softly, barely more than breath. The map never ended. It just grew wider. Somewhere behind him, the campfire crackles. The faint laughter of a few men drifts through the night. It is a sound without urgency, full of life's simplest contentment. Hannibal listens, and a sense of gratitude fills him. Gratitude for the endurance of those who followed him, for the patience that held them through storm and silence alike. He lies back against the sand, the coolness of the earth meeting the warmth of the air. The sound of the tide is close now, rhythmic, infinite. The stars above seem to pulse with each breath. In that moment, there is no Carthage, no Rome, no history, only the endless balance between movement and rest. You might imagine him closing his eyes, not to sleep but to listen to the waves, to the wind, to the sound of time passing evenly through all things. He has reached the stillness that every journey, knowingly or not, seeks to find, and as the tide continues, its slow advance, touching the edge of his cloak, retreating, returning again, you might feel that same rhythm within yourself, that soft, eternal breathing of the world, and perhaps, in that rhythm, you might ask yourself, when all the paths you've walked lead you here, to calm, to quiet, to the sound of the sea, can you let go of direction entirely and simply trust that you have arrived exactly where the rhythm meant to bring you? The morning arrives with a deep stillness. The air is warm, almost luminous, carrying the faint hum of insects from the grass beyond the camp. The sea below glows pale in the early light, moving without hurry, its rhythm eternal and unchanged. Hannibal stands at the edge of the ridge, his cloak gathered loosely about his shoulders. The sky above is washed in soft tones of gold and gray. He has begun to wake earlier now, not from discipline, but because he enjoys the quiet hours. When the day first begins to breathe, he looks toward the horizon, where the line between sea and sky seems to blur. There is no distinction anymore between beginning and ending, between campaign and calm. Everything has folded together into one unbroken movement of time. A small group of his men walks nearby, speaking softly, carrying bundles of tools and rope. They pause when they see him, offer quiet greetings, then continue down the path. Their presence comforts him, steady, reliable, unchanging. He turns back toward the sea and whispers to himself, "The world no longer needs my command. It moves perfectly on its own." He returns to his tent as the sun rises higher. Inside, light fills the space in soft patterns through the fabric walls. His writing table is set with a few tablets, neatly stacked. Some are finished, others bear only the beginning of thoughts. He sits and opens one. The stylus feels familiar, balanced between his fingers. Today, he writes slowly, without intent to instruct. There is no art in forcing the world to follow you. The truest art is learning to walk beside it, in time, in patience, in grace. He stops, sets the stylus down, and lets the words rest. They do not need refinement. They are what they must be, simple, complete, and true. Later that morning, one of the older officers enters. His hair has turned white. His movements carry the same quiet care as his commander's. "General," he says softly, "the scouts have returned. The land ahead is clear. There are farms, water, open ground. Shall we prepare to move?" Hannibal studies the man's face for a moment before answering. His tone is gentle, almost like a father's. "Yes, move the camp tomorrow, not today. Let the men rest one more night by the sea. They should learn what peace feels like before we walk away from it." The officer nods, understanding without question, and leaves him to the stillness again. The rest of the day drifts by in quiet rhythm. The men mend their clothes, wash their armor, polish what remains of their weapons, not from need, but from respect. The camp, once filled with the noise of command, now hums with the soft industriousness of a village. In the afternoon, Hannibal walks the perimeter. He stops to speak with the sentries, to share a few words with the cooks, to watch the horses grazing on the dry grass beyond the tents. There is a gentleness to his gaze now, one that sees no threat, only the perfection of order, maintained through calm. When evening comes, the light fades slowly across the hills. The sky turns the color of bronze, then violet, then deep blue. The men gather around the fires again. The smell of roasting bread and wood smoke fills the air. Someone begins a song, low, steady, carrying like wind through tall grass. The others join, their voices blending into a sound that feels as old as the land itself. Hannibal listens. From a short distance away, sitting upon a low stone, the music swells and fades. The stars appear above them, one by one. For a moment, he closes his eyes, and it feels as though time has folded back upon itself, that he is hearing not the end of a life, but the echo of every march, every night spent waiting, every heartbeat of patience that led to this peace. He speaks softly, not to anyone in particular. The song continues. Even when the singer sleeps, the firelight flickers across his face, revealing both the lines of age and the serenity of wisdom. His expression holds neither triumph nor regret, only comprehension, the calm recognition that everything he has lived has been part of one long lesson in rhythm. He stays awake long after the camp has quieted. The fire burns to embers. The sea continues its whisper. He feels the earth's slow pulse beneath his feet, steady, ancient, alive, and in that moment, you might imagine that he understands something so simple it cannot be spoken, that all motion, no matter how vast, eventually becomes stillness, and all stillness, no matter how complete, still breathes quietly with life. He gazes toward the horizon one last time before lying down to rest. His body eases into the earth as though it belongs to it, no longer a warrior, no longer a commander, but part of the same quiet continuation of all things. The waves rise and fall. The wind moves gently through the grass. The stars shimmer above, eternal and indifferent, yet kind. And perhaps, as you picture that scene, the man, the sea, the endless calm, you might feel the same truth settle gently inside you. That peace is not found at the end of a journey, but within the rhythm that carries you all along the way. And you might ask yourself, softly, when all that you've led, built, and dreamed finally comes to rest, can you let the world continue its quiet motion and know without doubt that your part in it was complete? The sun rises through a fine mist, pale and gold, its reflection shimmering across the long curve of the water. The air is gentle this morning, still almost fragrant, carrying the faint trace of pine and salt. The camp stirs slowly, not from command, but from the rhythm of habit, each man moving with the quiet precision of a life well practiced. Hannibal wakes before most of them. He sits for a moment on his cot, eyes open, listening. The sounds are familiar, the sigh of canvas shifting in the breeze, the distant murmur of voices, the steady heartbeat of the sea below. Nothing surprises him anymore, yet everything feels vivid, full. He dresses carefully, fastening his cloak with unhurried grace. Each movement seems to carry intention, as though the smallest act, the tying of a strap, the lifting of a cup, is itself a reflection of order. He steps outside. The morning light gathers around him, soft and forgiving. He walks the camp one final time. The men greet him as they always do, quietly, respectfully. Some straighten as he passes, others simply smile. He returns each gesture with warmth. He has learned that acknowledgement, not command, binds people together more deeply than fear or authority ever could. At the edge of camp, he pauses to look back. The tents, the fires, the calm precision, it all feels like a living echo of the order he once built from chaos. Now it exists without him, and that, he thinks, is the truest sign of mastery, when what you have shaped can stand on its own. The sea is bright today, the waves small, the air thick with sunlight. He walks toward it slowly, his sandals leaving shallow impressions in the sand. When he reaches the shore, he stops and watches the tide move in, the same tide that has followed him all these years, always near, always speaking. He kneels and touches the water with both hands. The coolness surprises him, and he smiles. "You are constant," he murmurs, "and yet never the same." He remains there for a time, his hands resting in the surf, the sunlight shifting gently on the surface. Around him, the world feels utterly still, yet filled with invisible movement, the kind of motion that belongs not to armies or empires, but to the quiet persistence of nature itself. When he rises, he finds that one of his older officers has approached, the same man who once asked whether they would move inland. "General," the man says softly, "the men are ready. They await your word." Hannibal turns and looks at him, his expression calm, his voice almost tender. "Tell them we move after sunrise. Slowly, there is no need to hurry. The land will wait for us." The man nods, bows, and leaves. Hannibal remains by the water's edge for a while longer. He breathes deeply, the air cool against his chest, the rhythm of the waves matching the rhythm of his pulse. He thinks of his life as a sequence of movements, the river crossings, the narrow passes, the plains that stretched to the horizon. All of it, he realizes, was preparation for this understanding that to master movement is not to resist time, but to flow with it. He whispers quietly, "Even the greatest journey ends not in distance, but in stillness." The camp begins to wake in earnest now. Voices rise, the sound of hooves, the clatter of wood, the call of a commander repeating orders. Yet none of it disturbs him. It feels like music, the measured rhythm of continuity. He turns from the sea and begins to walk back. The sun, now fully risen, casts long golden light across the sand. Each step he takes feels certain, deliberate, final, without being heavy. As he passes through the camp, the men pause to watch him. Some bow, some salute, others simply meet his gaze. For a moment, the movement of hundreds slows to a shared silence. Hannibal meets their eyes and speaks softly, almost as if to each of them alone. "You have walked through mountains and rivers. You have known fear and patience, victory and quiet. All of it has been the same lesson: to listen, to wait, to move when the world allows. Carry that with you. It will serve you better than any sword." Few men nod, others look down, reflecting. The silence deepens. Then, as if on cue, the camp stirs again, the moment folding naturally back into rhythm. Hannibal continues walking, his gaze sweeping once more across the tents, the fires, the shimmering sea beyond. The air feels lighter now, as though everything around him breathes in unison. By midday, the camp will move inland. The road ahead is long, but not uncertain. He knows now that uncertainty was never the enemy, haste was. And so, they will move slowly, in harmony with the day, guided not by conquest, but by comprehension. He stops one last time before entering his tent. The breeze moves through his hair. The scent of salt and warm dust fills the air. He looks toward the horizon, calm, infinite, and smiles faintly. The war that shaped him has faded into quiet memory, but the rhythm it taught him endures, as eternal as the sea's pulse. He whispers to the wind. The pattern continues, and perhaps, as you stand beside him in thought, you might feel that same rhythm, the long arc of time, carrying you gently forward, steady and kind. You might sense, as he does, that peace was never something to be reached, but something to be remembered, something that has always been there, beneath the noise, waiting for your stillness to uncover it. And you might ask yourself, softly, in this shared quiet, when your own map is complete and the path returns you to calm, can you walk onward, not seeking more, but simply moving with the rhythm that has always carried you? The dawn arrives with gentleness, a thin band of gold along the horizon, spreading slowly, almost shyly, across the sea. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of salt and earth. Somewhere inland, birds call softly through the light mist, their notes rising and fading like the breath of the world itself. Hannibal stands beside his tent, cloak drawn close against the early chill. Around him, the camp is beginning to stir. The faint creak of leather, the rustle of canvas, the murmur of men waking after deep, dreamless rest. The rhythm of life here has grown slow and certain, like the steady beating of a heart long at peace with its own pace. He moves through the camp quietly, nodding to each man he passes. His eyes take in every detail, the way a soldier rolls his blanket, the careful tightening of a saddle strap, the quiet efficiency of a cook's hands over the morning fire. Everything unfolds in balance, unhurried, without tension. When he reaches the edge of the camp, he stops to look east. The sea glows faintly under the rising light. Its color shifts from gray to silver to a pale, luminous blue. The sound of it, that ancient, tireless rhythm, has become to him what silence once was, not the absence of sound, but the presence of calm. He whispers to himself. Even the sea wakes slowly, as if it, too, remembers. The soldiers begin their preparations to move inland. It is a small relocation, a few miles, perhaps, but symbolically larger. They are leaving the sea behind for the first time in months. Yet there is no restlessness, no sorrow. The men have learned from him the quiet art of movement, to go where one must, without haste, without resistance. Hannibal oversees their work from a low rise. He says little. His gaze follows the men as they dismantle tents, load supplies, form the slow, patient lines of a march. The rhythm is musical, boots upon soil, rope drawn through ring. The muted sound of breath beneath effort, it reminds him of another kind of music, the muffled thunder of hooves. Across the plains of Cannae, the wind that once swept cold through the alpine passes, the rustle of reeds beside the Trebia. Yet where once those sounds had meant motion and tension, now they sound only of harmony, of continuity. When the last tent is struck and the carts are loaded, the men stand waiting, looking toward him. He lifts his hand slightly, the gesture so simple that it feels less like an order and more like permission. Walk, he says, and watch how the land welcomes you. The march begins. The path curves gently inland, away from the sea, toward rolling hills covered in low grass and scattered olive trees. The morning light falls soft across the landscape, and a faint breeze moves through the branches, stirring the leaves like distant whispers. Hannibal rides near the front. He keeps his head high, but relaxed, his eyes attentive, yet peaceful. As the road winds upward, he glances back occasionally at the long column behind him, men, horses, carts, and the slow dust rising in the air. Each figure moves with measured grace, bound not by discipline alone, but by something deeper, rhythm, balance, the memory of stillness. Around midday, they stop to rest in a valley cut through with a narrow stream. The water glints between stones, shallow and clear. Hannibal dismounts and kneels by it, cupping a handful of water to his lips. The taste is clean and cold. He watches the ripples move outward, catching sunlight in fragments. He smiles faintly and murmurs. Even the smallest stream remembers the sea. Some of the soldiers nearby hear him and glance up, unsure if they should respond. He only nods gently, encouraging them to drink, to rest. The tone of his leadership has long since changed from command to guidance, from direction to quiet example. They linger there through the heat of the day, the sound of water mingling with the buzz of insects in the grass. When they move again, the light has softened and shadows stretch long across the earth. By evening, they reach a broad plain where the air feels warmer, scented faintly with wild thyme. Here, Hannibal orders the camp to be raised. The men work efficiently, but without rush. The tents rise, the fires are lit, and the calm rhythm of preparation returns. As twilight falls, Hannibal stands at the center of the camp. The sky above is streaked with soft colors, pink, amber, violet, fading gradually into the deepening blue of night. The men sit together, eating, laughing quietly. The warmth of the fires flickers across their faces, across the polished bronze of their helmets, across the calm that now defines them. He walks among them slowly. Each group greets him, and he returns each greeting with that small, patient smile. They know by now that his silence is its own kind of blessing. When he finally returns to his tent, he finds his tablet waiting. He sits, draws the stylus across it, and writes, "A commander's true legacy is not the battles he wins, but the peace he leaves behind. When those who followed you can move without fear, when their steps align with the rhythm of the earth, then your work is done." He reads it once, then sets the stylus aside. The words feel sufficient. They need no more than their stillness. Outside, the night has settled. The fires burn low. The sound of men sleeping mingles with the faint chorus of crickets. Hannibal lies down and listens, his breath slow, his body at rest. You might imagine him there, a man who has crossed mountains, rivers, and lifetimes, now surrounded by the simplest music of all, peace itself. The sound of the wind moving through the grass, the quiet pulse of the world continuing exactly as it should. And as you listen with him to that slow, unbroken rhythm of rest, you might feel the same truth rising softly in your mind. That leadership, like life, ends not in triumph, but in the gentle assurance that the pattern will continue. And you might ask yourself, as the stars brighten above the sleeping camp, when the work of your hands is done and the rhythm carries on without you, can you rest knowing that what remains is not yours to control, but to trust? The morning begins in a whisper, a sky washed pale by light before the sun has fully lifted, the faint stirring of air across the grass, and the sound of horses exhaling softly near the edge of the camp. The men rise slowly, each movement measured, respectful of the quiet. The fires from the night before have burned down to soft ash. Everything feels suspended between waking and stillness. Hannibal stands a short distance from his tent, watching the light bloom across the hills. His face is calm, his eyes steady. There are no lines of worry, only the depth of reflection that comes from seeing far, both behind and ahead. He no longer thinks in days or years. He thinks in seasons, in the turning of light, in the slow repetition of sound and silence. He lifts a hand to the air, feeling the faint current of the wind move through his fingers. The world breathes, he says softly, almost to himself. It asks only that we move with its rhythm. Nearby, a few soldiers prepare the morning meal. The smell of bread, baking on flat stones, drifts across the camp. Others tighten straps, adjust packs, polish what remains of their gear. There is no command given. Each man simply knows what must be done. This, Hannibal thinks, is the perfection of order, when no voice is needed to sustain it. When discipline has become harmony, he walks toward the stream that cuts through the valley, the same one they camped beside the day before. The water moves quietly over smooth stones, its sound gentle, eternal. Kneeling, he watches the current, seeing his reflection flicker and distort on its surface. He dips his hand in and lets the water slip through his fingers. For a moment, he imagines that each ripple carries a fragment of his life. The boy in Carthage, learning from his father, the young soldier swearing his oath against Rome, the commander crossing the mountains, the patient general wading through endless years of war. Each form, each version of himself, flowing together, indistinguishable now. He smiles faintly and murmurs, "All rivers meet the same sea." When he returns to camp, the men are nearly ready to move. The carts are loaded, the lines formed. The morning sun has risen fully, its warmth brushing across their armor and faces. Hannibal mounts his horse slowly, with the deliberate grace of one who has done so thousands of times before. He surveys the column, long, even, steady. Then, with a small gesture of his hand, the march begins. The sound of footsteps and hooves merges with the low hum of the morning wind. It is not the sound of an army anymore. It is the sound of continuity, of movement that belongs as much to nature as to men. The path leads them inland through fields of wild grass and pale stones. The landscape rolls gently, dotted with olive trees and small villages that appear and fade beyond the hills. The people who see them no longer flee. They watch in silence, children sometimes waving, farmers pausing in their work to bow their heads. The legend that once brought fear now brings quiet respect. By midday, the army rests in the shade of a small grove. The men share their food, water, and simple stories. Laughter rises occasionally, carried off by the wind. Hannibal sits apart, beneath a larger tree, a piece of parchment unrolled across his knees. He does not write today. He simply looks at the men, at the land, at the slow weaving of sunlight through branches overhead. In that moment, he realizes that his command has long since left the realm of strategy. It has become something closer to care, an understanding that leadership is not measured in victories, but in how gently one holds the lives of others. When they resume their march, the afternoon light stretches across the road, turning dust into gold. The hills open toward a plain where the air is sweet with the scent of blooming herbs. Hannibal's horse walks at an easy pace. His hand rests lightly on its mane. He turns his head to one of his officers and says, "There is wisdom in slowness." The impatient man meets the world with noise. The patient one meets it with music. The officer nods, smiling faintly. "Then you have taught us music, General." Hannibal's eyes soften. "No," he says. "The land taught it. I only helped you hear it." They reach their next resting place before dusk. The camp rises with practiced rhythm, fires burning low and bright as the light fades. The sky turns a deep rose, then violet, then blue. The first stars emerge, patient and clear. Hannibal eats with his men that night, not apart, not as a symbol, but as one among them. They share bread, figs, and wine. The conversation drifts easily from memory to silence. When laughter comes, it is low and genuine. When silence falls, it is comfortable. He listens to them speak of home, of wives, of children, of places they might return to. He smiles at each mention, feeling something quiet move within him. Not envy, not longing, but peace. When the meal ends, he stands and walks a short distance away from the camp, climbing a small rise where the wind moves freely. From here, he can see the fires below, small, glowing circles spread across the darkened land. To him, they look like constellations fallen to earth. He thinks of how many fires he has seen in his life, some signaling victory, some burning cities, some simply warming tired men. This, he decides, is the most beautiful of them all, not because it marks triumph, but because it marks rest. He speaks softly into the night air. The stars above, the fires below, both shine, both fade, both return. So it is with all things. The wind carries his words away, dispersing them into the quiet expanse of the valley. He closes his eyes and listens to the faint murmur of the camp, to the sigh of the wind, to the low hum of the earth beneath his feet. And perhaps you can imagine him there, the man who once commanded thousands, now standing alone, content to be only one among them. No crown, no triumph, no grand speech, only the quiet understanding that to live in rhythm with the world is to conquer it in the gentlest way. The stars gleam brighter now, reflected faintly in his eyes. The fires below flicker, the men sleep, and the land breathes evenly. And as you breathe with him, you might sense that same peace, that slow, complete surrender to time's steady motion, the awareness that the pattern continues, perfectly balanced, needing nothing more. And you might ask yourself, softly, when the fires of your own labor glow in the distance, can you stand in stillness above them, and see not what has ended, but what endures. The next morning comes wrapped in a faint silver fog. The sun hides behind a soft veil of clouds, and the land beneath it glows with a muted kind of light, neither bright nor dim, but calm, as if the world has chosen to speak in a quieter tone. The camp stirs slowly, the sounds gentle, measured, familiar. No one hurries anymore. Even the horses move with patient rhythm, their breath misting softly in the cool air. Hannibal wakes, as he always does, before the men, before the first orders, before the sound of rope against wood or boot against soil. He rises, smooths the folds of his cloak, and steps outside. The air smells faintly of dew and smoke. The fog clings low to the ground, softening everything it touches. He walks to the edge of camp, where a small hill slopes gently downward toward a field of grass. The world feels distant, hushed, as though waiting for something unspoken. He stands for a while, hands clasped loosely behind his back, simply watching how the fog drifts, how it moves, not in haste, but with purpose, slow and unbroken. You see, he whispers, half to himself, half to the day. Even the mist has discipline. Behind him, a few voices begin to stir, the morning routines unfolding, the familiar clink of gear, the quiet talk of men sharing bread and plans. He turns back toward the camp and walks among them, his footsteps soft, his presence steady. The soldiers greet him with small nods and murmured words of respect. He stops near the fire pit, where one of the younger soldiers is warming water for tea. The man looks up quickly, almost startled, and rises. Hannibal gestures for him to stay seated. Sit, he says gently. The morning is wiser when met with calm. The soldier relaxes, smiling awkwardly. Yes, General. Hannibal takes a cup, fills it with the steaming water, and inhales the faint scent of herbs. Do you know, he says after a pause, there were mornings on the Alps when I could not tell where the world ended. The fog swallowed the sky, the mountains, even our own footsteps. Yet still, we moved, step by step, always forward. The soldier listens, eyes bright. Were you afraid? Hannibal looks into the cup before answering. No, he says softly. I was listening. Fear is the sound of not listening. He drinks slowly, then sets the cup down and smiles faintly. The world speaks in rhythm. Wind, water, fire, breath. When you move with it, there is no fear. The soldier nods, perhaps not fully understanding, but feeling the truth of it nonetheless. Hannibal's words are less instruction now and more presence, the kind that lingers long after it's spoken. As the sun rises higher, the fog begins to thin, revealing the rolling fields beyond. The men pack the camp with quiet efficiency, their movements so synchronized they seem choreographed by nature itself. The sound of wooden wheels turning, of leather creaking, of footsteps pressing softly into the damp earth, all blend into a rhythm that feels more like meditation than work. Hannibal mounts his horse. When the line is ready, he does not raise his voice. A simple motion of his hand, and the column begins its gentle advance. The road ahead curves through the valley, where the fog still lingers in low bands, like silk drifting across the land. As they march, the sound of the army becomes one with the morning, the murmur of men, the cadence of hooves, the sigh of the wind through tall grass. The distinction between command and obedience, between leader and follower, seems to dissolve. What remains is harmony, the pure rhythm of movement. By midday, the fog has lifted entirely. The sky opens into a deep blue, and the sun lays warm light across the hills. Hannibal halts at a ridge and looks back at the long column below. The view moves him, not with pride, but with peace. So many lives, once bound to war, now flowing calmly through the landscape like a river, finding its course. He breathes deeply, the air sweet and full. A hawk circles high above, its motion steady, its wings outstretched to the wind. Hannibal follows it with his eyes and murmurs. It knows the air without fighting it. Later, they make camp near a small grove. The trees there are tall and old, their roots spreading deep into the soil. The men rest, some bathing in a nearby stream, others mending clothes, others lying quietly beneath the shade. The sense of stillness feels earned, not forced, not temporary, but real. As evening descends, the air cools, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and earth. The fires burn low, the light golden and soft. Hannibal sits a short distance from the camp, a tablet on his knee, the stylus moving slowly across its surface. He writes, "Peace does not come when the noise ends. Peace comes when one has learned to hear the quiet that was always there." He pauses, lets the words settle into the wood, then sets the stylus down. The sound of crickets fills the air. The first stars appear above the trees. He looks up and studies them for a while, tracing the faint outlines of constellations he has followed for a lifetime. They are the same stars that guided him through storms and darkness, unchanged, eternal. Yet they no longer feel like instruments of navigation. They feel like companions, silent, patient, luminous. He speaks softly into the cooling air. The stars never move faster than they must. Why should we? The wind rustles through the branches as if in agreement, and perhaps you might imagine him there, the man who once bent the world to his will, now sitting in stillness beneath the very same sky, realizing that the truest form of mastery is not control, but alignment. The fires flicker, the night deepens, and the rhythm of the camp slows into sleep. The sea is far behind now, but its calm still echoes in his breath, and as you breathe with him, steady and slow, you might feel the same quiet truth that has come to rest in him, that peace is not a place you reach, but a rhythm you remember. And you might ask yourself gently, under the same unchanging stars, when the world softens and you no longer need to command it, can you live as the wind does, present, invisible, and perfectly in tune with everything that moves? The next morning is cool and clear, the kind of morning that carries a hint of change, though nothing visible has yet begun to move. The camp lies quiet beneath a pale blue sky. The smell of dew rises from the grass, and the faint crackle of small fires breaks the silence. In gentle rhythm, Hannibal steps from his tent slowly, as though measuring the day before entering it. The ground beneath his sandals is damp and firm. He looks upward, squinting slightly at the light. The world seems perfectly balanced, still yet alive, quiet, yet humming with unseen energy. He breathes deeply, filling his lungs with the crisp air. "A good day," he murmurs, not to anyone in particular, but as an acknowledgement to the morning itself. Around him, the men move about their tasks, washing, packing, readying the wagons. The sound of their movements blends seamlessly into the natural rhythm of the world. Birds call in the distance. The wind stirs the tall grass. There is no tension, no urgency, only the steady unfolding of time. You might imagine him walking slowly through the camp, each step deliberate, his cloak trailing lightly behind him. Wherever he passes, men straighten, but there is no fear in their eyes, only respect, even affection. They know his gaze is one that sees not just soldiers, but the pattern of life in which they all take part. At the far edge of camp, he stops to watch the horizon. The hills ahead are low and wide, the fields between them rippling softly in the morning wind. A faint shimmer of dust marks the road they will take. He studies it with the same care he once gave to the most complex battlefields, but his expression holds no calculation, now only understanding. A messenger approaches, bowing slightly. "General, the scouts have returned. The road is clear for several miles. The river crossing beyond is shallow." Hannibal nods, his eyes still on the distance. "Good," he says. "Then we follow the road as long as it wishes to lead us." The messenger hesitates. And if the river deepens, sir? Hannibal turns, the faintest smile touching his lips. Then we wait until it learns to be shallow again. The man nods, a little confused, but somehow reassured. Hannibal watches him go, then looks back at the landscape, still smiling. Even the land needs time, he whispers. Everything does. As the morning grows brighter, the column begins to form, lines of men and animals, wagons creaking softly, banners fluttering faintly in the gentle wind. Hannibal mounts his horse and rides to the front. The sound of hooves on soil echoes evenly like a drumbeat, too calm to command fear. When he lifts his hand, the army moves. The rhythm of footsteps joins the wind, joins the distant birds, joins the steady breathing of the world. They travel for hours through the valley. The fields on either side are green and wild, dotted with yellow flowers. Small streams cut through the land, and from time to time, a breeze carries the scent of water. No enemy waits for them here, only time itself, vast and forgiving. At midday, they stop to rest beneath a stand of tall oaks. The men scatter into the shade, their laughter low, their movements unhurried. Hannibal dismounts, hands his reins to a soldier, and walks a little apart. He sits on the grass, leaning back against a tree trunk, the sunlight flickering through leaves above him. For a long while, he does nothing but listen. The air hums with life, the soft rush of wind through branches, the murmur of men speaking, the faint, rhythmic click of insects hidden in the grass. It feels to him like music, a music without composer, perfect in its balance. He thinks of the past again, but not as memory, more as a landscape that still exists, somewhere, moving in parallel with this one. The roar of the Alps, the vast silence of Cannae, the heat of the African plains. All those moments are still unfolding somewhere in time, and yet, here he sits, hearing only the wind. He whispers softly, every battlefield becomes a meadow given enough years. When he rises again, the day has already begun its slow turn toward evening. The march resumes, the road winding gently upward through low hills. The light slants across the land, warm and golden, touching everything with quiet grace. By the time they stop to make camp, the sky is the color of copper, fading into violet. Fires bloom one by one, their smoke rising straight into the still air. The sound of cooking, of laughter, of distant conversation fills the twilight. Hannibal walks among his men, as he always does. He listens more than he speaks. His words now are few, but each one carries weight because it comes from stillness, not command. A gesture of his hand replaces whole speeches. A glance is enough to guide. Later, he sits at the edge of the camp. Below him, the land stretches into shadow, the stars gathering slowly above. The first cool breeze of night brushes his face. In his lap lies a half-finished tablet, the stylus resting idle beside it. He writes only one more line. In the end, every march is toward understanding. He reads it, nods once, and leaves it unfinished. The fires behind him flicker lower. The men's voices fade. The night deepens into a vast, blue stillness. Hannibal closes his eyes and listens, not to the sea now, nor the wind, but to the rhythm that lives beneath both, the quiet heartbeat of the earth. You might imagine sitting there with him, breathing with that same unbroken calm, the same patience that carried him through mountains and across years. You might feel the truth of it settle gently around you. That time itself is a teacher, and the lesson, always, is to move slowly enough to hear it speak. And as the night holds its quiet, you might ask yourself, when your road becomes soft and silent beneath you, can you walk it not as a path to somewhere, but as the place you were meant to arrive all along? Morning unfolds with a soft and steady brightness. The sun rises gently behind the low hills, its light filtering through a fine haze that makes everything seem both near and far at once. The tents, the trees, the faint shimmer of distant fields. The air feels mild and balanced, neither cool nor warm, as if the day has chosen not to favor one state over another. Hannibal wakes to this stillness and remains seated for a while, hands resting loosely on his knees, eyes half open. He listens, not for danger, not for orders, but for the quiet hum that lives within the world when it is undisturbed. It sounds almost like the soft breathing of something vast and kind. When he steps outside, the camp is already stirring. The men move in easy rhythm, fires being rekindled, ropes untied, leather tightened. No shouting, no confusion. The habits of long years have distilled into simplicity. Discipline has become peace. He walks to a small rise at the camp's edge. From there, he can see the land open in every direction, rolling plains, thin ribbons of river, far-off hills, shimmering faintly in the morning light. The world stretches wide, but feels intimate, as though it is breathing with him. He murmurs, "The earth is never still." Yet it does not hurry. A few birds rise suddenly from the grass, wings flashing pale in the light. He follows them with his eyes until they vanish into the sky. It pleases him to see movement without tension, creatures that know their rhythm and trust it completely. Behind him, one of his officers approaches quietly. "General," he says, his voice respectful but warm. The men are ready to march. Hannibal nods, but does not turn. Let them rest a little longer. The sun has not yet reached its strength. There is wisdom in beginning slowly. The officer bows slightly and withdraws. Hannibal continues to watch the light move across the land. He can feel the years upon him now, not as weight, but as form. The same patience that once guided his armies now guides his breath. When the march begins, it does so without urgency. The line of men and animals moves through the tall grass like a river, curving and shifting, steady and sure. The sound of their passage, boots, hooves, the soft murmur of conversation blends with the sound of the wind. The road leads through open countryside. Farmers pause in their fields to watch the procession. Some raise their hands in quiet greeting. Others stand silently, uncertain, respectful. Hannibal acknowledges each with a slow nod. His army is no longer an instrument of fear. It has become a symbol of endurance, of quiet purpose. As the sun climbs higher, the heat deepens. The soldiers remove their cloaks, their armor dull with the dust of travel. The path narrows as it enters a grove of trees, and the air cools again. Light filters through the leaves, falling in broken patterns on the ground. Hannibal dismounts here and walks beside his horse, hand resting lightly on its neck. He enjoys the rhythm of walking, the evenness of step, the small adjustments of balance. It reminds him that the simplest acts are often the most complete. After some time, the road opens again onto a plateau. From this height, the world spreads vast before them. The horizon curves softly, and the fields below are touched by wind that moves in visible waves. Hannibal stops and looks outward. He gestures to the men nearest him. "Do you see how the wind bends the grass? Not all in the same direction, but still together. That is how an army should move, each man part of the same current, yet keeping his own form." They watch with him, understanding in silence. By afternoon, they reach another valley, greener than the last, a stream cutting through its center. The men drink and rest, their laughter easy. Some sleep, some mend their sandals, some write small notes to families far away. Hannibal sits beneath an olive tree, his back against the trunk, the light flickering gently across his face. He removes a small tablet from his satchel, but he doesn't write immediately. Instead, he closes his eyes, feeling the breeze move through the grove. The smell of dust, water, and leaves mixes in the air, a scent that feels older than memory. After a long while, he begins to write. The wise move, as the wind does, unseen in intent, certain in effect. To push too hard is to break the rhythm that already exists. To move with it is to master without force. He finishes the sentence, sets the stylus down, and rests his hand on the wood for a moment as if to steady it against time. Evening comes quietly. The men light their fires, and the grove fills with soft orange glow. The smoke rises straight into the still airs. A few soldiers sing low, melodic, simple tunes, carried from distant homelands. Hannibal listens without speaking, the sound wrapping around him like a familiar cloak. As the stars appear, he walks beyond the camp to where the stream widens. The surface reflects both the fires behind him and the sky above, a perfect balance between earth and heaven. He kneels and touches the water, watching the ripples distort the reflections, then settle again. He speaks softly, almost to the stream itself. To disturb is human. To let it settle, that is wisdom. He stays there for a long time until the air cools and the camp grows quiet. When he finally rises, the stars have brightened into steady, unblinking light. He looks at them as one might look at old friends, without expectation, without words, only with calm recognition. He knows that each step he takes now carries him further into stillness, not the stillness of ending, but the stillness of understanding. You might picture him there, standing in that calm night, the faint glow of the fires at his back, the infinite sky before him. The same man who once crossed the Alps now stands at the edge of time's horizon, no longer striving, simply belonging. And as you breathe with him, slowly and deeply, you might feel that same belonging stir within you, the quiet knowledge that every path, no matter how far, leads back to peace. And you might ask yourself, in that silence between heartbeats, when all movement slows and the horizon grows soft, can you stand without seeking and recognize that you are already where you were meant to be? The world is quiet again, the kind of quiet that feels not like absence, but completion. The sun climbs slowly above the horizon, spreading a thin light that softens everything it touches, the tents, the grass, the faces of men stirring from sleep. The land holds its breath in that early hour before warmth fully arrives. Hannibal wakes to the same silence and sits for a time in stillness. His breath moves easily. His eyes are open but unhurried. Around him, the rhythm of life continues. The soft footsteps of soldiers preparing for the march, the gentle splash of water poured into basins, the low murmur of voices that no longer ask for orders but exchange small comforts. He stands and steps outside. The air is cool and scented faintly with wild thyme. The sky above is clear, an endless pale blue fading into gold at the edges. He looks upward and allows himself the smallest smile. The sky is always patient, he whispers. He walks to the stream, where the water moves gently over stones. He kneels, dips his hands, and brings the coolness to his face. The feeling is grounding, not refreshing, not awakening, but affirming. The same water that has crossed mountains, that has passed through cities, now rests in his palms. You might imagine him sitting there, one knee bent, eyes calm, watching the water's surface shift with the light. In that shimmering reflection, he sees fragments of himself, the commander, the student, the wanderer, the teacher, all of them, still moving in the same current. He speaks softly. Nothing I have done is lost. It only changes shape. When he returns to camp, the men are gathered, ready to move. Their packs are slung, their armor fitted, their lines formed. There is no noise, no clamor, only a steady hum of readiness. Hannibal mounts his horse, nods once, and the column begins its march. The road today is broad and smooth, winding between low hills, covered in tall grass that sways under the light wind. The rhythm of the army matches that of the land, slow, balanced, unforced. The world seems to breathe with them. As they travel, Hannibal watches the landscape unfold. A line of trees marks a distant river. The glint of water catches the sunlight. He notices everything, the slope of the ground, the color of the soil, the way the shadows of clouds move across the fields. To him, these are not just details. They are language, the way the earth speaks. By midday, the heat thickens. The men stop to rest under a cluster of cypress trees. Some sleep in the shade. Others sit quietly, polishing weapons more out of habit than need. Hannibal sits apart, drawing slow lines in the dirt with a stick, circles, then spirals, then simple crossings, patterns that mean nothing and everything. A young officer approaches, hesitates, then sits beside him. For a while, neither speaks. The only sounds are the wind and the soft creak of leather. Then, in a low voice, the officer says, "General, when you look at all that has happened, the wars, the marches, the waiting, do you believe it was fate?" Hannibal doesn't answer at once. He watches the wind ripple through the grass, the motion slow and fluid. "No," he says finally. "Not fate. Pattern." The officer frowns slightly. "There's a difference." "A great one," Hannibal replies. "Fate is something men imagine to explain what they do not understand. Pattern is what already exists, whether we see it or not. The wise man learns to move within it. The younger man nods slowly, turning the thought over in his mind. Hannibal continues, his tone soft but steady. "The world is a rhythm, not a line. You think you are moving toward an end, but you are only returning to where you began, with greater sight." The officer looks down at the marks in the dirt, at the circles and spirals Hannibal has drawn. "Like this?" Hannibal nods. "Exactly like this." The wind passes through the grove, stirring the dust, erasing the marks slowly. Both men watch as the drawings disappear, leaving the ground smooth again. Hannibal smiles faintly. Even the earth prefers simplicity in the end. They sit in silence a while longer before returning to the others. When the march resumes, the light has softened, the heat easing into the comfort of late afternoon. The road bends upward toward a plateau. At its crest, the view opens wide, hills, forests, the silver thread of a river far below. Hannibal stops his horse and looks out over the vastness. He breathes deeply, his eyes tracing the horizon. "This," he says softly, "is how I remember the world." The men pause behind him, waiting. He remains still for several breaths before turning back to them. "We stop here tonight," he says. "The ground is kind. Let it hold us." The camp rises once again with quiet efficiency. Fires glow as the sun slips behind the hills. The smell of bread and wood smoke fills the air. Hannibal sits near the edge of the plateau, apart, but not alone, watching as twilight deepens and the first stars appear. He draws one more tablet from his satchel and writes, "There is no need to conquer what already belongs to you. The world yields to those who walk with it." He places the stylus down and looks up. The stars above him are brighter than he remembers, perhaps because he no longer looks for signs in them. Now, they are simply light, patient, enduring enough. He breathes out, long and steady. The sound of the wind through the grass answers softly. You might imagine sitting there beside him, watching the same stars gather across the vast, quiet sky. The night feels endless, but gentle, the kind that holds you rather than surrounds you. And as you listen to the slow rhythm of breath, wind, and silence blending into one, you might feel that same realization forming quietly within yourself, that what we call endings are simply places where movement becomes peace. And perhaps you might ask yourself, when the long march brings you here, to the place where everything slows and the horizon no longer demands, can you let the world hold you as gently and completely as the night holds its stars? The dawn is softer now, its colors diluted to the gentlest tones, pale amber melting into the faint gray of the horizon. The light feels older, as though it has learned patience from the earth. The air carries the smell of cool stone and grass still wet with dew. Hannibal wakes before the camp, as he always has. He sits for a while at the edge of his cot, his hand resting lightly on his knee. His body moves more carefully now, but without strain. The years have carved steadiness into his every motion. When he stands, the tent's thin walls ripple faintly with the shift of air. Outside, the world is still wrapped in morning's quiet. The fires have burned to faint embers. The men sleep deeply, their breaths slow and even. Hannibal looks across the camp and feels a calm affection rise within him. Not pride, not nostalgia, but gratitude. These men, this land, this silence, all are part of the same long rhythm that has shaped his life. He walks beyond the tents, out toward the edge of the plateau. The light here stretches wide, unbroken. Below him, the valley lies wrapped in mist, its rivers glinting faintly in the distance. He watches the fog move, curling and reshaping, never holding one form for long. Everything endures, he whispers, but nothing clings. You might imagine the wind brushing softly against his cloak, carrying with it the cool scent of the coming day. He closes his eyes, lets the air fill his lungs, and exhales slowly. Each breath feels deliberate, balanced, as if he and the world are breathing together. When he opens his eyes again, the mist has begun to lift. The valley reveals itself in fragments, a grove of trees, the shimmer of the river, the pale line of a road cutting through the fields. For a moment, he sees it not as terrain, but as memory, as though every journey he has ever taken is contained within that single view. Later, the camp begins to stir. The men wake, eat, prepare. Their voices rise softly, respectful of the morning calm. Hannibal returns among them, walking without hurry. He pauses to watch as a young soldier tightens the strap of a pack. Not too tight, he says gently. A load carried with ease lasts longer than one carried in haste. The soldier smiles, adjusts, nods. Breakfast passes with quiet conversation. The smell of baking bread mingles with the faint tang of smoke. Hannibal sits near the fire, his eyes following the slow rise of the flame. He remembers other fires, some born of battle, some of shelter, all sharing the same steady flicker. Even fire, he thinks, knows restraint when fed with care. As the sun climbs higher, the march begins. The path today winds downward through the hills, leading toward a plain rich with grass and the scent of water. The rhythm of the march has become so natural that it hardly feels like movement. The line of men flows forward, bending with the curves of the land. They pass through the ruins of an old outpost, nothing more than a few fallen walls and stones covered in moss. Hannibal dismounts and walks among them, touching the weathered stone. Men build, he says quietly to no one in particular, and the earth remembers only the shape of their patience. He stands there for a while, looking at the crumbled doorway that once marked an entrance. The light falls gently across it, the shadows deep, but not cold. Then he turns and continues, the sound of his footsteps merging with the rustle of wind. By midday, they reach the river. The water moves slowly, clear and shallow, catching the sun in ripples. The men remove their sandals and cross barefoot, their reflections shimmering beside them. Hannibal wades in last, his gaze fixed on the far bank. The coolness of the water touches his legs, his knees, the hem of his cloak. He pauses midstream and looks down. The water moves around him, effortless and sure. He watches it shape itself around stone, around step, around time. To endure, he murmurs, is to know how to move around what cannot be moved. When they reach the other side, the men rest in the shade. Some laugh, others sit quietly, wringing water from cloth. Hannibal stands at the edge of the riverbank, watching the current flow past. The same river that begins in the mountains will one day meet the sea. The journey, he realizes, was never about direction, only rhythm. As evening comes, they camp by the river. The air cools. The sound of water fills the space between voices. Fires are lit again, small and steady, their light reflecting on the ripples. Hannibal eats a little bread, drinks a little wine, and sits apart for a time. He takes out a tablet and writes slowly. The river teaches surrender without loss. To move and to remain are not opposites. They are the same act, seen from different banks. He stops, reads it again, and nods once. Then he sets the tablet aside and leans back on his hands, gazing at the fading light. The sky turns to copper, then deep blue. Stars begin to form their quiet geometry above. The men sing again, softly, their voices carried on the evening breeze. The song is not of battle or glory, but of journey, of walking, of remembering, of belonging. Hannibal listens with closed eyes, letting the sound blend with the river's rhythm until they are indistinguishable. He speaks aloud, barely above a whisper. All roads, all waters, all songs, they lead to stillness. When followed long enough, you might imagine him sitting there by the water's edge, the firelight brushing his face, the night deep and calm around him. There is nothing left to reach, nothing left to seek, only the quiet satisfaction of alignment. And as the river continues its endless motion, you might feel that same serenity ripple through you, the sense that movement and peace have never been separate things. And perhaps you might ask yourself, gently, when the current of your own life carries you onward, can you trust its direction and know that every motion, even the smallest one, is already leading you toward calm? The river mist lingers through the morning, drifting across the camp in slow, graceful shapes. The air is cool, the kind that rests lightly on the skin and smells of water and grass. The sun, still hidden behind a low band of cloud, sends its light in faint silver tones that shimmer on the surface of the water. Hannibal wakes to this soft, gray calm. He sits up slowly, wraps his cloak around his shoulders, and listens. The camp is quiet, no orders shouted, no clang of metal, only the natural hum of the world. Birds calling in the reeds, the whisper of the river, the faint shifting of tents in the breeze. He stands and walks toward the water. His sandals press lightly into the damp earth. The morning light catches his face, revealing the deep calm of a man whose thoughts have long since settled into stillness. At the edge of the river, he kneels and cups a handful of water, watching as it slips through his fingers and returns to its path. He smiles faintly. The river keeps no memory, he says quietly, and that is why it endures. He remains there for a time, watching the small ripples move outward and fade. The sound of the current becomes a rhythm beneath his breath. When he finally rises, the fog has begun to lift, revealing the slow motion of the camp waking to life. The men prepare without haste. They have learned, through his example, that movement is strongest when it is measured. The fires are rekindled, the gear packed, the horses fed. The air fills with the quiet murmur of readiness. Hannibal walks among them, pausing here and there, a nod to one man, a hand on another's shoulder. He speaks softly to those who seek his counsel, listens patiently to small questions, small stories. His presence, once a symbol of relentless purpose, has become something gentler, an anchor. As they set out, the path follows the river's course. The light glints on the water, dazzling in places, soft in others. Hannibal rides near the front, his horse stepping carefully through the shallow mud. The air grows warmer as the day advances, and the rhythm of the march becomes slow and even. Like breathing, they pass through small clusters of trees, where the branches bend towards the river, their leaves rustling in the wind. The scent of pine and wild mint mixes with the cool dampness of the current. Hannibal inhales deeply and says to the officer riding beside him, "This air carries more wisdom than 1,000 campaigns." The man glances at him, puzzled but respectful. "How so, General?" "Because it moves without resistance," Hannibal replies. "It touches everything and passes through unchanged." The officer smiles slightly, then nods. "Perhaps that is why you like it." "Perhaps," Hannibal answers, his eyes fixed on the horizon. By midday, they reach a bend in the river, where the water pools in a wide, calm basin. The men stop to rest, laying down their packs, some removing their sandals to bathe their feet. The air hums with insects and the low, constant sound of water. Hannibal dismounts and walks toward a flat rock at the edge of the bank. He sits, his cloak spreading gently behind him, and watches the reflections on the water's surface, fragments of trees, of sky, of men moving like shadows above the stream. The movement feels slow, almost meditative. He picks up a small stone and turns it in his palm. It is smooth, polished by years of flowing current. He studies it for a moment, then tosses it lightly into the river. The ripples expand, intersect, and fade until the surface becomes calm again. The water does not remember what fell into it, he murmurs. It only remembers how to return to stillness. Some of the younger men nearby overhear him. They exchange glances, unsure whether the words were meant for them, but one of them, curious, steps forward and asks, "General, when did you stop fighting?" Hannibal looks up, his eyes thoughtful. "When I learned there was nothing left to fight against," he says. "There is only movement to understand." The young man nods slowly, his expression half awe, half confusion. Hannibal gestures to the water. "Look at the river," he says. "It travels endlessly, yet it never hurries. It accepts every stone, every branch, every obstacle, and still finds its way to the sea." That is what strength truly is. The young man follows his gaze, watching the current glide around a cluster of reeds. He says nothing, but his shoulders relax as though a long-held weight has eased. Later, as the afternoon light mellows, the men prepare the camp. Fires are built on the higher ground, where the smoke rises straight into the open sky. The smell of wood and grain fills the air. Hannibal sits near the river, his tablet on his knee, his stylus in hand. He writes slowly, "When one ceases to command, the world reveals that it was never waiting for command. It was waiting for company." He reads the words, nods once, and sets the stylus aside. He leans back, resting his weight on his hands, and looks toward the west, where the light is turning golden. The river glows in long, smooth ribbons, flowing endlessly into the distance. As night descends, the camp quiets again. The men speak in low tones, their laughter subdued, their movements slower. The fires burn lower, their embers glowing against the dark. The river, illuminated by moonlight, looks like a road made of silver. Hannibal remains awake a little longer, watching the reflection of the stars ripple across the water. Each tremor of the current makes them shimmer, not fading, just shifting. He feels the same within himself, nothing lost, only transformed. He whispers to the night, "Even light must move to be seen." The wind carries his words across the river, soft as breath. You might imagine sitting beside him, hearing that same gentle rhythm, the hush of water, the low hum of life, continuing without demand. And in that sound, you might sense what he has come to know, that peace is not stillness without motion, but motion without struggle. And as you let that thought settle, you might ask yourself, when life moves around you, like a river, constant and clear, can you allow yourself to flow within it, not as a swimmer or a stone, but as part of the current itself? The morning rises in gold and silver. The light glints off the slow water, off the worn leather of the tents, off the calm faces of men waking from deep, dreamless rest. The rhythm of the camp unfolds quietly, like a breath drawn and released without thought. Hannibal wakes to this familiar music, the low murmur of voices, the soft hiss of embers stirred into flame, the rustle of canvas shifting with the wind. He sits for a while, shoulders wrapped in his cloak, watching a thin line of smoke spiral into the pale sky. His body feels heavy, but not weary. It is the heaviness of a life that is carried far, now resting exactly where it should. When he stands, the morning light finds his face. His features are older now, the deep calm of years etched in the corners of his eyes. Yet in that stillness, there is vitality, a kind of quiet brightness. You might imagine him as both shadow and light, a man whose strength has turned inward, steady, and enduring. He walks toward the riverbank, his sandals pressing softly into the damp earth. The air is cool and sweet. The river moves as it did yesterday, as it has for centuries, smooth, unhurried, speaking in tones too low for words. Hannibal stands at its edge, looking down at his reflection, wavering upon the surface. The image bends with the current, reforms, bends again. He kneels and touches the water with his fingertips. Even memory, he says softly, learns to move. Behind him, the camp begins its gentle order of preparation. The men roll their bedding, fasten their gear, share quiet words. Some hum to themselves, small songs of rhythm and habit. There is no tension in their motions now, only grace. When he returns among them, Hannibal finds one of his older captains waiting by the fire. The man rises, salutes, and then, seeing the faint smile on his commander's face, relaxes into ease. "General," he says, "the men ask if we will follow the river or turn inland today." Hannibal looks toward the horizon. The line of the river curves gently to the south, disappearing into a distant haze. Beyond it, the land rises again into soft hills. He watches for a long moment before replying. "We follow the river," he says. "It knows where to go." The captain nods, the simplicity of the answer settling in his mind like truth. By mid-morning, the column moves once more. The sound of footsteps blends with the murmur of the water beside them. Birds rise from the reeds and circle overhead. The sunlight flickers through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on the road. As they travel, Hannibal feels the rhythm of the march align with his own heartbeat, steady, patient, timeless. He remembers how once, in the youth of his campaigns, he measured life by speed, by the weight of decisions, by the edge of command. Now, he measures it by the space between moments, by stillness that feels alive. At midday, they stop to rest near a wide bend in the river where the water pools deep and still. Hannibal dismounts, walks to the bank, and sits upon a smooth stone. The men scatter into groups beneath the trees, their laughter drifting lightly across the air. A few step into the shallows to cool their feet, their reflections bending in the sunlight. Hannibal watches them, smiling faintly. "Once," he says aloud, "I thought an army was built from obedience. Now, I see it is built from rhythm." A young soldier nearby glances at him, uncertain whether he should respond. Hannibal gestures gently toward the water. "Look," he says, "no two ripples move alike, yet all reach the same shore." The young man nods, his eyes following the slow circles spreading across the surface. Later, when the march resumes, the heat has softened, and the light begins to tilt toward afternoon. The road narrows between low cliffs, and the sound of the river echoes softly along the stone. Hannibal rides at an easy pace, his hand resting loosely on the reins. Each turn of the path reveals another rhythm, birds darting through the air, the steady creak of the wagons, the pulse of hooves against earth. When they emerge from the pass, the land opens wide again. The river branches here, one arm continuing south, the other curving east toward the distant hills. Hannibal signals the men to stop. He dismounts and walks ahead to the junction, the sunlight catching faint silver in his hair. He studies the flow for a long moment, how the water divides without struggle, how each branch carries the same strength, the same direction of intent, yet takes a different form. One of the officers joins him and asks quietly, "Which way, General?" Hannibal smiles faintly. "Either," he says. "Both lead to the same sea." The officer nods, and for a moment neither speaks. The sound of the water is enough. Hannibal kneels, scoops another handful, lets it pour between his fingers. The sunlight catches each droplet like glass. The river never argues with itself, he murmurs. It simply becomes more of what it already is. That evening, they make camp between the two branches of the river. The sound of water surrounds them on both sides, one calm, one swift. Two songs of the same voice. The fires burn low, The sky glows with the fading light of day, and the air grows cool again. Hannibal sits apart near the dividing waters. The stars emerge, reflected in both streams. He takes his final tablet for the night and writes, "The world divides endlessly, yet remains whole. A man who understands this will never be lost." He places the stylus down and looks skyward. The stars are scattered, but connected. A map written for those who can see pattern instead of separation. He whispers to the night, "Even in division, there is order." The wind moves softly through the reeds, answering him with its quiet voice. You might imagine him there, the last embers of the fire flickering, the two rivers whispering on either side, the constellations forming their calm geometry above. The air feels weightless, timeless. Hannibal closes his eyes and listens, not for signs, not for meaning, but for rhythm. And as you breathe with him, feeling the same slow pulse of earth and water, you might sense that everything you have ever sought has already been flowing beside you all along. And perhaps you might ask yourself, when your path divides, when life offers two ways forward, can you remember that every current, no matter how it bends, eventually joins the same quiet sea? The morning mist hangs low again, soft as breath against the surface of the river. Dew clings to the grass in silver beads, and the sky above the horizon glows with a pale, amber light that spreads slowly, deliberately, like ink in water. The air carries a stillness that feels older than the landscape itself. Hannibal wakes with ease, untroubled by the passing of time. He sits at the edge of his bedroll, listening to the familiar quiet, the muted rustle of fabric, the crackle of a dying fire, the low murmur of men beginning their routines. Every sound seems measured, belonging, necessary. He stands, stretches his shoulders, and steps outside his tent. The earth beneath his feet is cool and firm. The two rivers, one fast, one slow, shimmer faintly in the half-light, winding like ribbons of silver toward unseen distances. He watches their meeting place for a long moment, the way the currents twist and merge before separating again. You see, he murmurs to himself, unity doesn't erase difference. It deepens it. The camp stirs gently around him. Men move with the ease of habit, saddling horses, folding blankets, packing provisions. There is no hurry, no sharpness to their motion. The calm of the rivers has become their own. Hannibal passes among them, nodding, offering quiet greetings. He stops by a small fire, where a group of soldiers sit boiling water for tea. One of them, a man young enough to still measure time by ambition, looks up and says, "General, do you ever think of the battles? The ones long ago?" Hannibal smiles faintly. The smoke from the fire curls upward in slow, soft spirals. "Sometimes," he says, "but not for what they gave me, for what they taught me to release." The young man tilts his head, waiting. "Victory," Hannibal continues, "was only ever a brief alignment, a moment when noise became music. But peace is what remains when the music no longer needs to be played." The men listen in silence. The water begins to boil, small bubbles breaking the surface. Hannibal gestures toward it. Even the water learns its rhythm before it speaks. He takes a cup, drinks, and lets the warmth settle within him. The taste is simple, earthy, real. "The world," he says softly, "always returns to simplicity. It's we who complicate it." As the sun lifts higher, the camp begins its slow transformation into motion. The tents are folded, the fires doused. The men line up with quiet precision, the creak of leather and wood joining the soft murmur of the river's song. Hannibal mounts his horse. The animal moves beneath him with steady confidence, as if it too has learned to trust the rhythm of the road. The column begins to move. Dust rises in faint curls behind them, dissolving into light. They follow the slower of the two rivers now, its surface smooth as glass, mirroring the sky. The sound of their march blends seamlessly with the rustle of reeds, the chirping of unseen birds Hours pass like minutes. The sun climbs, then softens again toward the west. Along the way, the men encounter a small village nestled among olive trees. Children run to the roadside, laughing. The soldiers smile, wave, offer bits of bread. The villagers do not fear them. They sense the calm that travels with them. Hannibal stops briefly to speak with an elder seated beside the path. The man's face is lined deeply, his eyes bright and patient. They exchange a few words about the harvest, about the condition of the river, about the nature of time. You've traveled far, the old man says. Far enough, Hannibal replies. And you? The elder smiles. Not at all. But the seasons come to me. Hannibal nods in appreciation. Then we are brothers in stillness. He continues onward, the old man's words echoing gently in his mind. The seasons come to me. By late afternoon, the road bends toward a broad meadow. The grass there waves in the breeze like water. Hannibal signals to halt. We camp here, he says. Let the men rest near open ground. The fires that night are fewer. The men spread out across the field, some lying on their backs, watching the stars appear one by one. The air is cool and fragrant with grass and smoke. The hum of insects fills the pauses between quiet laughter. Hannibal walks to the edge of the meadow, where the slower river curves through the reeds. The light of the moon touches its surface, and the reflection shimmers like 1,000 small fires. He kneels, scooping a handful of earth, feeling its texture between his fingers. Grainy, alive, ancient. He whispers, all that I built will return to this, and this will endure longer than memory. He sits on the ground, tablet in hand, and writes slowly. The earth keeps nothing but form. What passes through it changes shape, but not meaning. A man who learns this has already found rest. He sets the stylus aside and looks upward. The stars stretch endlessly across the sky. They no longer seem distant to him, but near. Not objects to navigate by, but quiet companions. The breeze shifts, carrying with it the faint scent of water and wood smoke. Hannibal closes his eyes and breathes deeply. The air enters him, as if it has been waiting all this time. You might imagine him there, an old soldier, a strategist, a thinker, now reduced beautifully to what he always was, part of the same quiet order that binds the river, the stars, and the earth. There is no hierarchy in this piece, no command, no resistance, only belonging. And as you sit in that stillness beside him, perhaps you begin to sense it too, that to understand the world is not to master it, but to move so gently within it that nothing feels separate. And you might ask yourself, in the hush between the stars and the grass, when all you have built returns quietly to the earth, can you feel even then that nothing has truly been lost, that the pattern continues, unchanged within you? The morning feels older today, not heavy, just wise. The light rises slow and even, softening the edges of everything it touches. Mist drifts across the meadow, and in that pale light, the river glows faintly, quiet as breath. The air smells of ash, grass, and cool water. Hannibal opens his eyes to this gentleness. He lies still for a few moments, listening. The world is moving, but nothing rushes. He hears the low hum of insects waking, the soft rhythm of the current nearby, and the faint crackle of fire being coaxed back to life. All the sounds together form one slow heartbeat. He sits up, gathers his cloak around him, and takes a moment to simply look. The men are stirring, their movements slow and careful. They do not need orders. Every motion is part of the same calm pulse. He feels no urge to speak, no need to direct. His leadership has dissolved into understanding. He has become part of the same rhythm he once sought to command. He stands and walks toward the river. The grass bends under his steps, still wet with dew. The water reflects the sky, silver and blue, blurred by soft movement. He kneels, cups his hands, and drinks. The coldness touches something deep within him, both ancient and present. He murmurs, The body remembers what the mind forgets. The earth restores both. He sits on a smooth rock, listening to the small sounds that make the world alive. Water lapping against stone, reeds swaying, the distant murmur of voices behind him. You might imagine him there, still aware, his gaze far, but his presence near. Soon, the men begin to move, rolling their blankets, adjusting saddles, laughing quietly in the morning air. The scent of bread toasting on flat stones drifts through the camp. The smoke rises in thin columns that vanish almost as soon as they form. Hannibal returns among them, greeting those he passes with the calm ease of shared purpose. He stops near a soldier, cleaning a blade, and watches for a moment. You polish it not for war, he says gently, but for care. The same act, different reason. The soldier nods, understanding the quiet lesson, without need for more words. When the camp is ready, the column begins to move once again. The sound of footsteps and hooves folds easily into the day. No drum, no urgency, just the steady harmony of men and land in balance. They follow the river for several miles, the path winding through low valleys, where the grass grows tall and soft. The water glints beside them, at times narrow and swift, at times wide and still. The breeze carries the scent of flowers and distant pine. At midday, they stop beneath a group of large oaks. The men rest in the shade, their laughter low, their speech unhurried. Hannibal dismounts and walks alone to where the trees thin and the river curves sharply westward. The sunlight catches in the ripples, scattering small points of light across the water. He stands there for a long while, his thoughts quiet. The river, he realizes, is not something he follows. It is something he travels with. He no longer sees difference between direction and belonging. A few of his officers approach, pausing respectfully a short distance behind. One of them steps forward and asks softly, "General, do you think Carthage still remembers your name?" Hannibal turns slightly, his face calm, his eyes clear. "Perhaps," he says, "but names fade, as they should. The world remembers patterns, not titles." The men nod, silent, the weight of his words settling gently. He continues, almost in a whisper, "Carthage was one place. The pattern is everywhere, in the river, in the wind, in each of you." He gestures toward the water. That is how legacy lives, not in marble, but in motion. When the men leave him, Hannibal sits on the riverbank, pulling a small tablet from his satchel. He writes slowly, the stylus moving in even lines. What endures is not the name, but the rhythm carried by others who learned to move in its time. He finishes, rests his hand upon the words, and looks outward. The afternoon light has begun to change, deeper now, more golden, stretching shadows long across the meadow. As the camp rises again that evening, the fires burn brighter against the cooling air. The sound of the river mingles with the quiet murmur of men speaking, eating, resting. Hannibal sits near one of the fires, a cup of wine in hand, the flames reflected in his eyes. He says softly to one of the younger soldiers beside him, "The fire teaches us how to end gracefully, bright for a moment, then still, leaving warmth behind." The soldier nods, gazing into the flame. "Does everything end that way, General?" Hannibal watches the embers shift and glow. "Yes," he says, "and that is its beauty. To end well is to join what continues." Later, when the camp grows quiet and the sky turns a deep indigo, Hannibal walks to the edge of the river once more. The moon has risen, full and luminous, painting a pale path of light upon the moving water. He stands there, breathing slowly, his cloak stirring in the gentle wind. You might imagine him as part of that landscape, not apart from it, not commanding it, but belonging entirely within it. The water flows, the wind hums, the stars turn, all of it in rhythm, none of it needing control. He whispers, almost as a prayer. To understand is to release, and as the night holds its breath, the river answers in sound rather than words, a quiet assurance that all things find their place, and perhaps you, listening now, can feel that same truth settling in your chest like calm water, that nothing is truly lost, that every motion becomes rest, that every ending holds the shape of continuity. And you might ask yourself softly, as the river whispers in its endless song, when it is time to let go of your own command, can you release not into silence but into rhythm, trusting that what flows through you will continue, carried gently by others, by time, by the world itself? The morning comes without ceremony. The light unfolds gently over the meadow, washing everything in pale gold. The river hums beside the camp, its voice steady and eternal. The air feels almost sacred in its balance, cool, fragrant, touched with the faint sweetness of ripening grass. Hannibal rises early before the first fires are stirred. He steps outside, stretching slowly, his breath visible in the cool air. Around him, the camp sleeps in calm order, tents still, horses quiet, the faint rustle of wind through fabric and reed. It feels, he thinks, like the pause between heartbeats, the brief silence that holds everything together. He walks toward the river. The mist still lingers there, drifting like smoke across the surface. The sun, still low, reflects off the water in threads of silver. Hannibal kneels at the bank, runs his hand along the wet stones, and feels the slow pulse of the current beneath his palm. He whispers, "To move and to rest, these are not opposites, only phases of the same breath." For a while, he stays there, letting the sound of the water settle his thoughts. There is no past and no future in this stillness, only the presence of the world as it is. When he returns to camp, a few men are awake, kindling fires, speaking softly. The scent of smoke and baking bread begins to fill the air. Hannibal moves among them, quiet but attentive. His presence no longer commands, it comforts. The soldiers greet him with warmth, some with simple nods, others with gentle smiles. He stops beside an older soldier who is sharpening a small knife. The man looks up, salutes, and Hannibal gestures for him to relax. "You've done this all your life," Hannibal says. The man smiles. "I suppose I have, General. And the blade still dulls?" Hannibal asks. "Every day," the soldier replies. Hannibal nods. "That is the lesson of endurance, not that the blade remains sharp, but that you care enough to keep it so." The man chuckles softly. "Then we've all learned it well." Hannibal's smile deepens. "Yes," he says, "better than most ever do. By the time the camp is ready to move, the sun has risen fully. The column begins its slow, steady march once more, following the curve of the river toward a line of low hills. The path is smooth, the air clear. The men walk easily, their shadows long and clean upon the earth. Hannibal rides at a measured pace. His eyes wander to the trees bending softly in the wind, to the shimmer of the river beside them, to the faces of his men lit by sunlight. Each detail seems complete in itself, needing nothing more. When they reach the hills, he signals for the column to halt. From the crest, the view opens wide, plains stretching toward the horizon, the twin rivers glinting like veins of light beneath the sun. The world seems vast, yet familiar. He dismounts, steps to the edge, and looks out. "So much movement," he says softly, "and yet it all remains." One of his captains joins him, following his gaze. "General," he says, "after so many years, do you still see the world as something to be won?" Hannibal's eyes remain fixed on the distance. "No," he answers gently. "The world was never meant to be won, only understood." The captain frowns slightly, and when understanding is found, Hannibal turns to him with a calm smile. Then there is no more need to conquer. They stand together in silence. Below them, the wind moves through the tall grass in visible waves. The rivers shimmer and twist, catching sunlight in soft flashes. By late afternoon, the army descends into the valley beyond. The air grows warmer, scented with cedar and wild mint. They cross small streams, the water shallow and cool around their ankles. The men laugh as they wade through, their voices echoing faintly against the low hills. Hannibal lingers at the crossing, watching how each man finds his way across, some quick, some slow, some pausing to help another. Each step, he thinks, is its own kind of teaching. He feels the years pressing gently around him, not as weight, but as fullness. When the camp rises that evening, the fires glow early against the blue of dusk. The sound of the river follows them still, winding close through the valley. The men eat quietly, their faces warm in the firelight. Hannibal sits among them, sharing bread, listening to their talk, not of battles, not of losses, but of small things, families, harvests, the sound of rain on canvas. He finds joy in the ordinariness of it. These moments, he realizes, are the true reward of endurance. Later, when the fires begin to dim, he walks again to the river. The stars are bright tonight, sharp and clear. The reflection of the sky shimmers in the moving water, making it hard to tell which world is real, the one above or the one below. Hannibal crouches and touches the surface, breaking the reflection into ripples. The heavens bend, but they never fall, he murmurs. He sits, pulls a tablet from his satchel, and writes slowly. The end of mastery is harmony. When command gives way to rhythm, and motion becomes listening, then peace has been reached. He sets the tablet aside and looks upward. The constellations seem closer tonight, as though they are leaning down to listen. The river flows on, steady and endless, and you might imagine him there, an old strategist now at rest, not in defeat, but in alignment. The water moves beside him, the stars turn above him, and his breath keeps their pace. In that quiet, you might sense your own rhythm begin to match his, slow, calm, eternal. You might feel that same truth echo gently inside you, that peace is not given, not found, not earned. It is remembered, and you might ask yourself softly, in the hush between the flow of water and the turning of stars, when the noise of striving finally fades, can you hear the quiet pattern that has always guided you? Steady, patient, and kind. The dawn arrives quietly, like breath drawn through silk. The first light spreads across the river, turning it to liquid gold, before softening again to silver. The mist lingers low, curling through the reeds, brushing against the tents, like a slow-moving thought. The air feels cool, heavy with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Hannibal wakes to the rhythm of the river, his eyes open slowly, his breath deep and even. For a few moments, he remains still, not out of weariness, but in reverence for the quiet. It is a moment he treasures, the world between night and day, where nothing demands yet and everything simply exists. When he rises, he does so carefully, with the deliberate grace of age. His cloak slips softly from his shoulders as he steps outside. The camp lies in peace, fires smoldering low, a few figures moving through the fog, the faint sounds of preparation beginning again. He walks to the water's edge. The river moves without sound at first, then whispers as it touches the stones. Hannibal kneels and dips his hands in, letting the chill wake the senses. The surface ripples, reshaping his reflection into waves of light and shadow. He speaks softly, as if to the river itself. Every morning, you begin again, not because you forget, but because you remember how to flow. Behind him, the camp stirs to life. The quiet grows into a soft murmur, the rhythm of waking men, of horses shifting in the light, of the crackle of fresh fire. Hannibal stands and turns, watching them for a while. Each motion carries ease, a natural harmony, born of long practice. He walks among the men, greeting a few with calm warmth. A young soldier is struggling with a bundle of rope, his hands clumsy with the chill. Hannibal pauses beside him and kneels to help. Together, they work in silence for a moment before the knot gives way. The young man looks embarrassed, muttering an apology. Hannibal smiles. The rope only resists impatience, he says gently. Everything does. The soldier nods, his face brightening with quiet understanding. By mid-morning, the column begins its slow journey once more. The sun has burned away the fog, leaving the world bright and open. The path follows the gentle curve of the river, winding through green hills where wildflowers bloom in soft patches of color. The men march in rhythm, their shadows stretching long behind them. Hannibal rides at an easy pace near the front. His gaze moves often to the horizon, not searching, but observing. He has long stopped looking for destinations. Now, he looks for alignment, the places where movement and stillness share the same shape. At a bend in the river, he calls for a halt. The men rest along the bank, drinking water, tending to their feet, laughing quietly among themselves. The sound of their voices merges with the murmur of the current, indistinguishable from the music of the land itself. Hannibal dismounts and walks toward the shallows. The stones beneath the surface gleam like coins in sunlight. He steps in, feeling the cool water lap against his ankles, and looks down. His reflection wavers and reforms. He speaks softly. Even water holds its strength in yielding. An officer nearby, hearing him, approaches. "General," he says, "some of the men wonder if we'll turn south again soon. They say the land grows richer that way." Hannibal nods. "Yes, perhaps," he replies, "but the river turns east, and east is where the light begins." The officer smiles at the simplicity of it and bows slightly. "As you wish, General." Hannibal looks back at the current, the sunlight glinting like thought across its surface. "Not as I wish," he says quietly, "but as the world moves." They travel on through the afternoon, the path lined with olive trees and low stone walls, half hidden by moss. The scent of the warm air carries hints of earth and water. The men walk without hurry. The landscape feels timeless, a place that has seen armies and seasons come and go, all leaving only their rhythm behind. When they stop for the evening, it is beside a wide, calm bend of the river, where the air is still and the light lingers long. The men build their fires slowly, speaking in low voices. Some sit by the water's edge, skipping stones, watching the ripples fade. Hannibal sits apart, beneath a tree whose branches dip toward the river. The leaves cast gentle shadows across his face. He removes one of his tablets and writes, "The land is not conquered by marching across it. It is understood by walking with it, one step, one season, one breath at a time." He sets the stylus down, folds his hands, and closes his eyes. The sound of the river fills the silence, steady and kind. The wind stirs the leaves, and the faint smoke from the fires curls upward, vanishing into the sky. When he opens his eyes again, twilight has settled. The men's voices have softened. The water gleams beneath the fading light, its surface smooth as glass. Hannibal breathes deeply, the air cool in his chest, and lets the moment settle into stillness. You might imagine him there, alone but not lonely, surrounded by the same quiet rhythm that guided him through war and through peace alike. A man who has learned that mastery is not the art of shaping the world, but the art of belonging within it. And as the night deepens, you might feel that same belonging reach you, that quiet certainty that you, too, are part of the rhythm that binds wind, water, and thought together. And perhaps you might ask yourself, gently, under the soft light of the stars, when the river of time carries you onward, can you walk beside it in calm companionship, knowing that to flow with the world is to be remembered by it forever? The next dawn opens slowly, as though the sky itself is reluctant to disturb the peace below. A thin layer of mist lies across the ground, glowing faintly with the first touch of light. The river hums its endless song, unbroken and unchanged. Birds stir among the reeds, their wings catching pale gold as the sun begins to rise. Hannibal wakes to this quiet. He lies for a moment beneath his cloak, eyes open, watching how the light filters through the fabric. There is comfort in its simplicity, no call to arms, no sound of urgency, only the unhurried rhythm of breath. When he stands, the air feels cool and familiar. His steps are slow but firm as he walks toward the riverbank. The water has become his companion, his teacher, a reflection of the same endurance that once drove him across mountains and through empires. He kneels and traces the current with his fingertips. "You've crossed more distance than I ever did," he whispers. And still, you arrive every morning. Behind him, the camp stirs gently. The faint clatter of cooking pots, the low murmur of voices, the soft laughter of men waking to another day of quiet travel. The scent of bread warming on stones mingles with the smell of damp earth. Hannibal turns and watches them, these men who once followed him, through storms and silence, through victory and hardship. Now, they follow not for conquest, but for rhythm. The discipline of the years has become the calm of understanding. He smiles faintly, almost to himself. "They have learned the hardest lesson," he murmurs, "to keep moving without striving." He returns among them, greeting each group with quiet nods. One of the younger soldiers hands him a cup of hot tea, his hands trembling slightly with respect. Hannibal accepts it with both hands, drinks, and nods in gratitude. "Warmth shared is victory enough," he says softly. The soldier smiles, and the words linger between them like a blessing. When the camp is packed and ready, the army begins its slow march once more. The path today follows higher ground, a ridge overlooking the broad sweep of the valley below. The view stretches far, meadows dotted with trees, the river winding like a thread of light, the faint shimmer of distant villages. The air is fresh, the breeze steady. The men walk with ease, their movements unhurried. The sound of their passage blends with the wind until it is hard to tell one from the other. Hannibal rides near the front, silent, observant. His horse moves at a gentle pace, each step deliberate. He watches how the sunlight shifts across the valley, how the long grasses bend but never break, how the horizon changes but never ends. At midday, they stop beside a grove of cypress trees. The men rest in the shade, drinking from their flasks, tending to their gear. Hannibal dismounts, walks a little way beyond the grove, and sits upon a low stone overlooking the land. The wind moves softly through the trees behind him. He gazes outward and speaks, almost to the horizon. "Every path leads here, not to this place, but to this kind of seeing." A young officer approaches, hesitant, and sits a few paces away. After a while he asks, "General, when did you know it was enough?" Hannibal turns his head slightly, eyes calm. "Enough?" "Yes," the man says. "When to stop fighting? When to stop searching?" Hannibal looks back at the valley. "When the rhythm became clear," he says. "When I could no longer tell where I ended and the world began." The young man frowns softly, as though the meaning escapes him. Hannibal's tone remains kind. "We fight because we believe we are separate. When you see that you are not, there is nothing left to resist." They sit in silence for a long time after that, the sound of the wind their only company. When the march resumes later in the afternoon, the sky has turned pale and wide. Shadows stretch across the fields as the sun lowers. The road winds gently down into another valley where the air smells faintly of rain and pine. As evening comes, the men set up camp near a small stand of trees. The fires flicker, their light soft and orange against the cooling air. Hannibal sits close to one of them, the warmth brushing his hands, the sound of the flames steady and low. He writes on one of his tablets, his stylus moving in slow, deliberate strokes. Peace is not the absence of movement, but the perfection of rhythm. It is the harmony of what continues. He reads it once, nods slightly, and places it beside him. The fire crackles, sending sparks into the dark. Around him, the men talk quietly, sharing food, trading stories of small things. The sound is gentle, human, complete. He looks up at the stars, emerging one by one above the valley. Each glimmer feels familiar now, not as guidance, but as companionship. He speaks softly to the night. The stars never ask where they are going. They simply are. The firelight flickers against his face, against the silver in his hair. The wind moves through the trees. The river murmurs faintly beyond the camp, and all of it feels woven together into one unbroken pattern. You might imagine him there, the commander who once shaped empires, now resting in the rhythm of a single moment. The man who learned that all mastery ends in surrender. The land holds him gently, the same way it holds the river, the same way it holds the stars. And as you sit with him in that quiet, you might feel the same understanding begin to bloom within you. That peace was never the end of the journey, but the discovery that the journey itself was peace all along. And perhaps you might ask yourself, softly, when the rhythm of life becomes so steady that it no longer asks for control, can you listen without directing and find in that listening the calm that never ends? The world wakes slowly, as though reluctant to rise from its own dream. The horizon glows with a faint band of pale amber spreading quietly through the mist that gathers along the river. The air is still, cool, and full of promise. The camp lies in the half-light, quiet fires smoldering, tents soft against the breeze, the steady rhythm of breath from men who sleep deeply, peacefully. Hannibal opens his eyes to the muted gold of morning. He remains lying for a moment, listening to the soft rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water, the faint calls of waking birds. Every sound arrives in its own time, gentle and patient. He smiles, faintly, the kind of smile that belongs to one who no longer measures days by victories, but by calm. He rises, wraps his cloak around his shoulders, and steps outside. The grass is damp beneath his feet. The mist hangs low, shifting with his movement, wrapping him in its coolness. He walks toward the river, following the sound that has become his constant companion. When he reaches the water's edge, he kneels and watches it move. The surface is glassy, the current slow but certain. The reflection of the rising sun turns the ripples into threads of liquid light. Hannibal places a hand on the surface, breaking it gently, feeling the cold flow between his fingers. He murmurs, "Even light must bend to be carried." Behind him, the camp begins to stir. Low voices, the muffled sound of movement, the clink of metal meeting wood. The morning rhythm unfolds, as it always does, not commanded, but understood. He stands and looks back at it, the small figures moving through the mist, each one part of the same quiet design. A young messenger approaches, salutes lightly, and says, "General." The men await direction. The day is clear. The road ahead leads east. Hannibal nods, his tone soft, unhurried. "Then we go east, with the light, always with the light." The messenger bows and returns to the camp. Hannibal remains by the river a little longer, watching as the mist thins and the full day begins to reveal itself. The land beyond glows faintly in the morning sun. Hills, fields, and the winding glimmer of water that leads beyond sight. When the march begins, it does so without command. The men move with practiced ease, their pace steady, their lines flowing like the river beside them. The path climbs gently through the hills, lined with tall grasses and the occasional cypress. The air warms as they rise, the scent of pine mingling with the sweetness of wildflowers. Hannibal rides slowly at the front, his horse's hooves muffled by soft earth. The breeze carries the sounds of the army, boots against the road, the murmur of voices, the occasional snort of a horse. All of it blends into one continuous, soothing cadence. He watches the horizon as they travel. The sky opens wider, the blue deepening, the sun climbing higher. Each movement of the world feels deliberate, as if the land itself is leading them forward. Around midday, they stop at a high ridge that overlooks a valley. The view stretches far, fields rippling with wind, streams threading like silver veins through the green. The river, now distant, gleams faintly in the sunlight, winding away toward unseen lands. Hannibal dismounts, walks to the edge, and lets the wind wash over him. It smells of grass and open water, cool and full of life. He closes his eyes and breathes deeply, feeling the balance of motion and rest within the air itself. One of his captains joins him, speaking quietly. "General, we've followed the river many days. Do you think it has taught us something?" Hannibal opens his eyes, smiling faintly. "It has taught us everything," he says. "It has shown us that strength is not in resistance, but in flow. It bends and endures. It reaches every shore without forcing a single path." The captain nods, thinking, then says softly, "And what of us? What do we reach?" Hannibal turns toward him, his eyes calm and clear. "Ourselves," he says, "and in doing so, we reach the world." The two stand in silence for a time, the wind moving around them. Below, the men rest in the grass, eating, mending gear, speaking quietly. The sound carries upward like a soft hum, the same tone as the breeze, as the rhythm of the earth itself. As the day wanes, they descend the ridge and make camp in the valley below. The ground here is soft, the grass thick. The river's voice can still be heard in the distance, though fainter now, an echo of guidance more than a presence. The fires are lit early. The light fades slowly, turning gold to bronze, bronze to blue. The men sit in small groups, their laughter gentle, their movements unhurried. Hannibal sits apart, as he often does, not in isolation, but in observation. Part of the pattern, the quiet, at its center. He takes up his tablet and writes in slow, even strokes. He who understands flow no longer seeks control. To walk with the current is to lead without command. He pauses, sets down the stylus, and leans back, watching the first stars emerge. The sky deepens into stillness. The fires flicker, mirrored faintly in the eyes of those who sit nearby. He speaks softly, not to anyone in particular. The stars guide no one. They only remind us where we already are. A breeze moves through the camp, carrying the scent of smoke and grass. The men settle into sleep, one by one, their breaths aligning with the soft rhythm of the night. Hannibal remains awake a while longer, watching the sky. The constellations turn slowly, eternal in their patience. He feels no weight, no distance, only belonging. You might imagine him there, the master of motion, now still surrounded by the quiet music of time. The river flows, the stars turn, the fires fade, all continuing their endless rhythm without need for witness. And as you listen in that shared stillness, perhaps you feel what he feels, that all journeys end not in destination, but in return, a coming home to the quiet pulse that has always been beneath everything. And you might ask yourself, softly, under the same stars that watched him, when your path grows still and all sound becomes harmony, can you rest, knowing that the rhythm continues, that the world carries you, even in silence? The morning opens clear and unhurried. The horizon is brushed with soft color, faint pinks, quiet gold, a pale silver light touching the curve of the river far below. The camp still sleeps, wrapped in mist and silence. Even the wind seems to wait, moving only enough to stir the tops of the grass. Hannibal wakes slowly, as if surfacing from a long and pleasant dream. He sits upright, his cloak drawn close, and listens. It is a sound he has grown to cherish, the soft shifting of tents, the low breathing of horses, the distant murmur of the current still whispering through the valley. Each sound fits into place, like notes of a melody that needs no conductor. He stands, his joints creaking softly, and steps outside. The air feels cool against his face. He closes his eyes and inhales deeply. The scent of earth and dew fills his lungs, steadying, grounding, alive. When he opens his eyes again, he looks toward the hills. The rising sun paints their edges in light, slow and even. The years have taken much from him. Armies, battles, cities, ambitions, but they have left him this, the ability to see the world without needing to change it. He walks through the quiet camp, A few men are awake, kneeling near fires, preparing bread, cleaning gear. Their voices are soft, respectful. They nod as he passes. He answers each with a gentle nod of his own. Reaching the river, he kneels at its edge. The water moves differently here, narrower, quicker, full of small eddies that catch and release the light. He dips his hand in, tracing the current, watching the ripples flow outward. Even when it hurries, he says softly, the river never loses its calm. He remains there for a while, his mind as still as the morning. You might imagine him watching his reflection break and mend with the water's movement, the light turning his features to something almost timeless, the line of a man and the line of the river, joined by patience. When the camp fully wakes, he returns. The day begins quietly. As always, the men eat, gather their things, pack the wagons. Their voices blend into the hum of work, calm and unforced. The years of following have become years of belonging. By mid-morning, the column begins to move eastward again, toward the low hills that mark the horizon. The air warms gently, carrying the scent of olive and wild thyme. The rhythm of marching feet and hooves forms a steady pulse, unbroken, balanced. As they travel, Hannibal speaks little. His thoughts drift easily between memory and present, both now part of the same calm stream. He remembers crossing the Alps, the wind howling like a living thing, the snow swallowing the path ahead. He remembers the plains of Cannae, the dust, the heat, the perfect geometry of the battlefield. He remembers, too, the long years of retreat, of patience, of silence, and he realizes that all of it, the triumph, the loss, the waiting, was part of the same rhythm, the rhythm of motion, endurance, and return. Around midday, they stop beneath a line of tall cypress trees. The men rest in the shade, the sound of the wind sighing through the branches above. Hannibal dismounts and walks a little apart, finding a patch of sunlit grass where he sits cross-legged, eyes half closed. He listens. The world seems to speak to him now, without words. The slow creak of trees, the faraway murmur of the river, the even breathing of his men. All of it, perfectly in time. He picks up a small twig and draws in the dirt, a circle, then another, then a long, looping line that connects them, a pattern of continuation, of rhythm. When he finishes, he smooths it away with his palm, smiling faintly. There is no end, he whispers, only change of form. Later, one of his officers approaches with quiet steps. General, he says, there's a small village ahead. The scouts report it peaceful, no need for caution. Hannibal nods. Then we will pass through gently. Let them see that an army can move without leaving fear behind. The officer bows and leaves. Hannibal remains seated a little longer, watching the dust drift through the air like gold. When they reach the village in the late afternoon, the air smells of bread and fruit and warm stone. Children run to watch them from doorways. The villagers stand silently, curious but not afraid. Hannibal dismounts and walks among them, his steps measured, his expression serene. He greets an old woman sitting by a well, and she nods to him with quiet respect. You've come far, she says. Yes, Hannibal replies, and found that distance is not measured by miles, but by calm. The woman smiles, her eyes kind. Then you found what most never do. He inclines his head in thanks, then continues through the square. The soldiers follow, with quiet discipline, leaving only the sound of their footsteps behind. The people watch them go, their faces soft, untroubled. That night, they camp beyond the village, near a grove of fig trees. The sky is clear, the stars bright and steady. The fires burn low, their smoke rising in thin blue lines into the still air. The men speak softly, their laughter carried by the wind, like a lullaby. Hannibal sits apart, as is his habit, with his last tablet for the day. The stylus moves slowly beneath his hand. To move without harm is the final art. The world bends easily to those who do not demand from it. He sets the stylus down, breathes deeply, and watches the stars above him. The same stars that watched his youth now look upon his age, unchanged. The constellations he once used for direction now serve only as reminders that movement and rest are never truly different, only phases of the same harmony. You might imagine him there, surrounded by the sounds of quiet life, the fire's gentle crackle, the wind brushing the trees, the murmur of men drifting into sleep. His eyes are half closed, his breath even, his body and the world moving together in one slow, perfect rhythm. And as you share that stillness with him, perhaps you begin to understand what he has come to know, that peace is not a moment to be reached, but a way of being that never leaves once you've remembered it. And you might ask yourself, softly, under the same unblinking stars, when all that once was motion settles into calm, and the world around you hums with quiet balance, can you rest in the knowing that you, too, have become part of the rhythm that never ends? The morning unfolds gently, with light that feels almost weightless. The river below the ridge glows faintly under the first touch of the sun, its surface silver, its movement unbroken. A fine mist curls along the banks, wrapping the camp in a hush that feels sacred. The men stir slowly, each motion part of a soft, shared rhythm. Hannibal wakes before the others. He opens his eyes and listens to the small crackle of the fire, to the rustle of canvas in the breeze, to the distant whisper of water over stone. He has come to love this time, before the world fully wakes. It reminds him that peace is not the absence of sound, but the alignment of many quiet things moving together. He rises, wraps his cloak over his shoulders, and steps out into the cool air. The light has not yet reached the full color of morning. It rests in tones of silver and pale gold. He walks through the still camp toward the water. The grass is damp, the air fresh with the scent of river moss and wood smoke. When he reaches the river, he kneels and touches the surface with his hand. The current is slow, deliberate, carrying leaves and slivers of light downstream. He watches them drift, each turning slightly, each following the invisible pull of the flow. You see, he whispers, even without knowing where they go. They arrive. The sound of the camp awakening behind him folds softly into the air. He stands, looks back, and watches as the men begin their morning. There is laughter here now, a quiet kind, the laughter that comes from people who trust the day ahead. He smiles, content to see that they have learned what he has spent a lifetime discovering, that there is strength in calm. After breakfast, the march begins once more. The sun rises higher, the fog dissolving into warmth. The column follows the winding path eastward, the river beside them glinting in long bands of light. The men move easily, their steps fall in rhythm, without command. Hannibal rides near the front, his horse walking at a measured pace. He watches the landscape unfold, the curve of the hills, the slow sway of grass in the wind, the quiet shimmer of the water. Every sight feels like part of a single idea, something vast and wordless. At midday, they stop on a stretch of high ground where the river widens into a shallow basin. The air hums with the sound of insects, the wind carrying the scent of pine from the distant slopes. The men rest, lying on their backs in the grass, their armor glinting faintly in the sun. Hannibal walks to the water's edge again, crouches, and studies the way the current divides around the stones. He picks one up, smooth and dark from years of polish, and holds it to the light. "The river gave you your shape," he murmurs. "You did nothing but remain." A voice comes from behind him, one of his senior officers, his tone quiet but curious. "General," he says, "if you could walk one path again, any of them, would you choose a different one?" Hannibal smiles, without turning. "No," he answers. "The river doesn't question its bends. It only flows." The officer nods, watching the water beside him. "And if the current had carried you another way, then I would have become that river," Hannibal says softly. The shape changes, but the motion remains. They stand together for a while, the sunlight catching the ripples and scattering them across the banks. The silence between them feels full, the kind that holds meaning rather than absence. When the march resumes, the path begins to rise. The hills grow steeper, the wind stronger. From the ridge above, the world seems to widen endlessly, a vast, calm sea of green and gold, beneath a sky of endless blue. Hannibal pauses at the summit, looks back at the long line of his men below, and then beyond them, to the river winding like light through the valley. For a long moment, he says nothing. Then, quietly, everything moves toward peace, whether it knows it or not. By evening, they descend into another plain. The sun lowers behind the hills, bathing the land in bronze. The camp is set beside a grove of olive trees, their leaves whispering in the evening wind. The fires burn small and steady, the smell of cooking drifting softly through the air. Hannibal sits beneath one of the trees, the bark rough against his back. The day has been long, but his body no longer feels its weight. He has learned to let the world carry him. A few men nearby sing, a low rhythmic tune that rises and falls like breath. Their voices blend with the wind, with the soft crackle of flame, with the hum of the river somewhere beyond the trees. He takes out his stylus and tablet and writes. The wise do not try to end the current. They learn its sound and walk within it. He sets the tablet aside, closes his eyes, and listens. The night has its own language, the rustle of leaves, the whisper of water, the slow, deep pulse of the earth beneath. Every sound, every motion, every silence fits perfectly into place. He breathes deeply, and the air feels cool, clear, alive. His thoughts fade into the rhythm of the night. You might picture him there, a man who has crossed mountains and empires, now sitting in the stillness of one quiet grove, surrounded by the same patient forces that shaped him. His story no longer feels like movement, but like return, the completion of a circle that was always closing softly around him. And as you sit with that image, breathing in the same rhythm, you might sense what he has long since learned, that there is no true separation between the river, the wind, the fire, and yourself, that all flow together endlessly in one calm design. And perhaps you might ask yourself, gently, as the world settles into night, when you finally stop trying to master your path, can you let yourself be carried, trusting that where you drift is not loss, but homecoming? The dawn drifts in quietly, carrying a thin veil of light across the hills. The horizon glows in faint layers of gold and rose, soft enough that the colors seem to breathe rather than shine. The river murmurs below the camp, its steady tone so constant it feels like the heartbeat of the land itself. Hannibal opens his eyes to that sound. It greets him the way an old friend might, not with surprise, but with presence. He remains lying for a while, wrapped in his cloak, feeling the slow rhythm of his breath match the distant current. The world, it seems, has begun to breathe through him. When he rises, the air is cool, damp, with morning. Mist curls around his feet. As he steps outside the tent, the men are still sleeping. Only a few fires flicker low, their smoke drifting thin and blue. He walks toward the riverbank, the grass brushing softly against his legs. The surface of the water reflects the awakening sky. A few reeds bend gently under the weight of dew, their tips dipping into the current. Hannibal kneels, watching the ripples form and fade. Everything learns to move, he murmurs, even stillness. He stays there for some time, simply watching the small circles on the surface, where insects dance, the glint of light, where the sun first catches the flow, the steady rhythm that it never falters. You might imagine him there, motionless, but fully alive, not separate from the scene, but woven into its quiet pulse. Behind him, the camp begins to stir. Voices rise in low tones, the familiar sequence of sounds, the kindling of flame, the soft thud of packs being lifted, the faint laughter of men greeting another day. The rhythm has become so natural now that it feels less like preparation and more like prayer. Hannibal turns, watches them for a moment, and smiles. He walks back among the tents, his steps slow and light, A young soldier offers him bread, still warm from the fire. Hannibal takes it, nodding in thanks. Warmth shared is always victory, he says softly, echoing words he spoke once before. After the morning meal, they begin to move again. The sun climbs through a pale sky, scattering light across the fields. The road follows the river for a while before turning eastward toward a stretch of open land dotted with olive trees. The air hums faintly with life, crickets, birds, the whisper of grass shifting under the wind. Hannibal rides at an easy pace near the front. His horse moves calmly, its ears flicking toward the sounds of the land. He rides with one hand resting lightly on the reins, his eyes drifting over the horizon. Everything he sees now, every hill, every cloud, feels like part of the same unfolding idea. By midday, they stop to rest in the shade of the olive grove. The men lie in small groups, talking quietly, tending to gear, polishing tools. Some sleep, their faces peaceful. The ground smells of dry leaves, and earth warmed by the sun. Hannibal sits beneath one of the trees, his back against the rough bark. He closes his eyes and listens. The sound of the wind moving through the branches reminds him of the sea, soft, constant, without beginning or end. The murmur of the men nearby becomes part of it, blending into one continuous harmony. When he opens his eyes, he notices the pattern of sunlight falling through the leaves, scattered circles of light trembling slightly in the breeze. He holds out his hand, watching how they flicker across his skin, here and gone, yet always returning. Nothing truly passes, he whispers. It only changes light. An older soldier sitting nearby hears him and smiles. You speak like a philosopher now, General. Hannibal's eyes soften. No, he says, just a listener. The world does the speaking. The man nods, and together they sit in silence. The wind moves through the grove, slow and sure. Time itself feels stretched, quiet, infinite. When the march resumes in the afternoon, the land opens once more. They follow a narrow road that curves gently upward, leading toward a high ridge. From there, they can see the river one last time, a silver ribbon, vanishing into the distance. Hannibal reins in his horse and looks back at it. The men pause behind him. The air holds still. He raises his hand, pointing toward the winding current far below. That, he says, is what we follow, not in path, but in nature. We move because the world moves. A murmur of quiet agreement runs through the ranks. There is no pride in it, only understanding. They descend the ridge slowly, the light turning softer, warmer. The shadows of the hills lengthen behind them. The evening breeze carries the scent of water still, though the river is now hidden from view. When they stop for the night, they camp on high ground, where the horizon stretches wide and empty. The fires are built in small circles. The smoke rises straight into the darkening sky. Hannibal sits apart, as always, near the edge of the hill. Below him, the land spreads vast and still. He watches the last of the sunlight fade, the stars emerging in quiet succession. The wind brushes past him, gentle as breath. He takes his final tablet for the day and writes, each word slow and certain. To walk with the world is to know rest. To lead is to listen. To see is to belong. He places the stylus down and looks upward. The stars shimmer above, infinite yet close, like the reflection of thoughts he no longer needs to hold. The fires below glow faintly, their light trembling across the field. He whispers to the night, everything ends only to return. The wind answers softly, carrying his voice into the dark. You might picture him there, the great tactician, now simply a figure among stars and wind, his mind as still as the world he once sought to master. The night does not feel final, it feels eternal, a rhythm that has forgotten where it began. And as you sit beside him, in that endless quiet, perhaps you too can feel the truth of it settle into your chest like calm water, that the pattern continues through every silence, every motion, every breath. And you might ask yourself, gently, as the stars shimmer overhead. When your journey becomes this quiet, this complete, can you release even the idea of arrival and trust that you were always moving exactly as you were meant to? The final morning arrives without ceremony. The light rises through a sky so clear it seems to breathe. The air is cool, faintly sweet with a scent of grass and faraway rain. The river, now only a soft gleam at the edge of the horizon, continues its endless course, silent, steady, eternal. Hannibal wakes slowly, not from sleep, but from stillness. His eyes open to the same rhythm that has carried him across years and lands, the quiet turning of the world beneath his feet. He lies there for a moment, listening to what remains, the whisper of wind through the canvas, the murmur of voices not yet awake, the low hum of the earth itself. When he rises, the camp is half stirred. A few men move about the fires, gathering supplies, speaking in soft tones. There is no urgency now, only grace. He steps outside, cloak wrapped loosely around his shoulders, and looks east. The light touches the hills in bands of gold. Every curve of the land glows with life. For a long while, he simply stands and breathes. He walks slowly toward the river, one last time. The grass bends under his feet. The air feels weightless. When he reaches the bank, he kneels and rests his hand upon the water. It moves as it always has, calm, unbroken, unafraid. He whispers, "All that I have been, all that I have done, moves with you now." The current catches his reflection, stretches it, and carries it downstream until it becomes nothing but light. He watches until it vanishes, then closes his eyes. Behind him, the camp readies for its final journey. The men speak quietly, packing the last of their things, pausing to look toward him, the man who had led them through storm, fire, and silence. Now at rest, beside the river's edge, he turns to them, his face open, his voice low but strong. "You have walked through mountains, through seasons, through years. You have learned what few ever do, that patience is greater than conquest, and that silence teaches more than command. Wherever you go now, go gently. The world will walk with you if you let it." They bow their heads in respect. No cheers follow, no drums, only the sound of wind through the grass and the steady breathing of men who understand. As the column begins to move, Hannibal remains behind, a moment longer, watching the river shimmer beneath the morning sun. Then slowly, he mounts his horse. The animal moves easily beneath him, its steps soft and sure. Together, they follow the quiet procession eastward. The day passes in calm light. The landscape opens wide, fields, scattered trees, the faint glint of distant hills. Every sound feels like part of the same unbroken song. Footsteps, wind, the far hum of water. When they stop at dusk, the air is still and warm. The fires burn softly. The sky turns to deep violet, then to blue. Hannibal sits alone on a low rise, the faint glow of flame brushing his hands. The men below speak in murmurs, their laughter blending with the hum of insects and the sigh of the night breeze. He looks upward, watching the stars appear one by one. Their light feels closer now, as if the sky itself leans nearer. Each star, he realizes, has always been moving, and yet, to the eye, it seems still. He smiles. "That is peace," he whispers, to move without leaving. He reaches for his final tablet and writes with steady hand. The rhythm continues. "I have followed it, and now I rest within it." He sets down the stylus, lets the air cool against his skin, and closes his eyes. The wind passes softly through the grass. The world feels whole, not quiet, because it is empty, but quiet, because it is complete. You might imagine him there, not as the commander of armies, not as a legend of history, but as a man returned to rhythms. The river moves on, the stars drift above, and his breath, deep and even, falls in time with them both. And as you rest in that image of calm water, of soft night, of a world at peace, you might feel a reflection of it rising gently within you. The sense that nothing has ever truly ended, that everything, every movement, every thought, every silence has been part of the same long pattern all along, and perhaps now, with your own breath slow and steady, you might ask yourself, quietly, when the river carries all things onward, and even the stars seem to rest in motion, can you close your eyes and trust the rhythm, knowing that peace is not a place you find, but the place you have always been?